type shit.
Stop playing with me, Dre.
DJ K.
Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Get checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. I can make your auntie swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. Show these poor ass hoes how it go. Back it up like Freak Week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activity. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit.
What's good, nieces and nephews? Welcome back to Insomniac Theater. Been a few nights, but you know, I've been under the weather. I done caught the cooties. I don't know where y'all stay, but out here in Texas, there's some shit going around. It's like, we don't know if it's the C-19, the flu. It felt like the C-19 because I had that before, twice actually. So I'm kind of familiar with the symptoms. Started off with a real intense headache. We're talking head about to explode headache. And next thing you know, I was down bad. And Uncle ain't gonna lie, when I get sick, I be hurting. I turn to a big ass baby. So I don't even know how long this show gonna be tonight, because I'm not feeling like myself. But I'm on the back end of the cooties, though. I'm on the back ends of it. So, but seriously, though, it's something going around right now. So make sure y'all watch what you touch. Make sure you wash your hands as much as possible. Keep hand sanitizer with you, because it's this real bad bug going around. And I don't know where how it is up north, whatever, but in the south, people been getting sick left and right. And it's one of those ill colds that kind of stick with you, like a week or two. I don't know if it's a flu. I don't know if it's C-19. I don't know if it's a hybrid. Whatever it is, it's out there. So, and especially if you got elderly people in your home, or you go visit your elderly grandma, old people, or you work around old people, just try to make sure you wash your hands, take care of your shit as much as possible. Because it's stuff that we can handle as younger people, even though Unc ain't particularly young. But it's stuff we can handle, we can fight off. That might take our old uncle out. Just old Uncle Johnny gone. Because you done brought your little snot nose over there, snot nose ass over there coughing. Now Uncle Johnny gone. That's fucked up. That's selfish. But what's up, my fellow insomniacs? Like I said, it's the night shift. For all my no sleeping people, team no sleep, salute to y'all. All my nocturnal homies and homettes. All my fellow goddamn vampires of the motherfucking night. Welcome back. We up, baby. Team no sleep. Either genetics, you just can't sleep, be it graveyard shift, be it whatever. You up, we up. And while we up, we just gonna talk some shit, have a good time, have some fun, maybe even learn something. And just kill some goddamn time. But before we get to it though, you know I gotta get my admin shit out the way, but my shit don't take long because it is automated, integrated.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBeStreaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Hit that subscribe button, hit that like, subscribe button, and give a nigga a goddamn break. Anyway, yeah, welcome back to Someday Theater. And as you know, we talk about all kinds of stuff. It's kind of all over the place. It's unorganized organization over here because it's late at night. It's 1 a.m. where I'm at, 1 a.m. I don't know what time it is where you at, but whatever it is, I'm pretty sure it's late, depending on where you stay, but it is what it is. But we up over here. And after 1 a.m., you ain't trying to organize nothing but some snacks and maybe some poom poom. But so we ain't gonna be too organized. No, not like that. Yeah, I was already sick. I was trying to fight it, Candy. I was drinking vitamin C and shit. I was drinking this shit right here. That emergency. I try to push a lot of that down. I try to avoid like over the counter like medicine as much as possible and just try to like work out this fucking immune system. But anyway, we back on our survival thing tonight. Our post-apocalyptic survival shit. That's the spiel. Like I said, I'm trying to stay alive. I'm trying to keep y'all alive. Everybody else that ain't up, fuck them. They just ain't gonna make it. Except for the replay game. Shout out to the replay game because whenever y'all catch the information, y'all gonna be good to go too. So often we see in the movies and in the shows these people that be ready. And these ready people, they be having bunkers. And I know we all ain't got no bunker money. But I think bunkers come, in different ranges, of course, just like everything else. But even if I can't afford a bunker, I've always been fascinated by bunkers and by the concept of the bunkers and the idea of having a bunker. Like if I could picture my perfect scenario, my perfect situation, if some shit went down, a nice bunker with this and that and like generator and solar panels and, just some clean shit that's comfortable because they make those. There are, I remember this one story, this guy bought a nuclear silo and he converted the nuclear silo into like some bunker apartments. The projects, the bunker jets, the post-apocalyptic projects. But it was really, really nice though. But they made all these rooms and they fancified everything. And the place had features like it has its own security team, it has a gym, all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, we might look over that one tonight if that's the one I run across because I do got some videos set up. But when the guy bought this bunker, he got it really cheap for it being a nuclear silo. He got it at a really good price. And he had it all, spent a bunch of money to get it fixed. And pretty much all the rooms are already reserved. Because that's how this work. You buy your space in the state-of-the-art bunker and your spot locked in. It's pretty much like apocalypse insurance. It's apocalypse insurance. I get car insurance and you got to pay it even if you never had a wreck and you've been driving for 30 years. Well, just in case, you got to have that insurance. And that's what this apocalypse insurance is. It's just in case something happens. You might never utilize that facility that you paid into. And you might go to the grave. Hopefully you can pass it on to your peoples. But you might go to the grave a little old man it never got back on your investment for that bunker space you bought. But I guess that's kind of one of those better safe than sorry things, pretty much, I would think, So, but bunkers just always fascinated me because that's what I would want. Of course, a certain kind of bunker designed a certain way, a certain setup. But that's the situation I would prefer. So I do have a couple of videos. I don't know if they're any good. We got man builds secret tunnel and bunker below his backyard. And allegedly we get to see this process as it transpires. I think the bunker is definitely a rich man game. But if you really invest just a little extra, I think you can slowly throw you one together, get as the years progress. But you will probably have to do a lot of the work yourself. But I'm not a handy man like that. I'm not handy. I ain't even gonna front. JM says there are people whose full-time job is to upkeep of the bunkers for the elites. Yep. And the elites probably go by periodically and check their space, check their room, get stuff updated. They might take their family to check it out every now and then. But I guess the guy in this video, they say he built a secret bunker in his backyard. I mean, that's a short distance to bug out. Let's just see his setup first. Let's see his setup. Because I think if your house is compromised, I would want to go a little farther from my compromised house than just my backyard. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's like if your house catch on fire and you run to the neighbor house for protection to get inside there. That's a little too close.
In this video, a long-awaited project is begun. A tunnel is being dug from a bunker, built 11 years ago, to the creator's house. The effort is inspired by the movie The Great Escape, and the tunnel is named Dave, as a personal reference, echoing the original escape tunnels, Tom, Dick, and Harry. To reinforce the exposed soil, steel sheet panels are installed around the perimeter of the dug sections, providing structural support and creating a finished surface. Stainless steel pop rivets are used to secure the soil during tunnel construction.
Let's go in.
See, I'm already lost. I already got to start paying people. They already, just that quick, has got too handy for me. They too handy for me already.
The boring machine is built with swinging arms to support its weight and prevent twisting. It is designed to pivot up, down, and side to side, allowing for easier handling in confined spaces. The tunnel boring machine is assembled from various...
I don't know. I ain't said this in a while, but your boy is extremely claustrophobic. Excuse me. I'm extremely claustrophobic. So tunnel burrowing is definitely something I had to pay somebody to do. honestly, for me to possibly even be in a bunker, it had to be so big that I forget it is a bunker.
Repurposed components, including a treadmill that functions as a conveyor belt. Instead of buying expensive machinery, the creator relies on DIY engineering, welding together swinging arms and using salvaged parts to build a functional rig. The arms are cleverly designed to pivot in all directions.
This nigga on some MacGyver shit.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
I ain't gonna never get my bunker built. Let's see if we can skip to some more stuff. I'm tired of watching this nigga play with dirt. What's the next step? This was tunnel your cart, create a lift system. Okay, let's check this step.
These metal sheets act as a temporary retaining structure, preventing soil collapse and maintaining tunnel stability during construction. The excavation method has shifted from using a tunnel boring machine to a more manual drilling tool, likely for greater precision or due to space constraints. It's a bit more labor-intensive, but offers more control in tighter sections.
I thought digging sideways was hard. Digging upwards is 10 times harder. I thought gravity just helped you, but you're having to ram the drill upwards and put so much weight upwards. Anyway, I've got a bit of a dome shape on it now, so it will naturally hold itself. It'll be a lot safer, hopefully. I can just keep the middle higher than the sides, and then I think we'll be all right then.
All right, they done dug to the side. Now they digging up. I guess he creating one of the exits they were talking about. Man, this some work, man. Fuck. Nigga just want a bunker.
Although the current excavation is being done from outside rather than from inside the tunnel, it hasn't made the job any easier. In fact, digging from above comes with its own challenges, especially when the ground is hard and compacted. The tunnel continues to be reinforced using metal sheet panels, just as in previous sections. These sheets are installed along the walls of the excavated area to maintain the overall shape of the tunnel.
Look at that. Pull the catch.
An electric tunnel.
Yo, this nigga about that life, yo. That boy out here really put him a bunker in his backyard. Maybe he make a bunker to have somewhere to take his side piece. This is why I bring the hizzos to the bunker. Bunker bunnies. Then that's the next new corn series. Bunker bunnies. Bunker baddies. Bunker bitches. Bunker gangbangs.
Cart has been assembled and mounted to run on tracks. It allows for the efficient transport of loads, streamlining operations, and minimizing manual labor. As the tunnel extends further, the volume of excavated soil increases significantly, making it progressively more difficult to manage. As part of reinforcing and
He didn't gotta dig up all that dirt. Then he gotta go get rid of the dirt. I gotta dig up this dirt and undig it and take it somewhere else.
What the hell?
Ain't no way, Sway.
And improving the tunnel entrance, a support strut is mounted.
Bought 2 of these thinking we needed 2. But it does come up pretty well. What do you think? Parts I folded earlier. That's the sump in, look. So now after this, there's 2 sumps at the lowest point of the tunnels. They'll always have these pumps running in them. So we start off where we left off on the last one. Finish off the sump section with a new pump in. Obviously fitting the railway track supports on here.
You're doing good though. I can't do this shit. I wouldn't do this shit. Facts. James said this is like a civil engineer job. This nigga is really like, it's turning into something. We watching this shit turn into something. I think you're gonna fuck with more dirt for a while. We're gonna skip a little bit.
Excavation is carried out with an excavator to achieve the precise depth and dimensions required for the foundation and underground structure. A gas bottle is mounted onto a hoverboard tray, transforming it into a mobile impact tool. It is then forcefully pushed forward to strike the tunnel wall from inside the bunker. After the
Take all this to build a bunker. I ain't gonna never have one, yo. I ain't gonna never have one. I'm gonna have to take somebody else's bunker. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to motherfucking, I don't know. Shit, I'm gonna have to get to the goddamn chopper, something. Cause ain't no way, I ain't gonna make it. This is a little too much for me.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
I ain't gonna have no bunker. I'm just gonna have to get to the goddamn chopper.
initial breakthrough is completed, excavation work continues on the bunker foundation. This involves digging to the required depth and dimensions to accommodate the structural base of the bunker. The surface is compacted to eliminate air pockets and increase its load-bearing capacity, ensuring a stable and level base. To reinforce the bunker foundation, rebar is cut, bent, and tied into a grid that will be embedded in the concrete. This reinforcement helps the concrete withstand external forces, such as ground pressure and shifting loads.
Whoever get this bunker got some money.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Whoever in this bunker, they got that goddamn money.
Oh my God.
And they got equipment and all kinds of shit, and like construction teams, and this nigga building a house. Like the process, insane. I ain't got it like that, people.
The concrete is carefully distributed to ensure even coverage and proper bonding with the steel reinforcement. It is then leveled and smoothed and left to cure over time, allowing it to harden and gain strength.
Oh, it's right down the tunnel. What's going on?
It is now time to prepare the vertical reinforcement for the bunker's concrete walls. This reinforcement is crucial for increasing tensile strength, enabling the walls to withstand external pressures and resist cracking. The reinforcement at the tunnel entrance is cut back to clear the entryway. This removal ensures unobstructed access while preserving the structural integrity of the surrounding reinforced sections. Moldings are installed to shape and support the concrete walls during pouring, ensuring the concrete sets to the desired shape and dimensions while providing stability and a smooth finish.
Can I just go take over a Costco?
Oh my God!
Can we just go take over a Costco or something, or a Walmart? Hell, at this point, even a fucking what's that little bullshit, Brookshire's or some shit, or I don't know. Hell, I'll take a 7-Eleven. Fuck it. It's too much work.
Concrete is poured into the installed wall moldings, maintaining a consistent flow rate to prevent interruptions that could create cold joints or weak spots. During pouring, the concrete is vibrated to help it settle and compact properly within the mold, avoiding air pockets. Proper curing helps prevent cracking and ensures the bunker walls meet the necessary durability standards to withstand environmental pressures. Gravel is poured between the exterior of the concrete walls and the surrounding soil to create a drainage bed. The area is then backfilled with the previously excavated soil.
Ah, that's why you got to keep the dirt. So you got to dig the dirt, store the dirt elsewhere, but then you got to bring the dirt back and put it back. That's a lot of work you're doing with that same dirt.
Oh my God!
That's a lot of work. I don't know.
A rebar mesh is laid across the entire surface, completing the site preparation for the subfloor concrete pour. A dry mix is laid into the footing trench to absorb residual moisture and stabilize the base before wet concrete is added. With the help of an assistant operating the digger, the concrete is distributed more efficiently around the site. Heavy rain begins during the process, complicating the pour. However, the wet conditions unintentionally aid in leveling by keeping the mix fluid and self-leveling.
But when we take the wooden shuttering we put out on the outside, that starts making the cavity drain. It's going to have a brick wall built on the edge of that. 90mm Kingspan on the walls, plus it's waterproofing. So I think we'll do the waterproofing next, shall we? These are Marie Claim bricks I bought. They all look pretty nice. They match colour-wise pretty exactly to what I've got on the house, but they are a little bit taller, but that won't matter for the downstairs layer. This is the waterproofing stuff. That goes against the wall, comes out 8mm. The water should always keep against the wall, apparently, into the tray at the bottom. So obviously this is a tuck in.
This, people, is what happens when you have too much money and too much free time. Jam, you're 100% right. Jam says, I'm thinking diversity is going to be sorely lacking in bunker society. Yes. I don't know if you see that show Fallout, but is it a lot of black people on there? I don't know. But nah. We gonna be out there like we was back in Africa, out there living in the wilds, making it off the land, making it work, taking shelter where we can. We ain't got no bunker money. I mean, Jay-Z and Beyonce will be in their little bunker. They probably already got a room bought.
The jetting hole here. So effectively that's going to be in the brickwork like that.
A tunnel arch template is fabricated using welded metal sheets.
That's the template there for the tunnel arch. So effectively these bricks are going to go round. I'll find one with a nice face, eh? But they go round like that.
A protective tent top is constructed over the work site to shield ongoing operations from weather changes.
They are really, really heavy. Just imagine trying to do all this lot in the pouring rain. Just chucking it down out there. All the water would be running down here. It'd be horrendous. Last Friday, building this tent was the best thing I've done lately. Looks like a proper archway, doesn't it? Bit of work here. Let me know in the comments. We've done the right thing spending all this time cutting this. I think I have. I think it's going to make a lot better job. So these top bricks are in place. You see my guides underneath, can't you? So they've got, that shows you the...
Not only is he building this goddamn bunker, he's trying to make it look cool, trying to make it look fancy, trying to add some fun sway to this shit. My shit to be so basic, it'll look like a goddamn prison cell. Well, I think that's the tunnel entrance. That's the goddamn tunnel entrance. But he giving it a look for whatever reason.
Brick and then the mortar. The mortar has to match all the stuff we've got here. The reason we're on that thickness of 11.6 mil is so we hit the right height at the top.
A steel ladder is constructed using welding techniques to withstand heavy use and environmental stress, ensuring it remains reliable and safe over time.
So I can do these up now. Don't know how long you're going to leave them, but that is tight.
The ladder steps are precast with concrete, providing a solid surface for footing.
Filling the bead at the edge with some mortar before we slide it in. There, you've done it, look.
The creator incorporates a
Where the fuck he get this Jeep from?
Oh my God!
Where the fuck he get this Jeep from? And what the fuck he's finna do with it? I guess we're about to find out, right? He got that money.
(1944) Ford GPW Willys Jeep, formerly used by the British Army, into the build as a symbolic gesture to create a memorable moment. It turns out the tunnel ceiling is too low to connect properly to the new bunker. To fix it, part of the existing tunnel must be dismantled to allow for
I think he did it because it's for a memorable moment. Took a 1944 classic Jeep, took it down in the ground for shits and giggles because it looked cool. They got it like that. I'm starting to think this bunker building shit is highly, highly outside my tax bracket.
Proper alignment and access. The process has to be done without any structural support underneath, so each tunnel segment is carefully removed to avoid collapse. Every step is taken with extreme caution. The realignment is considered essential to ensure a proper and stable connection between the tunnel and the new bunker.
Just watching him do this is kind of fucking with my claustrophobic shit, my claustrophobia. Also, I listen, I gotta take Xanax just to do an MRI. I gotta take Xanny. I gotta get it some microdose. Well, I gotta take that just to do an MRI because that's how claustrophobic I am. So watching this is like, ugh. Clearly, this guy don't have those problems. He could probably be one of those cave diving people or whatever.
The problem with this ground, it is just sand and stone. So the water flows straight through it. It will drain again away, all right. Lift this onto the cart like that. Pretty grim. And get down the other end. See you in a bit. Still one of the best inventions I've ever made, and the simplest. How simple is that? Just leave the hoverboard, you drive forward back. For other people that don't know what they're doing.
A ratchet strap and some timber blocks are finally used to lift the section and bring it into proper alignment, ensuring it is leveled accurately without causing any damage. The process then continues with drilling to further excavate the area.
Well, I've gone deep enough for that. With pea gravel.
The sump cavity was filled with pea gravel to promote effective drainage.
Then I assemble the last section together and get it slid down the gap. And then I fitted the final tunnel stiffening bars in. Just again to follow the correct path. I'll try and use blocks of wood and knock them across and then put the screws in. It seems to work quite well. The only problem is I do all this and then remember I need to put this panel in, so I have to take them all back out again. But never mind. The tunnel, you can see the correction we did at this other end where we went uphill at the end. I think this is absolutely awesome. But at the end of the video, we're going to show the other scanner and this scanner, and Ian's going to do some tricks.
Necessary cutouts are made, and holes are drilled around the perimeter of the steel sheet that will be used to fabricate the tunnel door. The letters T and D representing tunnel.
I think I finna skip ahead a little bit to the final product or closer to the final product. Let's skip up to when we see this shit start kind of looking like something. We're gonna skip up to it start looking like something.
Smooth rotation. To maintain functionality while preserving the hidden entrance, this solution ensures that the chimney spins smoothly without compromising its sealed connection to the burner. The pipe assembly is aligned with the chimney to safely vent smoke outside.
Secret latch, but if I pull the chimney and push it round like that, now we're slight. shut it again.
The boy got the secret passageway.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
That boy like the goddamn underground bat cave on their ass. Is that fire in that motherfucker too? Is the fire fate? What's going on here?
It's warmed up. She's working a treat. To move, you have to just tap it across. It seems to be sticking like that. Now it's hot. You see that? Also, we need a way of opening it up in this end as well, because this, at the moment, that's mega hot. I can just about I can touch this bracket all right. But I've cut the tracks here, obviously. You probably noticed no tracks anymore. The new plan for the tunnel cart is to make it so it runs on rails and on rubber wheels, right? So we don't need tracks at either end.
The main goal now is to build a remote-controlled tunnel cart that can move forward or backward on command. It also...
Who the fuck is this dude? Is this Bob the goddamn builder? Is this like the real MacGyver? He's just out here building shit. Oh, I'm just going to build a remote control vehicle that... Nigga, where the fuck you get that from? Who just builds remote control fucking custom made ass fucking vehicles?
needs built-in speed limits to ensure it's safe to ride in, reducing the risk of accidents. The chassis is cut from 3mm galvanized steel. Wheels and components are salvaged from other parts. Gears made from 2mm steel are positioned with magnets, then welded and bolted in place.
Yeah, this dude definitely not a regular dude. He ain't got no regular job. I don't know what he do for a living, but it's probably something connected to this. This ain't no regular dude. Kenny Kane said, how is he going to protect against carbon monoxide in there? He definitely got to be some kind of engineer. That's a fact. This nigga ain't no regular. This ain't regular dude shit. This ain't even regular handy dude. I know some handy ass niggas. I know some black nigga rigging Bob the building ass nigga. Tyrone the builder. I have met Tyrone the builder.
No.
I done met some black MacGyvers, but nobody this goddamn good. This nigga ain't just a regular nigga.
A drive cog is welded to a shaft for the drivetrain. A double wheel hub is assembled, and the shaft is machined on a lathe to complete the axle. A speed controller is installed onto the tunnel cart. This particular model is fully programmable, allowing adjustments to top speed, acceleration, braking force, and regenerative braking.
Turn it on. Stop. Come back to me. Seems to be handling the bend all right. So we can get rid of these rails now. Don't worry, I have no idea what I'm doing. After everything I've done so far, I'm just having a go. That's what I do. There's probably someone out there timing, laughing at what I'm doing right now, right? Thinking he knows nothing, and that is because I don't. Never be scared to have a go at stuff. That's my motto. Obviously, when I read the comments, I realise where I went wrong on the ad. And I'm quite glad because I'm already using way more tile adhesives. I know I should have started at the back corner of the room, not this edge here, but the reasoning behind
The final adjustments are carried out to complete this incredible project.
same stuff I used to fasten the tiles down on the floor. put it at the back, squidged it in by pushing it in. Oh, round, in. Floor looks now, needs a bit more of a clean.
Okay, people. Let's not act like we not impressed. I'm highly impressed. Candy says, my dad worked for a while in construction. He did all the home upgrades, including building the garage. This is many levels above that. Yeah. I've seen some people put some stuff together. I've seen some people repair. I watched my house get built, but they, this do good. This do good, especially if it seems like of course, he can't operate the big machines and stuff, but outside of that, he's pretty much doing a lot of this shit himself.
But as you can see, it's looking pretty good. It's all done in the cupboard. It's all done up to the tunnel. Want to get this finished, but we've run out of time on this video. But anyway, toilets work. A quick look at the step of how she's looking. I think that looks absolutely spot on. So we've got a bit of a time. That just pushes up. It does expand. Like I say, this isn't necessarily the stuff I want to use. I wanted to use the galvanised stuff, but I just wanted to get this thing working for now, somehow.
A ventilation system is assembled to improve indoor air circulation. Ventilation is set up, but the space is still not cooled sufficiently, especially during gatherings. Therefore, cold air is planned to be added to improve cooling. The Jeep's front panel is being worked on, with the cold air intake planned for installation. The grille of a Jeep is made from 6mm thick metal because the flared and rolled edges found on a real Jeep require specialized press tools to replicate.
Need a way of opening it up in this end as well.
So that's what he needed the Jeep for. He just knew he was going to need the Jeep. Now, after skipping parts of the video and going God knows how long into it, now the Jeep makes sense. Or it don't really make sense, but we're going to see what he's finna do with it. He ain't gonna tell us, Candy. You know he gonna keep his secrets, his little rich white secrets. He gonna tell us to mind our po ass business.
What's this at the moment? That's mega hot. I can just about touch this bracket all right. At the step of how she's looking.
To improve indoor air circulation. Ventilation is set up, but the space is still not cooled sufficiently, especially during gatherings. Therefore, cold air is planned to be added to improve cooling. The Jeep's front panel is being worked on, with the cold air intake planned for installation. The grille of a Jeep is made from 6mm thick metal because the flared and rolled edges found on a real Jeep require specialized press tools to replicate.
She is mounted. That is solid. Black to red. So that's the best I can do. I've put some bits of paper over the light. It does look cool, doesn't it? Right, I've run out of time in this episode. I wanted to get it all finished and working, but it'll be another 2 weeks before this actually comes out then. Obviously, if you like this video, you want to see more, don't forget to subscribe. And
This nigga up here talking about making shit that look cool. And yes, that look cool as fuck. All right, motherfucker. That look cool as fuck. You ain't got shit on us like this. This boy like the white Anton Daniels. Just shitting on us. On our poor asses. So just like you gotta shit on our poor asses, man. Let us be great in our brokenness. Can we just be great in our poverty? Let us prosper in our poverty, you know? But no. So we saw a this guy do his man-made bunker. It was definitely still above the average citizen, obviously. But the super elite, they not even do all that work. No, not at all. So let's see how the super elite do it. Before we get to that, though, let me go ahead and run one of these real quick.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBeStreaming. Any donation would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Give a nigga a break. Anyway, back to Insomnia Theater. B is for bunkers, $1 billion bunkers to be exact. Let's check out and see how the lifestyles of the rich and famous. Let's see how they gonna survive the apocalypse. Let's see how we gonna compare our apocalyptic experience to their apocalypse experience. We gonna be all eat barbecue rats and chocolate covered cockroaches. Fighting a big Jamaican dude with a machete over who gonna sleep on a pissy mattress. That's gonna be our experience. Let's see how the rich and famous. Let's see how LeBron James and Elon Musk and all them gonna be living.
Imagine this. We're in the future, and the apocalypse has just started. Yellowstone's supervolcano has erupted and has sent the world into a doomsday scenario. The ash.
Yo, this some dramatic ass music, yo. This some dramatic ass shit. It ain't. It's like kind of. It's dramatic on that level, but it's better because you know it got a little more bass to it. There's like, and mine's got more horns. But it got the same effect. I like it. I like it a lot.
Blocks out the sun for months upon months, which leaves little food for people to fight over. What would you want to be doing in that situation? Would you want to be out in the toxic elements fighting off people? Or would you rather be in the luxurious bunkers of Vivos Europa? If you have around $5 million sitting around just waiting to be spent, why don't you go check out the Vivos Europa bunkers? The bunker complex is regarded as very similar.
Say what? $5 million. $5 million.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
I forgot these are rich people problems we talking about here. This is not our tax bracket, but we're just gonna watch it just for entertainment purposes only. It inspired us for this to possibly be our future when the shit hit.
To an underground cruise ship for the elite. Features everything you'll ever need to survive an apocalypse. If you have around $5 million sitting around just waiting to be spent, why don't you go check out the Vivos Europa bunkers? The bunker complex is regarded as very similar to an underground cruise ship for the elite. Features everything you'll ever need to survive an apocalypse of any kind. Before we get into this video, please hit that like button and subscribe to stay updated on this luxury content. Also, make sure to hit that notification bell to get notified every time I post a video. Now, let's get into the most luxurious bunker on the planet. Located in Rothenstein, Germany, the Vivos Europa is a bunker deep down in a limestone mountain enclosed by a heavily guarded wall and gate. Once the gates are locked, the only way in or out of the property is by helicopter, which is provided by Vivos. This is one of the most fortified.
Damn, so if something happened in the world where the copters get shot down or the copters don't work or something just happened and the fuel ain't good or I don't know, it's monsters flying in the sky, knocking shit out the sky. Whatever some shit happened, the helicopters ain't the option. That mean you stuck in that bitch? I need more than one way out of any fucking thing. My house got a back door and a front door. And also a garage door. And several windows if shit really get real and I'm in a goddamn pickle. Oh my God. But helicopters being your only way, y'all don't got no tunnel for vehicles or no tunnel so we can run up out that bitch. I don't even like the planet so far. I don't like the planet. They too worried about being bougie than being fucking practical. If I'm paying $5 million for the spot, I want my bouginess, so keep the helicopter. But you know what? I think they do got other exit. They just can't tell us about them because they don't want to keep all their secrets out. You look, see, I'm high and I'm old, but I'm not crazy. That's what's going on, people. They can't tell us all the secret sauces. You know what I'm saying? It's an intel thing. It's OPSEC, Operation Security.
And massive underground survival shelters on Earth with over 76 acres of secured blast-proof living areas. It was originally built by the Soviets during the Cold War for munition and missile warehousing, but was purchased by the German government after the Cold War ended, and then was purchased by the one and only Robert Vicino. The facility can withstand a substantial close-range nuclear blast, a direct airplane crash, biological and chemical agents, shock waves, earthquakes, tsunamis, electromagnetic pulses, and virtually any armed attack. Collectively, there are over 5 kilometers or 3.1 miles of continuous tunnel chambers. All areas are located behind 2 separate nuclear blast and radiation-proof vehicle entrances, so you're pretty secure when the doors are closed. Right now, it is invitation only, but you can sign up for a spot if you can afford it. Members arrive to Vivos at their own discretion prior to lockdown.
Invitation only. No niggas allowed. Even if you got the money.
Emotional damage.
Get away from my bunker. Gotta fly yourself there. You gotta get there. So when you hear the apocalypse about to hit, the rich elite probably gonna know about it way before us. So they hit up their private jets and get taken to their facility.
Landing in private planes at nearby airports. Each family that has secured a plot for a bunker is provided with a private 2,500 square feet of floor area, capable of 2-story improvements for a total of 5,000 square feet of private living quarters.
My house ain't nowhere near 5,000 square feet of living quarters.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
All y'all rich people on YouTube, y'all house 500 square feet? Mine sure as fuck ain't. You said 5,000, right? Make sure. I don't want to be tripping.
For a total of 5,000 square feet of private living quarters. Each family will hire their own architect and contractor to build out their living quarters to the custom standard they desire. Some of the bunkers already in the ground are insane and will make you feel like you're not even in a bunker. Vivos also offers common areas that can be enjoyed by all guests in Vivos Europa, which include roadways, restaurants, bakeries, brewery and pubs, a wine cellar, community meeting rooms, prayer.
Got restaurants in there. They better not have no Cheesecake Factory. You know how the ladies act about Cheesecake Factory. Going on, CJ? What's good, man? Yeah, you know they can't have no Cheesecake Factory there.
Rooms and chapels, TV and radio stations, communication center, security and detention center, biological and chemical filtration system, mechanical repair shop, decontamination showers, private offices, pet kennels, a hair salon, theaters, and a fully equipped hospital. All underground rooms are served by 2 fully customized.
So the rich people, they got the post-apocalyptic bunker, and they got hair salons and that shit. We gonna be out there on the streets, man, trying to motherfucking eat some motherfucking barbecue, fucking domestic cat. We out there eating raccoons and shit. We out there motherfucking looking at family pets like, I'm sorry, gruff and meow. I got to eat. And they down there in they bunker. In that bunker. Going to restaurants and the hair salon. CJ says, why you do these late ass streams? You don't know? This is Insomniac Theater. For all my insomniacs out there, this is Teen No Sleep. We up, baby. For all the night owls, the night shift workers, the motherfuckers who just mind wake up. Once the sun go down, they mind just go into overdrive. Those people, they gotta take a hot bath and drink some milk just to go to sleep.
Climate and ventilation systems. There's also a self-contained water and power generation system with 3 diesel generators, including a redundant backup system that assures autonomous operation of the underground shelter without support from the outside world. Vivos will provide each living quarters with power lines, plumbing for water and sewage, HVAC systems, communication lines, security systems, internet, and closed-circuit systems. They will also provide the electric transportation vehicles and trams, armored security vehicles, helicopters, protective suits and apparatus, offices and warehouses, a security center, the rail spur and maintenance station, farming, fishing, and hunting equipment, and boats and rafts. The original cost of the complex was estimated at over $240 million, with a replacement value of approximately $1.2 billion. The shelter will also include a collection of zoological species and an archive of the most precious treasures and artifacts in the world. Also, if you want, you can submit a DNA sample they can preserve to protect the genomes of millions of donors in a modern-day Hall of Records. After seeing this video and looking into Vivos Europa, do you think it'd be worth it?
They want y'all genomes, nigga. They want y'all genomes. My boy Tyrone said, fuck that, G. You not getting my genomes. Nigga, you not getting my gnomes. Get your own gnomes, nigga. Get your own gnomes. You don't get my gnomes, nigga.
We can't make this shit up. We can't make this shit up.
See, they out here plotting on brothers. It's a conspiracy. They're out here trying to get y'all genomes, y'all gnomes, and y'all falling for the okie doke. See, I ain't falling for that shit. I ain't the one. We ain't doing it over here, man. Y'all can fall for that shit, but nah. I don't know, man. That was quite humbling. Shout out to all the brokies. Maybe we can find like a bootleg, affordable. Doomsday bunkers, maybe. Something, you know, that this video looks scary. He says affordable. He says okay, we got one. Fuck it, let's check it out. It says for sale for $35,000. $35,000, not too bad for the survival of your family, people.
This former military base is now home to the world's largest doomsday community.
$35,000 gets you the bunker forever.
Hidden in the Black Hills of South Dakota, over 575 underground bunkers cover an area over half the size of Manhattan, like this one behind me.
How long could you survive in here with the supplies that you have?
Pretty much we could stay in here if we had to for a year.
What do you think the most likely scenario for people actually having to use these bunkers is?
We are Karen May. We used to travel on airplanes, but now we live in a van. Our current mission is to travel to all 50 states, and along the way, we're seeking out some of the most unique places in the U.S.
So, we're not really sure what we're getting ourselves into today. I'd say we're about as far away from doomsday preppers as you can get. We don't have any food stored up or weapons or equipment, nothing for the end times. We're both super optimistic people by nature, so in general, we just assume that most things are going to work out. I don't exactly expect to fit in at X point, but that's one of the great things about travel. It allows you to be pushed a little outside of your comfort zone.
Ta-da! Kara, I'm actually impressed.
Me too.
And interact with people who may see the world a little differently than you do.
drive to the southwestern corner of the state to a place called Evo's X Point, and we're meeting up with a man named Dante. 2 days ago, this area got an unexpected 14 inches of snow.
Oh, yes, we made it. That's definitely the most we've ever put these all-terrain tires to the test.
So we jumped in Dante's four-wheel drive Jeep for a tour around the property.
What were these used for?
This was originally called the Black Hills Ordnance Depot. The U.S. military had built this place to house ordnance of all kinds, bombs mostly, but every single one of these bunkers was filled to the brim with munitions and ordnance to support the U.S. and her allies in World War II. So that's part of the reason why they're also so far apart. If one of them had an explosion on the inside, the whole thing might go off, but they didn't want to change.
Vivos, people. They like the umbrella corp of the real world. I had to go back and double check real quick, but Vivos was the same people that made that luxury bunker too. And now this place they're going to calls Vivos something. It's got to be the same Vivos. And I think this Vivos guy knows something we don't know. And he had just cornered the market in bunkers. We saw his luxuries. Now I guess we finna see the one for the more common folk. Listen. Let's see what they cost, man.
Reaction, so they put them 400 feet apart from one another. And this is F block, so there's all these different blocks where these kind of groupings of bunkers that the government had decided as they were planning this whole property out. We've currently sold out in F block, and so all of these bunkers are sold or even being lived in right now.
Do people live full-time here?
Yeah. There's some full-time residents here, about 8 or 9, 10 families that live out here full time. It's offered at a price point that a lot of people can afford. $35,000 gets you the bunker forever.
So much snow.
Yeah,
Wow.
acoustics are crazy. So this is what all of them look like. So they all start out as.
So they're all
pretty much, yeah.
1944.
That's crazy.
Those are the people who were working here back in the 40s.
If I was going to live in this place for a year, the first thing I would have to do is figure out sound.
3,500. That's a nice size bunker. Obviously, you gotta do a lot of conversion and converting to get it livable and do certain things. But just for sturdiness and size, it's not a bad deal. I don't know how much it'll take to give it the stuff you need to be in there. And like I said, when it comes to shit like that, I'm not particularly handy, so I have to pay to do a lot of it myself. But $35,000 is not bad.
Dampening. I can't even hear myself think. That this is like the strongest echo I've ever heard in my life.
What's the significance of the location?
We're pretty much right in the middle, east to west of the U.S. They just didn't want this to be a target, an easy target. We're able to, benefit from that exact same rationale because, thank God, these structures are still here. We can use them in the same kind of mindset. Only instead of protecting bombs, we're protecting people now.
Yeah.
Initially, we didn't even own the property. There were some ranchers that had owned it. It's still an active cattle ranch.
Oh.
So there's still several hundred Black Angus cattle out here. So now we're going to go down the muddy road, but it's all right. I got it.
You even got some fucking burgers out there. If shit get real, you got to come up for a little bit, fuck up some cows, do what you got.
Oh my God!
Do what you got to do. Survival. You got to survive.
Jeep.
Woo!
Oh,
Famous last words.
No, it's all good. Let's do it.
Nice.
You have to know how to drive out here, that's for sure.
Real quick, we want to say a big thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring this video and keeping Shark. But it be to unlock content completely new, so there's no risk.
Wow, the echo is already like...
It's so much better, right?
It's almost gone.
So coming in here, these are the 2 front bedrooms. This one is a little bit different of a floor plan, but bedrooms here could also be multi-purpose. Could be an office, could be an exercise room. Through here is the main room. So we'd have, living, dining. That corner would be our kitchen. The reason why we have that there is because we don't want to keep cutting that wall all the way up to the ceiling if we don't have to, but then that also allows us to now put a platform on top of that. That becomes storage. So in here is going to be the master bathroom. It's another bedroom or multi-purpose. And again, 2 more bedrooms. Back here is the master suite.
So if there was some kind of disaster for whatever reason that you would want to come stay here, you would just be able to live pretty much normally except for...
But he ain't said, I don't think the $35,000 covers that. The $35,000 just give you that butt naked bunker. If I'm not mistaken, $35,000 getting you the butt naked bunker from the very beginning. That hollow big concrete room with the echoes and shit.
Not being able to leave. Like you'd have power and water.
Yeah, right. You would have a generator. You might have solar.
Wow, so you really have the setup in these. Like you wouldn't be roughing it very much at all.
No. So this is not super biased. Wait, what?
You want one?
So this is one of my prides and joy. So that is a escape door. I designed it from scratch. And the reason why we have this is because, again, when the government came in, you only need that one roll-up door in the front. You put your stuff in, close it from the outside, lock it from the outside, and that's it. Now that we're considering, people living in here, it changes the dynamic of that a lot.
Trying to keep your Jeep as clean as possible over here, but
good luck.
On the website, there was like an application
Yes.
if you wanted to buy a bunker.
Yes.
And it asked you what skills you had. So is there a vetting process for who can buy one?
We want to know that the people we're bringing in are, to the extent that we can vet them and find out on our own, that they are sound and, they'd be safe people to be around and they're safe to bring into these communities as well.
So we've been hanging out for a little while. You think we'd make the cut?
I don't know about Kara, but you, she's a little out there. No, I'm just kidding.
I had 0 of the skills that are on the website. I was like, oh, let's see. And I read them all. 0.
Just having a good attitude about it, a good personality is enough to get you by.
I got that.
Get on our personality.
I'm also really good at cleaning. We have a very tidy bunker.
What do you think the most likely scenario for people actually having to use these bunkers is?
I think this past year was a pretty good example of why you would want to move out here in a hurry. This would be a place to retreat to if, major urban centers got, compromised in some way. International tensions could be a big thing in the near future. Again, I try not to focus on it as much as I can because I'm way more stoked on just making this out here.
Oh yeah, that's heavy.
Yeah, it's
That's
about
a big door.
It's about 1,200 pounds.
Oh, that's crazy. So you've got this 4-inch thick concrete door. And
James says not vetting people for bunker approval. Yeah, man, they got to make sure you deserve to motherfucking survive. Also, they got to make sure they're not letting in the riffraff. They can't be. Think about it, Bone Keisha. What if Bone Keisha ran across some money from a car accident, slip and fall in Walmart, and she want to buy a bunker? If you don't vet and background check, you got Bone Keisha and her baby kids, Nug Nug Julia, Lil Ice Pick, and Tay Tay running around the facilities on some fuck shit. You trying to sleep in your bunker and you hear some noise. Bone Keisha, Keisha, bitch, bring your ass outside. Who the fuck beating on my bunker at 2 a.m.? It's your baby daddy. Ice Pick, Senior. Do you really want that during your post-apocalyptic times? Do you really want that while you trying to survive?
Then once you get inside, it just looks like a normal house. Hello.
So these were built to withstand internal and external blast pressures, shock waves from any potential, attack. Now, I mean, this can withstand pretty much any natural disaster that comes at it from the outside. So this one can come inside.
Wow. Oh, so this one has a different layout than the last one.
Slightly. We just went with a more industrial kitchen just because stainless will last. You don't have to worry about it. Full-size bathroom, full-size shower, one that I could even stand up in. You have your bedroom areas in here. This one actually has an ensuite bathroom. Back here would be kind of a workshop area.
This one feels more utilitarian.
It is. This is the fuel storage. Yeah. So 18 55-gallon drums of diesel.
And how long would this much fuel run the generator?
Upwards of 6 months.
So the owner's not here, and we don't know how to turn on the generator, which is why we just did that tour in the dark.
I still don't subscribe to the total Armageddon on a personal level just because it doesn't really sit well with me, and it doesn't do me any good to occupy my mind with that. We wouldn't be doing this project if there wasn't the interest and the market for this kind of product, for this solution to that problem, right? But I think how we approach that can be a lot more interesting and a lot more positive and wholesome than just, well, world's gonna end someday and you better wish you had, I can't buy into that, dude. I can't sell that.
Well, we appreciate the tour.
Yes, thank you, Dante.
We'll see you in the morning.
Of course, sounds good.
If I'm being honest, before coming here, I really didn't get it. But after today, I can definitely see how this could appeal to some people. These bunkers really aren't that expensive, especially if you think of them as real estate.
All I have to say is before coming here, it wasn't even close to being on my radar to ever having something like a bunker to hide out in, but Dante was a really cool guy, and he just made it seem so why wouldn't you?
Kara is one of those people that buys all of the things at the checkout at the grocery store. She's very easily sold things, is what I'm trying to say.
What's actually really funny is how many similarities there are between our van and these bunkers.
Inside of the finished bunker today, all of the electrical and water were just like jumbo-sized components of what we have in the van.
That's exactly what happened to the one in our van.
Really?
Under the sink in our van,
Yep.
it split the exact same way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Something you probably don't have on your van, though, is a nuclear, biological, and chemical air filter.
All right, instead of a roof rack, we'll be installing one of these.
So Dante told us that the whole F block has been bought out, and that's about 60 bunkers. And now that they know.
Damn, yo, they done sold the F block. I don't even know what that means. Did they have an A, B, C, D, E block? If they did, they making money over there. They down to F.
Know that people are interested in this and they can sell more. They're starting to make future plans for this place. And apparently they have all these plans to make like a gym, a bar, a restaurant, an indoor pool, all kinds of fun stuff. I don't know. It sounds like a really fun community to be a part of.
Check out girl. That's what we'll call it. Today was not at all what I expected. I expected a lot more talk about the end of the world and to feel judged for not thinking it was necessary to.
Yeah, nigga. Nobody ain't got time for no bunker bonkeishas, man. Nobody ain't got time. I know I don't. Y'all might, but I ain't got time. You got drive-bys at the bunker. So the bunkers was pretty cool. They was pretty dope. But you do know, like, before you get to the bunker, right? Before you get to the bunker, you might have some other problems you need to take care of. And everybody bunker's not going to be in their backyard. A lot of people have their house in the city, and if they get some land out somewhere, and they might build a bunker. Now they might not live on that land, but they plan a route to the land. Now, honestly, if you got to get on the highway to get to your land, you better know about the apocalypse really early before someone else. But because the highway is going to get jammed up. But if you don't have to get on the highway to get to your land, you might be good. But, you know, depending on what happened, how shit going down, you might have to walk to your land, to your bunker. You might have to hike it to your bunker. And that, my friend, is where what we about to discuss next come into place. And that's having the ultimate bug out bag. Sorry, I'm sick. I know I sound very nasally, but the ultimate bug out bag. Let's check it out. And if you're not familiar with what a bug out bag is, is a bag that you keep ready to just grab and bug out. You keep the bag packed with certain things. There are sometimes standards and guidelines to it. That's what we're finna talk about now. I never see any preppers design their bug out bags identical, but there are always going to be a lot of overlapping things in the bug out bag. So we finna watch the channel. This channel, a guy named Rob Benson. He says the ultimate bug out bag items you need for survival, preparedness, and real world use.
You know, the world is unstable, and
we don't see what this guy talking about. I don't really know.
You know, the world is unstable, and I'm going to show you.
I don't really know his background, but we're gonna learn today. Yeah, bug out bags, a crucial component to, like I said, you see in the news, oh shit, baby, this shit's really happening. What are we gonna do? Grab your fucking bag. And you got a bug out bag for you, your old lady, kid. Everybody got a bug out bag pack. And you don't touch them. You don't use the stuff in your bug out bag. You're supposed to stay ready to rock. Just throw it on your back. Get the fuck out of there. Peel out. But let's see what go in that shit, though. Because you ain't going to make it to the bunker sometimes without this.
What to keep in your bug out setup. This will include concealed carry, both. You know, the world is unstable, and I'm going to show you what to keep in your bug out setup. This will include concealed carry, both my Eberly stock carbine ready fade adapt pack and the Recon modular bino pack. This is a non-food setup, which means I'm not going to go over what food to carry in this video. And as you're about to see right here, this fits my Daniel Defense PCC. It's a 9mm.
Non-food setup. Nah. We need to watch a more common man setup. You already showed us 2 pistols. I'm not gonna the average person is not gonna have the 2 pistols you already pulled out and and pull that thing out too. We need to know a more. Yeah, see, this guy is a try hard. He try hard us, yo. Now, we need a more practical bug out bag fucking example. Something we can fucking follow, something we can like aspire to do. Because Mr. Stream is over there. Mr. Gun Crazy. Ain't nobody got time for that. We'll try this guy.
So not too long ago, I posted a
We'll get this guy a shot.
video about the recent hurricane we had. So not too long ago, I posted a video about the recent hurricane we had and the just devastation that it caused. And it left a lot of people without just the basic necessities to survive. And I was flooded from that video, flooded with comments and a lot of questions about, okay, Brian, if I had to prepare a bag in case of some kind of disaster, whether it's hurricane, a flood, fire, maybe it's a man-made disaster like a without the rule of law, societal breakdown, EMP attack, something like that, then what kind of things would you pack into a go bag where you can just grab a bag and get out quickly if you had to? And so what I want to do today is share with you my top items that I put in a go bag and want to have ready to go and prepared. And I'll try to leave links for all this stuff down below. Now, this is going to be for an individual, not for a family or many people. I will talk about some of the things that I include in here and some other options. So if you are bringing a family with you, things you might need to consider if you have other people. So anyway, I want to go ahead and jump right in.
They better have their own little bug out bags. Now it's going to be proportionate. Like a kid got a Keys backpack size one. You know, I got the big one. My wife got a smaller one, but it's bigger than the kid one. And I got a 16-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a 25-year-old. They got the same size bug out bag as me. Fuck that. But I don't need to carry enough for them. But what I need to protect them and keep myself alive, they gonna have their own little shit. Everybody got bug out bags for everybody. Even the cat. The cat got a bug out bag.
And show you what's in the go bag. All right, so I want to start with the backpack itself. This is the 511. This is the Rush 24. This is the 2.0 version, and this is my favorite all-around backpack. And I have a video on this that I'll link below. But it has so many pockets all around on this thing. It's comfortable. It's heavy duty. And you know, if you are trying to bug out, you don't want your backpack to break and all your stuff just to spill out. So anyway, so this is the backpack. And obviously, it doesn't really matter really what backpack, as long as it's pretty sturdy. But this is one I certainly recommend. And you can check that other video out. It's more in detail on this. But I want to set this aside and talk about the stuff that we put inside. All right, so I'm going to try to do this by category. Shelter first. So this is one of the most important things you're going to need. So if you have to bug out and you're in the woods for some amount of time or anything like that, or it's raining, you've got to have some way to have shelter for you or your family. The other thing I'll say real quick about this is, you know, you might obviously have to adjust this on how many people that are with you. If it's just you yourself, this might be different than if it's a whole family. But this is something you need to think about. I've just got this kind of tarp right here. It's got this thermal backing on it. I like the green, so if you do need to be somewhat camouflaged, that's great. This is very thin right here. So anyway, that's very important, I think, to have. And you might need some kind of paracord. Certainly part of this whole kit. I mean, it's like almost a necessary thing. Whether you have like 20 feet like this, or I've got 100 feet here. So whatever you choose to carry, again, how many people you have, but definitely get some paracord and have that in your kit. A couple other things it's easy to throw in, just a basic kind of emergency poncho like this. And then
you know, be able to run. JM says that bag is too small. I don't pack light. I need a bug out suitcase. You gonna be able to run with that shit? You gonna be able to carry that shit? I believe in this. What I believe in my zombie apocalypse shit. If you can carry that shit without slowing us down, go for it. But if you carrying too much and you can't keep up, you're gonna have to lighten your load or get your ass left behind.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Here is an emergency thermal blanket. So anyway, so they don't take up much room, but they could be life-saving, just to keep the rain off of you, and certainly at night, be able to slip into this, keep you warm. And there's other things you're gonna have to do in shelter. This is just to use this to hang this up between two trees. This is just skill knowledge, and that's beyond the scope of the purpose of this video. But certainly shelter is going to be a big piece of this kit. All right, so after shelter, you're going to have water somehow to have water, and you're going to have to bring some kind of canteen, clean canteen, or something else like this with you. And of course, you're going to need to have a way to purify water. Got a life straw here, so really handy to have these life straws, and you can just drink. I mean, put this in dirty water, maybe even contaminated water. It says it removes, let's see, 99.999999% of bacteria. So filters.
So what he's saying is that we could take that dirty ass, that life straw thing, right? And just drink out a dirty ass pond or a dirty ass ditch.
No, God, please, no, 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 no!
I think that's what he's saying. And I think that's what it looked like in the picture. What's the name of this product? There we go. I'm gonna have to look into this product for later. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this product real quick.
All right, so after shelter, you're going to have water somehow to have water, and you're going to have to bring some kind of canteen, clean canteen, or something else like this with you. And of course, you're going to need to have a way to purify water. Got a life straw here, so really handy to have these life straws, and you can just drink. I mean, put this in dirty water, maybe even contaminated water. It says it removes, let's see, 99.999999% of bacteria.
You know how we do it over there at something at the end. We ain't got no structure. We ain't got no plan. We kind of all over the place, just like we can't sleep. I gotta know about this life straw. Never heard of this shit. Let's see if it is what he said it is. If so, we're gonna get back to the video, because this life straw shit is game changer. Niggas don't never trust nothing. Niggas don't trust shit. JM says, I never heard of this miracle water purification product. Come on, JM. There you go, Candy. There go Candy, the goddamn Candy with the dandy. She says, I heard of it, but oh shit. I done hype Candy up. Damn, she another non-trusting ass nigga. Oh my God. I might buy one and try it out, but I gotta see this dude test it. I'm gonna see what I can drink. Can I like make lemon juice then use it in lemon juice taste like water or some shit? Cause I ain't drinking nothing nasty. Maybe I'll make like, I don't know, take like some nasty coffee grain and grind it up all like without boiling it properly and make the water dirty and then drink through the filter. And see, my thing is how many uses you get out of per straw, because can you clean the filter and keep using it, or you gotta carry like a bunch of these around? But we finna find out because I got a video right here. Tested Lifestyle personal water filter, but if I like what he's talking about, it ain't not super expensive. I think I'll buy one. I think I'll buy one out and I'll fuck around and test one live. Oh hell no! See, Candy Cane want to kill a nigga.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
I can tell you's that bad little kid. Candy, you got any younger brothers by any chance? You giving me the vibes of that big sister that have younger brothers and be having them do real fuck shit for your enjoyment. And they be guinea pigging shit and tasting shit and testing shit. And then you laugh when they fucking catch a rash or spit that shit out or something. JM says, why they not giving them out in third world countries? How you know they ain't? How you know they ain't giving them out the third world country? How you know this nigga right here don't have 10 of these?
Boom boom.
For all you know, that nigga got 10 of those straws. But let's see what the fucking straws do, though. Let's see what they do. Then after we see what they do, we're going to price check them, and then we're going to get back to the bug out bag video because I'm still interested with what's else in the bug out bag. But I done got distracted by these straws.
Hey everybody, Mike here. I wanted to do a quick review today on these little life straws I just recently picked up. We've been going through and trying to add items to our kit to make sure we're prepared for more situations that might arise, especially with natural disasters seeming like they get closer and closer to home these days. Not to mention all the problems that come up in the world nowadays. You just never know. So we've really taken a liking to some of the emergency preparedness, and life straw was one of the things on our list that we wanted to try. Now, like with anything we usually typically get, we like to try these things out first instead of just sticking them in a box somewhere and hoping that they're there and they work when the time or need arises. So let's go and get one of these out of the package. We're going to try this thing out today, and I'll see if I can come up with some first impressions on this. This is not a product I've ever used before, so I don't have a lot of knowledge other than what the website says. So basically what you've got here is this little straw like you see. The one end here is where you suck your water through. This is the end you'll stick in your water source to be able to draw that water through the tube and have the clean water come out. Now it does have this little lanyard here as well, so you could wear.
They sell them on Amazon.
No.
I tell no lies. They sell them on Amazon. I put it in lifestyles for sale. And yeah. The brand is Lifestraw. And they got like 4-packs and shit for $52, $77. They got this one 4-pack for this another brand. Because Lifestraw is the brand name, obviously. But you know they're gonna make different ones. I'm guessing Lifestraw is the top brand, but they got another brand called Membrane Solutions. Membrane, like a membrane. Membrane Solutions. And they got a couple other brands. Because the thing about it is like, can't let people have a monopoly of some shit. But yeah, you can get Lifestyles on Amazon. I don't think none. They even got like a Lifestraw filter, a water bottle that's like a water filter. But they do definitely got Lifestyle personal water filters. I think these the same kind he about to use. When we do the and that nigga drinking off some nasty looking water. I just saw a little advertisement on Amazon for these, and that water he had the thing in the video, which I didn't watch though. Ain't no way he drank that dirty water. Look at this shit.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
I'm gonna find out, man. I'm gonna find out.
wear this around your neck. What really drew me to these and what I like about them is they come in at an extremely good value for what they are. It only weighs about 2 ounces. They'll fit in just about any backpack. They're easy to take with you when you're traveling. And then this particular one's good for up to 1,000 gallons of water. That's a ton of water. I'll probably never run that much water through one of these straws, but that's what they're rated at. And then not to mention they don't have an expiration date either. So that's also a huge plus. Now, when it comes to what this thing can filter, it can go down to 0.02 microns. It filters out 99.99999 something percent of all the bacteria that you might come across. So you're going to test this.
So you could get what did he say, 1,000 gallons of water out of that one straw? Why the fuck they sell them in 4-packs? Maybe be something for, I mean, I guess you got to afford last a nigga for life. I don't know. Let's see what number he said.
99999 something percent of all the bacteria that you might come. This thing can filter. It can go down to 0.02 microns in gallons of water. That's a ton of water. 2 ounces. They'll fit in just about any backpack. They're easy to take with you when you're traveling. And then this particular one's good for up to 1,000 gallons of water. That's a ton of water. I'll probably never run that much water through one of these straws, but that's what they're rated at. And then not to mention they don't have an expiration date either. So that's also a huge plus. Now, when it comes to what this thing can filter, it can go down to 0.02 microns. It filters out 99.
I think he said 1,000. Yeah, I think he said 1,000. He's just talking fast. 1,000. That's a lot of water. And that's like I said, they sell them on Amazon in 4-packs for like $77. That's 4,000 gallons of water you can filter and drink. Yeah, I probably like, I don't know. I'm real paranoid. I'll probably get like 2 4-packs. And I think me and my family be good to drink, you know. But let's see how this shit works though.
0.99999 something percent of all the bacteria that you might come across. So we're going to test this thing out. We just recently had a big rain come through, so I grabbed some fresh water out of the creek. This probably isn't the dirtiest water you'll ever come across, but that's probably not something I'm ever going to drink at any given moment unless I'm just that desperate. So here goes nothing. Let's go and try this thing out, see what we got.
That boy finna drink creek water. You know the little kids be pissing in the creek.
What the hell?
You know little Tim pissing in the creek.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
This looks about white to me. This looks about white.
I'll let you know what I think of the water after I've tasted it. The first thing you're supposed to do when you do this is the first couple sips you take, you're supposed to spit out. And that's probably just to have any kind of whatever's in the filter. That way you don't ingest whatever's coming out of that filter for that first initial drink. So here we go. Do that one more time. Okay, take a drink this time. It's not the best water I've ever tasted, but it's also not the worst either. Take that for what it's worth. When you're done.
That boy was acting real thirsty. That boy was acting thirsty as hell. He was hitting that shit like a milkshake.
With this thing, they say it's important to go ahead and blow out whatever remaining water might be in this. So let's go ahead and do that now. And it almost kind of feels like I'm blowing into a one-way check valve. I couldn't really get any air to go through that, but they say that's good to do before you store the unit again. And not to mention, if you get any kind of clogging from this end, you can clear that clog out. The other important thing to note about this is when you're done with it, you're supposed to leave both the caps off like this and let this thing dry out completely before you close your caps and put it back in storage. So overall, my initial impressions on this are that I believe it's going to work just like they advertise. These guys are kind of the OG in the business. I believe they're one of the first companies to ever come out with a concept like this. This particular straw here has been out for over a decade and still going strong. They've got some newer stuff out. I know they got.
Yo, it shows how disconnected we are as black people. This shit been out for a decade. This shit's available on Amazon. And I had no idea it fucking existed.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
This shit been out over a decade. And I had no idea it existed. And white folks weren't gonna tell us. Salute to this white man for making this video. He probably did. See, this why insomniac theater matters. This why that insomniac brain that's all over the place at late hours of the night matter. I probably done introduced some of y'all either watching now or in the replay game to some shit you never heard of, because I never heard of this. We all know they got this thing there, 1,000 gallons of water we could drink from anywhere safely. Allegedly. I'm not a spokesperson for this project, but so far it looks good. I'm just saying. You know, all we knew was you gotta boil your water. You gotta run it through some coal or run it through some rocks. All that caveman level shit. No. Get you a motherfucking light straw, my nigga.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
JM says we never heard about it because this shit probably don't work. If you ain't ready to drink bare pea water, do you want to live? Listen, that's why you need the light straw. It's gonna clear out all the pee. Give you nothing but the water. JM said, is this FDA or CDC approved? Probably not, nigga. But so it's a lot of that stuff we fuck with regularly. It's not shit. These edibles I be eating probably not FDA or CDC approved, but I eat one just about every goddamn night.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
2.0 version. It's got some different additional features on it as well. But at the price you can pick these up at, especially when you can buy them in a 1, 2, 5, even I believe a 10 pack, you can't go wrong with these. If you're looking for a new thing to add to your emergency kit,
I'm not quite done with that. I'm quite intrigued. But let me run something real quick.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBe Streaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
Meet the reimagined Lifestruck.
Oh no. They got this brother, this is a paid commercial. They got this brother drinking off the ground. I don't know how much we can trust this. We're gonna have to watch a review, a civilian review. Even though you gotta be careful with them these days, because the civilian reviews could be sneak ass paid sponsors. They got They have a Lifestraw community water purifier. This they site too, but we gotta check this out. There you go, JM, for the whole community. And you probably like, if they got community water filters, why they don't spread them across a bunch of villages in Africa? My answer to you, maybe Mr. Beast don't know that these exist.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Let's check this one out though. This one got me interested.
In this video, I'll walk you through how to assemble your new community purifier. Attach the clean water tank to the base by aligning the tap openings and the cutouts and pressing firmly. Next, place the body on top of the bottom section, this time lining up the arches on the tank with the cutouts on the body. You may have to press in on the sides of the bottom section to ensure a solid fit. Lift up the dirty water tank and rotate slightly to lock this section into place. You'll now install the lid and pre-filter on the unit. There are small tabs that line up with indentations on the lid, and the pre-filter will snap firmly into place. To make sure your taps are properly installed, insert into the hole, grip the underside of the unit, and press firmly with your palm. Gently but firmly wiggle and press the tap into place. The retaining collar should easily thread on. If not, remove the tap and reinstall until flush. Install all taps in a similar fashion. The backwash bottle goes under the drain outlet at the bottom of the unit. Your community purifier is now assembled.
How has this technology avoided being known by a nigga like me? How did this, I ain't no conspiracy nigga. What other amazing fucking inventions that white folks can out here commonly buy that us black people don't really know about like that? Oh my God. We out here in these kind of situations on some old, I gotta boil the water bullshit. They out here we got the kind of video we need though. We got a is it worth the money video. Yeah, is it worth the money? Let's find out if it's worth the money, because that's what us care. Fuck safety and health, nigga. We also care about the money.
The LifeStraw Community High Volume Water Purifier is a game changer when it comes to providing safe drinking water, especially in areas where access is limited or contaminated water sources are prevalent. This purifier boasts impressive features that make it stand out.
Oh, JM, it look like they're in the motherland. It look like they're in Africa. They look like some little African niggas. Are you happy now, son? Them that's Cash Kid cousins. They over there helping Cash Kid little cousins. They giving little Cash Kids
that make it stand out.
Look at them. Some clean aqua. There you go.
This purifier boasts impressive features that make it stand out. First, it can hold up to 50 liters or approximately 13 gallons of water at a time, which is quite significant for community use. This means it can cater to the needs of up to 100 people for 3 to 5 years, with a filter lifetime of 26,000 gallons. One of the most compelling aspects is its advanced purification technology. It effectively removes viruses, parasites, bacteria, and even microplastics, making the water safe to drink.
Yo, this some state of the art shit.
What the hell?
This some motherfucking reverse engineered alien technology X-File level shit. Yo.
Specifically, it targets harmful pathogens like rotavirus and hepatitis A, and protects against bacteria such as E. coli and salmonella, as well as parasites like Giardia and Cryptosporidium. The filter also tackles organic chemical matter, dirt, silt, and sand, ensuring the water is clean and clear. Installation is straightforward, thanks to the autofill adapter kit that allows easy connection to taps or hoses. The entire system runs on gravity, so it doesn't require any electricity or batteries, making it perfect for off-grid living or emergency situations. It's built from BPA-free and FDA-compliant materials, which is a crucial consideration for health and safety.
There you go, JL. There you go. That's your FDA approval, nigga.
No.
I'm ready. Candy says, and you thought you were apocalypse ready. I'm ready. Just not as ready as these white folks. And not ready as I could be, because they got technology that they done snuck under our black ass noses.
Oh, hell no.
Damn. This shit 10 years old. 10 years old. They was had this technology. And we was out here buying retro Jordans. We was out here still buying rims.
No.
We was out here with niggas, couple niggas still having grills.
Oh my God.
We're about the wrong shit.
The design includes a built-in backwash handle, enhancing the longevity of the filter and ensuring it can be easily maintained. After rigorous testing by WHO, US EPA, NSF, and ASTM protocols, the LifeStraw Community Purifier stands up to scrutiny, ensuring you can trust its capabilities. Overall, the LifeStraw Community High-Volume Water Purifier.
I wonder what it can do to piss. And I'm not saying that to be gross, but let's say you trapped in a bunker and you can't come out because the outside world all fucked up. Can you keep running your piss through this filtering system for 26,000 gallons worth of run through?
Oh my God.
And turn the piss into drinkable water? I'm pretty sure it'd be less drinkable water than piss each time. And you eventually but it's still, I don't fucking know. What if you kept the water outside contaminated, or you locked in your bunker? It's zombies or aliens or insane cannibals out there. Who knows? Now you got some. I think one of these should be inside every fucking bunker. If you got a bunker and they got one of these in it, you fucking suck.
Oh my God.
Is an excellent investment for communities in need of reliable water filtration. Its high capacity, robust purification features, and ease of use make it an ideal solution for safe drinking water access. If you're looking for a dependable water purifier that can cater to larger groups, this is definitely worth considering.
Check out the video description for updated price.
I don't know what they run in our pockets for with these, though. Don't give me a lie. Don't get to lying. I look and see, though. Let me look at the video description. Let's find out. You can buy them on Amazon. The link they got in the thing is an Amazon link. $247. $247 for a drinking device that you can clear out 26,000 gallons of water. And clears against rotavirus, hepatitis A, bacteria, including E. coli, Somalia, parasites, including Giardia, I don't know, and Cryptosporidium, don't know, microplastics, organic chemical matter, dirt, silt, and sand. Woo! It says it's enough water. This thing can filter enough water for 100 people for 3 to 5 years.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
If this could do 100 people for 3 to 5 years, this one $247 device should be able to serve your family of 3, 4, or 5. I don't want to do the math because I ain't good at math, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Candy, I know you just not pretty face and some immaculate breastises. I know you just not pretty face and immaculate breastises. So can you please, my good sister, my queen, with all due respect, the black woman is God. Can you help me figure out the years you will last? If 100 people can last 3 to 5 years, how long can 3 to 5 people last with this? Is it 100 years? Do you just flip it like that? Help me out with the math, please, my good sister. That's not a bad investment. I'll spend money on worse. But yeah, I'm help me out with that math, Candy. I'm gonna try it myself too as I get this other video back to this bug out bag, because I got highly distracted by this technology.
All right, so after shelter, you're going to have water somehow. You're going to have to bring some kind of clean canteen or something else like this with you. And of course, you're going to need to have a way to purify water. Got a life straw here. So really, really handy to have these life straws. And you can just drink. Put this in, dirty water, maybe even contaminated water. It says it removes, let's see, 99.999999% of bacteria. So filters 1,000 gallons is what it's saying on here. So that's it's an easy thing to have, or you can just, you can have some of these kind of portable aqua. You throw these little tablets in the water, you wait. It has instructions on here, but it's just some way to filter water on the go. This is super lightweight. This is very small, so having a couple options with you is not a bad way to go, and something to hold the water as well. So water is going to be the next thing here on our list. All right, so a third category is food, and this is going to be some bulky kind of stuff typically, but there's some good products out there. Here's a couple Mountain House kind of freeze-dried food here.
I did some very bad math, but I did it to where if you had that device and it was 4 people, it'll last for 40 years. For 4 people, it'll last for 40 years. Did I do that right? I ain't gonna tell y'all how I did it because you don't need to know that I suck at math. I'm a creative. I've never been good at math. And not the kind of like engineer kind of creatives. I'm the more artsy kind. Never been good at math. And I think it's 40. I think 5 people. That thing will last 5. For 5 people, it'll last for 50 years. For 4 people, it'll last for 40 years. I think that's right. Wait, no, that's not right. For 5 people, for 4 people, it'll last for 60 years. I think that's right. Yeah, for 4 people, it'll last for 60 years. For 5 people, it'll last for 50 years. And for 3 people, it'll last for 70 years. That's it. That's the math I got. I don't know. It said it'll last 100 people for 3, 100 people for 5 years. Shit, Candy gave me this math. She says, "100 times 5 equals 500 person years." I see what you did there. Shit. Me and my family got water for 100 years. We good. I did some weird math and came up with 50, but I probably left something out. I never doubt anybody's math skills over mine. I don't know if you're right either, Candy. But I'm positive that's a whole lot of water regardless. And I don't think I'm right because I'll take your word over mine because I'm really not mathematically minded. I got that magical mathematics like I don't have the magical mathematics like Jay Prince. Come on, JM, you look like a nigga that's smart. Help us figure out these equations. You know what, nigga? Ooh, I can ask ChatGPT.
Here and you just add hot water and you're thinking, well, how do I get hot water? Well, that's where this comes in. Here's another option too, these survival tabs. And these are non-GMO, made in the USA, and just got a lot of nutrition kind of packed into small size. So these are just different options you can think about for your bug out bag. But there's a food, but to heat that food up, either you are going to have obviously a fire or something like this. There's just a tiny little, it's an MSR camp stove, and this folds out like this. And you just screw this into, one of these little canisters. Now, again, this is not going to be for long-term use. This is just maybe a 72-hour kind of kit. So you got to be mindful of how much of this that you use. But it is a nice little option. Really lightweight, very compact, and be able to put this in your bag, throw this in your bag, may not be a bad way to go. And another option, especially if you're cooking over either the stove or a fire, is to have some kind of pot. This is a kind of a pot kit here. If I can get it out. There we go. A little pot kit here. And so this folds out and there's some, another kind of bowl inside of there. You can throw you can put this in there and put this in there. So you can kind of condense the size that you have for everything. So it might be a nice little handy thing to have with you to heat food and water, that kind of stuff up. So obviously this is your bulky part. This is really the most bulky part of the whole kit is food. And that's just going to be dependent on you, how much you want to take. But these little kits here, this is these are each 2 servings. Yeah, 2 servings for each of these. So you know, for a single person, this might be a great option for 72 hours. You can survive. If you have this, you can still survive with this. You know, there's 4 servings here, plus however many servings are in this thing. You know, so anyway, that's certainly food is going to be something you got to think about in your bug out bag. All right, so the next thing you need to think about is fire. And this is my favorite fire starting kit. This is from Blackbeard Fire. Again, I have a whole review video on.
So I did a formula on ChatGPT, right? And I asked it based on my family. It's 6 of us. So I put, if a device, and you know what I say, it lasts 3 to 5 years. I'm a kind of person, I'm practical. I don't expect shit to mess up on the 3rd year because it said 3 to 5, but I'm not gonna wait to the 5th year to get another one. So usually come around that 4th year, I'm expecting like the worst and expecting to replace it. So I said if a device lasts 4 years for 100 people, because you know they say it lasts 3 to 5 years, but I hit it in the middle at 4. If a thing lasts 4 years for 100 people, how many years would it last for 6 people? Because it's 6 people in my family, and it came out to 66.67 years. Not bad. But let's try, and I think Candy was right. It says if something lasts 5 years, she did the 5 number. And I think she did hers on 5 people. And you're right, Candy. You're a mathematician. It was 100 years. It was 100 years. So yeah, with a family of 5, that's if it go to 5 years. But I don't suggest waiting to replace something that lasts 3 to 5 years at 5 years or too far after 4 years. I think once it started coming at the end of your 3 years, you should be looking for a replacement to kick into the 4 year and get it replaced as soon as possible within the 4 years. Damn, y'all little haterades.
These are amazing kits. You have these cotton wound ropes here, and
yeah, but I don't think those are different from MREs. They're just civilian MREs. That's all they are, just the civilian MREs. I've seen civilian MREs before, hunters and stuff buy them and shit, but they like our MREs better. I'm telling you, when I was in the Army working in this big old warehouse, we used to come across all these cases of MREs, and they won't even be on the inventory and shit. And the sergeants be like, yo, do what y'all want with them. Boy, me and my little other specialist bros just get them shit storming, go sell them to the, because I was in Fort Hood in Texas too, go sell them to the surplus stores. We getting $50, $60, $100, all kinds of shit for a box of MREs. Individual MRE, let me see. We're going to check MRE prices in a minute, but let's get back to the video.
And basically, you know, these ropes, they are infused with oil. They're non-toxic. They're infused with like oil and wax and various things. And they've got a shelf life of like 100 years or something. And then on this side, you have a couple of different fire starting options. You know, you got your ferro rod, and then really cool option here is this. It's a little lighter, and it's an arc lighter, and it has like 300 lights or something like that on one charge. You just charge it up. You don't have to worry about running out of fuel with this. You can just have this charged up, and that's really, between these two things, you can get so many fires started. Again, I'll drop a link from my review of this and showing how to light fire when in the water. I mean, I take these things, I soak them in water and still get them to light. So they're pretty amazing. So having a way to start a fire is almost necessary when you are in the woods. You know, boiling water, heating up food, keeping warm. I don't know, maybe fending off some wild animals or something. So having this kit.
Yeah, the price ain't changed. I remember it being about $20 an MRE. I used to get real life money for an MRE. People would pay you $15 to $20 for one MRE pack in the hunting sector. And these are like, I'm finna show y'all something. These are civilian MREs. But I shit you not. The military ones used to go for very similar prices. Look at this shit. I don't know if y'all can see it, but this box, it's only 12 MREs in here. $279. You want a pallet of them? This is the meat-free pallet. 48 cases. That's exactly the same way we packed them in the military. 48 cases deep. It was 4 rows of 12, if I'm not mistaken. 4 rows of 12 is how we usually stack them. Just like that. Just like this picture. 4 rows of 12 on the pallet. Shrink wrap them shits. Load them on the truck. Do the next one, do the next one, do the next one. Strap them shits down. Send them off to wherever they need to go. Right? $10,000 get you 48 cases. This is the meat-free one. I wouldn't get that one because I ain't no vegan. $11,000 get you 48 cases of MREs. You and your family be good for a while off that. They definitely have monetary value. But you can go to any, especially in the South. In the South, any surplus store will pay you top dollar for MREs if you get your hands on some. It's crazy. MRE Depot. These one right here, these look more like the military ones. He got his cases for $139. This is like some throwback army food. I don't be suspicious because this definitely the same military containers. I'm finna show y'all the ones I'm looking at now. This yeah, this is real deal Holyfield MRE right here. Yeah, look at that. Look at the tortilla right there. Oh, shit, I ain't got the screen up. My bad. There we go. Real deal Holyfield MREs right here. Look at that. Bringing back memories, huh? Might be bringing back nightmares. Where that pound cake at? Hey, I used to eat these whole wheat bread slices right here, huh? That flatbread. The oatmeal cookies. I ain't never had no French toast one. That must be something they was giving the Air Force. I ain't never had no French toast in my MRE. That must be some Air Force and Navy shit. Yeah, I'm hating. I'm hating. And what? And what?
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Go get y'all life straws, people. Go get y'all life straws. That's all I gotta say.
I don't know. I think it's just a must-have, something like this. All right, you didn't think I was going to talk about this whole bug out bag and not talk about knives, right? So definitely some options. This is just, you should just have one on you. Your EDC, of course, this is the Stinger EDC from Off Grid Knives, my favorite EDC knife. Here is their backcountry, and this is more of a survival type of blade. And I've got reviews on both of these on my channel. But amazing, amazing Cryo D2 blade. And this would be a great way to go for a survival type knife. You know, processing food, even self-defense, all kinds of purposes for this, you know, processing wood, building shelters, whatever. So just having a good solid knife like that. A multi-tool is also a really nice thing to have in your kit, in your bag. And of course, whatever brand you choose. But I like having a good multi-tool. So, you know, these having a good knife or different kinds of knives for different purposes on you is just going to be necessary for a bug out bag. All right, so next is medical. And these are both from My Medic. They are sponsors of our channel, and I love these medical kits. And this is kind of an EDC, small first aid kit here, IFAC. This is going to be an MFAC. This is going to be for multi-purpose. It's obviously a lot bigger. You're going to have everything you need in here for taking care of a family or multiple people. So obviously in the bag that I have, I can't fit this with everything else, but this is an option. And I'll have a review on this coming up. I do have a review on this one already. And this is for life saving. So this is not going to be for your bumps and scrapes kind of kit. I mean, you can throw some Band-Aids in here, I'm sure, but this is going to be for you're seriously hurt with you know, you're bleeding out. It is life threatening. You've got a rat's tourniquet down here. You've got chest seals, 2 chest seals. You've just got you know, these pressure bandages, different things in here for life saving. So if you really need to save a life, then this is, you know, if you're bleeding out or something, then this is a great kit for that. Again, this is going to be a lot bigger. It's going to have everything, this kind of stuff in it, but everything else. So, you know, you can pick, again, I'll leave links to all this stuff down below, but it depends on how many people are with you. And if other people in your family have bags and they've got this kind of stuff with them, you know, somebody can just carry this and maybe a couple other smaller things for everybody else. So just up to you, but medical, you got to at least think about having a good medical kit. All right, so the next thing you need to have is communications. And we're seeing this right now in this big storm that we've just had, and all the cell phone.
I use this cup, man, with the strings. You gotta get the strings and use the cups, and you keep the wire tight. And you put the cup to your ear, and then the other you talk, and then you be like, "Hey, Timmy," and then he be like, and you know what I'm talking about. I don't know how you coordinate that shit, but yeah, you need that.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
It always worked in the cartoons, and I actually tried it in real life, and it does actually work. You just gotta do it right. It's important that you do it right. That's the right way to do it.
Towers, they're not working. The generator's backing those up. They're gone. And so people just cannot communicate. And so you can't always just depend on your phone. And so having an option, whether it's a couple of these kinds of walkie-talkie radios here by DeWalt, and I really have loved these, got a review on those, or
motherfuckers be out there trying to have walkie-talkie sex. Push the button. Yeah, girl. Tell me what you're trying to do, what you got on over there in that apocalypse. Over. Then she come back. You know, well, I got my apocalyptic bloomers on. Over. Girl, you got something blooming over here. Over. We can get what I'm saying, you know? walkie-talkie love.
Bofang like this is nice, and or a ham radio with a ham radio option. So having those kinds of, of course, this has got, I think, emergency channels for listening to emergency, I don't know, weather or other things going on in the area. So, and extra batteries for this. So this is nice. You can unscrew the antenna here, and it's a pretty small package. But throwing some way to communicate other than your cell phone into your go bag is.
He said pretty small package.
Oh my God! Wow!
Is going to be one of those really necessary things, I believe. All right, so next thing you need to think about are some flashlights. I've got a couple of headlamps here from Streamlight. I really like Streamlight. Great value, I think. And there's another Streamlight. This is the ProTac. You can see it there, ProTac. And then, of course, extra batteries. There's a great O light. This is my EDC O light that I love to carry. But of course, extra batteries, you need to have those with you as well. So certainly a way to see in the dark. Let me just throw in a couple of extra things about seeing here. These are bonus, so take that for what it is. But bonus here, here's a thermal monocular that may be handy at night. ASP Micro TM160 thermal imaging monocular. So if you want to see in the dark, some kind of thermal scan, if there's people coming in the night, and you don't want to just shine your bright light to let them know that you're there, then you can use this, something like this. So that's one option. Another couple of things, this is not really for evening, for nighttime, but a couple other things you might want to consider having. These are, again, bonus here. But one is, this is a rangefinder. So if you're trying to figure out how far is the next hill, how far is the next tree that I need to get to or something, or how far is this camp or town away from me, this will be very helpful as a rangefinder. So having that might be good. And then, of course, having something like this, either a large pair of binoculars like this or a more compact size of binoculars, but having some way to see at a distance might be pretty handy. Now, if your bag is pretty filled up already, go for maybe the smaller package. But maybe some way to be able to see at a distance would be pretty helpful, I think, and handy in a bug out bag. All right, so having some kind of way to defend yourself or protect somebody, could be, again, wild animals, or maybe someone's wanting to hurt you. This is just me. I mean, I'm just going to have something like this with me, whether it's a Glock 43X like this, or Glock 19 or something else, spare mag. Of course, I don't have that loaded right now for the purpose of this video. But one thing I wanted to mention about this is on this bag right here, in the 2.0 version of this, it has this kind of pull away EDC compartment right here. So, and if you get one of these little MTAC holsters, it's got Velcro in there, you can just slide one of these MTAC holsters down there, and that will hold the firearm in place. So having that down there in this bag is a kind of backup. So you're not just kind of showing everybody you have a weapon. That might be a good way to go. So if you want to, protect your family, especially in a very disastrous situation and people are going to be crazy, you never know what people are going to do. And you have every right to defend yourself or someone else. And so having something like this, I think is going to be an important part of a bug out bag. All right, so we're coming down the home stretch here. Just some miscellaneous items I like to just throw in the bag. In addition to this, I also actually have already in the bag, I forgot to take it out, just some hand sanitizer. I don't know. It might be helpful to have some way to get some bacteria and stuff off your hands. So, but here's some miscellaneous things. I've got a write in a rain pad, so even if it's raining, and a pen, and that's really handy. If it's wet or damp or something, it'll still write. That could be handy. And also a Sharpie. Got a compass. Got to know how to use a good compass. And this is just my backup compass here, but still might be helpful to have direction. With the compass, and I didn't include it, and I maybe should include it. If you have a little fold out map, I should have included that. I've got one in my car. But if you have a fold-out map, might be good to throw that in there too, of your general area, your region, wherever you live. So anyway, but there's that. A signal mirror. So if you need, I don't know, to signal somehow, then there's that. And then, I don't know, paracord bracelet. Nice to have just a cloth or some kind of handkerchief like that. At
this point, he just doing random knickknacks for his personal preferences and shit, right? It's one thing I want to suggest before I get out of here, and that's one of those wind up chargeable radio things. Sometimes they be flashlights too. I'm see if I can find one. Based on price, they have a lot of features. They even have like USB ports so that you can charge shit. They have sometimes solar panels, but more importantly, it got the old crank system. Pretty much one of these right here, right? Of course, it has a power bank too. I think this is the one. You look at the specs. Has on-the-go receive NOAA weather alerts anytime, anywhere with this portable lifesaver, Bluetooth streaming, connect to other devices for music and more. Not won't be one of my concerns. Portable charger, charge devices with USB-C, works with most cell phone, tablets, and more. A long-lasting battery, 10,000 mAh battery, long-life lithium-ion battery, lasts 200 plus hours of radio operation. NOAA weather information anytime, anywhere, weather alerts direct from the National Weather Service. Multiple sustainable power sources. It has solar panels, recharge the battery from direct sunlight, hand crank, recharge the radio during a power outage or anytime away from a power source, a USB-C rapid charge by connected directly to power. Has AM/FM radio with clock and temperature display, and a power creep LED flashlight for power outages or navigating low light areas with SOS strobe to signal for help. Ultrasonic dog whistle assists K9 search and rescue teams to locate during an emergency. Don't care about that. And 600 plus alerts. Removable lanyard strap for easy grab and go. Wow, they have video for this. Let's check it out.
Pro portable crank emergency. Hey everyone, welcome back to Midland Minute. This week, I'm here to tell you our bestseller got an upgrade. Introducing Midland's ER310 Pro portable crank emergency radio. The ER310 Pro gets the latest, most accurate information straight from the National Weather Service. This gives you the time needed to seek shelter and safety before, during, and after the storm. When cell towers become destroyed or overwhelmed during storms, the ER310 Pro has your back. The ER310 Pro has an impressive battery life of 200 plus hours. This will keep you connected through your entire event. Not to mention it has multiple power sources, including that powerful battery, a hand crank, and solar. This allows you to stay alert no matter where you are. The ER310 Pro.
This nigga, look at JL. Now with this one, oh, he wants some to keep his cell phone charged so he can stay on the hub. So I'm all for this one. It allows me to continue on Cornhub.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Fee 5 4 figure. Even in apocalypse, a nigga gotta be a nigga.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Pro is great for power outages caused by a tornado or severe thunderstorm, or in your car when you're evacuating a hurricane or a wildfire. For fun along the way, the ER310 Pro has Bluetooth streaming, so you can listen to your favorite music along the way. It also has a powerful LED Cree flashlight that'll help you navigate power outages or dimly lit areas. Not to mention, it also has that SOS strobe if you need help during an emergency. The ER310 Pro is easy to carry with this lanyard. You can head to our website, midlandusa.com, to check out Midland's newest bestseller.
Get you a couple of those. Get that water, that community water purification thing. Yo, you good to go. You more ready than ready. You more ready than Freddy. It works, man. Why don't you believe? It works, brother. Hey. Kenny, that's a fact. I ain't gonna lie. I was expecting a demonstration straight up. I was quite disappointed. She's sitting there holding that shit. She just talk. She pretty much repeat the same shit. My black ass read. I need a goddamn demonstration. Maybe I can find one. You never know, man. The University of YouTube. The University of YouTube. You never go wrong.
If you are a regular viewer of my
Yep. University of YouTube never lets you down, buddy. We got to see more about this device. I think it's pretty cool. It still ain't cool that's a water contamination device. I don't care what JM says. That nigga gonna be thirsty. We gonna be drinking some delicious aqua.
channel, you already know that I am known worldwide as the queen of all that is GMRS. And if you don't watch my channel, and if you did not know that, now you do. But being the queen of all that is GMRS does not mean that my entire life revolves around GMRS and GMRS radios. I am still...
Why does this funny looking man keep calling himself a queen? What in the Tyler Perry Madea is going on here? But I'm going to let him rock on out because I come here for some other information.
Well, just a normal boy, and like most normal boys, I too have other interests and obsessions and fetishes. One of those being emergency radios. Not two-way emergency radios like hams radios or GMRS radios. I mean the one-way type of emergency radios. The kind of radio that every home should have at least one of for listening to in the event of a hurricane, a tornado, earthquakes, or even the occasional made-up insurrection. And this is precisely why the Midland Corporation has sent me their new ER310 Pro emergency hand crank and solar chargeable radio and power bank, because it is perfect.
Is it, people? This the one we about to learn today.
perfect for those of you that are very good at cranking your handle. Yes, you heard that right.
What's with all these creepy ass, pervy, double entendre, weird ass, sexually affiliated ass fucking jokes this nigga doing? Maybe this is just his thing. This is my first time watching this channel. We're gonna let him rock.
Finally, all of those years of practicing and getting good at cranking your handle has finally paid off. And the best part is that this is a very simple device that anyone can use, and that means two things. Number A, any idiot can use it, including children and even women. And number three, because it is so simple.
Oh, this dude got jokes. That boy said, even, oh shit, look at Candy. You she a goddamn spy. Look at, see, Candy the kind of chick, you try to date her, she gonna like, yeah, can you FaceTime me? Then you FaceTime her. She not even looking at you. She looking all around the goddamn room. No. She trying to see. She looking all around the house. She looking all around the house, trying to spot the presence of a woman. Anything that's, sorry, I should have muted my mic. Anything that's left that could have been from a woman. Oh, I see some lip balm over there on the fireplace mantle.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
This means that this video will be short. The cost for the new Midland ER310 Pro portable emergency radio and power bank is 99 monies. And for your clicking and purchasing pleasure, I will put an affiliate link directly to the Midland website so that you can purchase one for yourself or just get more information about it. And yes, my friends at the Midland Corporation, which, by the way, is an American company located in the state of Kansas City, did send me this emergency radio so that I could share it with you. So when you purchase the new Midland ER310 Pro, in the box you will receive a user manual, 14 pages long and written in perfect American English as one would expect from an American company, and it very clearly describes all the functionalities of the radio in a large and easy to read font. You will receive a USB-C's charging cable. You will receive this very handsome wrist lanyard with a metal ring on one end and Velcro on the other. And you will receive the Midland ER310 Pro emergency radio and power bank. As you can see with your very own ocular juice orbs, it is fairly small at this big.
I don't know if he's zesty or just one of those dudes that find inappropriate, weird dad jokes to be the most hilarious shit ever.
By this big, by that big. On the top, you will find a solar panel for charging the battery via the sun. Oop.
There you go, Candy Cane. That's your solar battery right there. That's your solar battery.
As well as a button that will activate the flashlight and the ultrasonic dog whistle. I will discuss that more momentarily. On this end, you will find the LED light and the emitter hole for the ultrasonic dog whistle. I will discuss that more evanescently. And on this end, you will find the grip, the retractable and rotating antenna, a rubber door concealing a headphone jack, the USB-C's charging hole, and the main power disconnect on-off switch. On the rear, you will find the cranking handle for cranking. And on the front, you will find the large and easy to read LCD screen, 3 very simple to use control buttons, and a noise hole. The radio is manufactured by the soft and supple hands of the children in the child slave labor camps of downtown China. However, as mentioned,
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
This dude funny. This I think his humor is growing on me. Hey, I'm sorry. I like a little dark humor.
only moments ago, Midland USA is an American company, so when you purchase a Midland product, at least the majority of your monies stays right here in this now great again country. The previously mentioned LED has 3 settings: low, high, and annoying. And the radio can receive commercial AM radio,
Chicago Bears. Why? Because
commercial FM radio,
I love it. Elmer's. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station
and all NOAA weather channels.
serving western Riverside and southwestern San Bernardino County.
And the radio can also receive NOAA weather alerts. And you can also use it as a Bluetooth speaker for listening to music from your phone or other noise device.
Bluetooth mode connected.
The radio is powered by an internal power bank that holds 10,000 milliamp hours of electricity. This not only means that it can run for hundreds of hours, but it can also be used to charge other things like your cell phone, flashlights, or whatever. And as you can see, using my favorite USB-C's cable, it is charging my phone at 7 or 8 watts, not at the puny 1 or 2 watts like many lesser power banks. By the way, this is my favorite USB-C's cable because it tells you how fast it's charging and when it's done charging. And best of all, it only costs 10 monies. I will put an affiliate link to this cable in the more information section of the video below. The radio is not waterproof, but the idea here is that you use this radio to let you know that a flash flood is coming so that you can.
I prefer my survival gear, stuff like this, to be waterproof. Even if it's not like you could jump in a lake with it, waterproof. I need it to be, I left it out in the rain for a few minutes, waterproof. I need it to be, it's just a rainy day and I'm running with it, waterproof, if you know what I'm saying.
Avoid the flood. If you're already underwater, you probably have more pressing issues to worry about. Anyway, you can charge the power.
I don't need it to be waterproof, just water resistant. Can a nigga at least get water resistant?
Power bank via the USB-C's hole. And unlike many lesser power banks, that is a high-speed USB-C's charging hole so that it doesn't take all day long to charge the 10,000 milliamp hour battery. You could also charge it from the solar cell on top, or for all of you pros, you can just hand crank it. As you can see, I am very good at cranking. And according to the user manual, 1 minute of vigorous hand cranking will give you about 9 minutes of radio listening.
This dude real fascinated by the cranking part of this. He's a fucking gooner. I like this device. I actually had one. I got a decent one from Walmart because Walmart does sell them. It didn't have the solar panel features, but it had the radio. It had the wind up. But I think mine might have been water resistant because it was more like for camping. But I think you should have one of these, even if you're not a prepper or anything. You should just have one of these in the house. You know, especially because I know in Texas all the time we having the grid going down and power stuff, or just, you know, if the power go out wherever you stay, you got this for AM, FM radio. You see what's going on in the world. You can charge your cell phones off it. When the power go off in the house, you know, depending on where your cell phone's sitting at, you stuck. If you got 30% when the power go off and it don't come back on no time soon, you got to work with that. But with this little device right here, sit it out in the sun in the daytime, crank that motherfucker up when you need some power elsewhere. So, yeah, I think this, I don't have one of these in my home right now because the one I had before I lost in the house fire. But I'm going to buy one of these, even if I don't use it for what we've been talking about today. This is a must-have. This is just a must-have. And a few of those fucking straws. I don't care what Jam say. A few of those life straws are a must-have.
Time, and we all know that you can crank it for more than just 1 minute. As I alluded to only moments ago, the radio is very simple to use. Just make sure that you have the main power disconnect on-off switch set to on. You only need to turn it off if you're going to be storing it away in a closet for a long time. Then press this button to select what you want to listen to.
Elmer, trust me.
Press it again to cycle through AM, FM, and weather band.
Gradually decreasing showers for Saturday night and Sunday.
You can turn the volume up and down using the volume button, and you use the tune button to change frequencies. And you can enable or disable the NOAA weather alerts by tapping the bottom part of the band button. Using the flashlight is also pretty much idiot-proof. Just tap on the big flashlight button, tap it again to make it brighter, and tap it a third time to make it annoying. Tap it one more time to make it stop. And as mentioned only moments ago, the screen is very large, very simple, and easy to read, and it also has an ambient temperature readout. And finally, the ultrasonic dog whistle, which, if I'm being honest, puzzled me at first when I first saw it listed as a feature, but now I have seen the light and I get it. The dog whistle is a kind of SOS call, so that if you are lost or incapacitated and the search and rescue teams have dispatched the cadaver dogs, they will hear the dog whistle noise and come and find you. Hopefully.
I can fucks with it. I can definitely fuck with it when it comes to survival. When it comes to dealing with these motherfuckers right here. I could the whole tone just changed just like that, right? I just switched it up on y'all just that easy. That's what I do. I ain't done yet though. Just like that. We done switched it all the way up. But yes, when dealing with these motherfuckers right here, that little device will come in handy. And I don't care the life straw. I believe in the life straw so much that I will be buying a life straw, right? And I'm going to go scoop up a bucket of dirty little dishwater, and right here live on my show, I'm gonna drink it. That's how much I believe in it.
Does LifeStraw actually?
But I don't think I believe in a life straw as much as this guy that I'm about to show you guys. This guy belief in the life straw puts mine to shame. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about.
No.
Does LifeStraw act?
Yeah, this guy belief in the life straw. Let's check it out.
Does LifeStraw actually work? I guarantee after this video, you will know if LifeStraw works or not. We use the LifeStraw Go series for all of our airplane travel, and we always carry a LifeStraw with us on our long, daunting hikes. So we have 3 different waters with varying levels of yuck. And we also have this clear LifeStraw so you can actually see it working in action. Let's go. Lake waters first. You can see it's clear right at the top. It tastes fine. It doesn't taste like anything. Like it just tastes like water. Next up is the muddy water. It can clean the dirtiest water by removing up to 99.999999% of bacteria and removing 99.999% of microplastics. Again.
Hey, y'all saw it right there live.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Y'all saw it. He hit that dirty water, and it was clean at the top because it got filtered.
It can clean the dirtiest water by removing up to 99.99999% of bacteria and removing 99.999% of microplastics. Again, crystal clear at the top. I don't taste any dirt. And last of all, the toilet water. It tastes good. Does LifeStraw?
He lost me at the toilet water. Candy evil as fuck, yo. Candy, why? Why? You evil. Let me tell y'all something. He lost me at the toilet water, just off principle alone. I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, nah, I ain't the one. I'll let I don't know. I don't know who's gonna drink it. I'll pass.
Walk among us.
I would definitely pass. I'll let y'all have it. Yo, I believe.
Walk among us.
If anybody gonna test toilet water like that, it's gonna be on one of our fair skinned counterparts. They're very brave when it comes to stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know why. They just are, you know what I'm saying? That's just how they rock. You know, they swim with the sharks and love jumping out of perfectly good planes. Yeah, I'm good on the toilet water testing. I'd rather scoop some out the ditch before I do that. Yeah, that toilet water testing, you just know some buns. You just know buns been on that shit.
After dark.
You just know that shit been soaking in butt cheeks, yo. And pee, and I don't know. Even if the toilet is clean, it could be a down there brand new toilet, right? Just knowing it's toilet water. However, Candace said he gotta be in some strange things not to even hesitate on that. However, I don't know if y'all ever felt extreme thirst, but there come a situation. LD toilet water. LD toilet water might not be looking that bad. I'm just saying. I ain't saying go get your twisty straw and just dive in and start drinking all the toilets at your neighbor's house, okay? That's not what I'm suggesting. All I'm saying is I think
dark. They become.
We could do better than that. You can find some water sources that just, don't rub you the wrong way. Let me think. What can I do before I get out of here? Do I got anything else? No, I do not. I think I'm gonna go partake in other activities. I definitely can't go to sleep yet because it's 4:00 here, and I used to stay up to 6:00 to wake my son up for school. He has a real problem getting the fuck up, right? But yeah, I think I'm gonna go watch some anime. I've been watching I think like Sword Hero season 4 or something. I'm gonna try candy. The cooties got me. That's why I really finna take one of my vitamin C concoctions real quick. And chill out. But appreciate it. Again, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share. If you pop it in late, go back and check out the video, do the replay, pull it back. You will be entertained. I be talking to shit. Trust me, we definitely learned some shit tonight. I know I did, and it's stuff out there that we didn't know about.
Stop playing with me, Dre.
But we're not ready for you yet, outro. We getting there. Kid. Listen. They want Unc out of here, yo. They want me out of here, so we're gonna give them what they're looking for real quick.
Type shit.
Stop playing with me, Dre.
Come on, I'm doing all shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Getting checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. I can make your auntie swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. Show these poor ass hoes how it go. Back it up like Freak Week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. It really helps the channel out, and you already know. I appreciate y'all big time. I'll catch you on the next one. Stay cool.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga.
Type shit.
Stop playing with me, Drake. DJ K.
Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Getting checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. I can make your auntie swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. Show these poor ass hoes how it go. Back it up like Freak Week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBeStreaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
What's good, nieces and nephews? Welcome back to Streaming with another episode of Insomniac Theater. Shout out to Team No Sleep, to all my nocturnal people. Either you working a graveyard shift, or you're driving somewhere, or you just fucking up just like me. Shout out to y'all. Like I always say, we are this much closer to being Batman. just off our sleeping patterns alone. So when you feel kind of bad about how you can't sleep at night, or you be like, man, I need to get more sleep, just remember, this is the life of Batman. So we closer than any other people in this country, just off our sleep patterns alone. What they say, when life give you lemons, you make lemonade, right? So that's the little sip of lemonade that I found with my badass sleeping patterns. Just a little more equipped to protect Gotham because I can't sleep at night. Now it's a couple other steps I gotta take, but we'll get there when we get there. Oh man, so I got a good show planned for you guys. You know, it's late night. It's unorganized organization over here because it's 1:04 a.m. where I'm at, and it's a Insomniac Theater. We some nocturnal people over here. So how much organization you really want from a nigga at 1:05 a.m.? Now it might be a different time wherever you all at, but that's what I'm working with here. So I like to talk about anything and everything over here because during this late night Insomniac Theater show. But tonight we back on some survival shit. Now when I usually talk about this, I always go with the zombie apocalypse survival, a zombie apocalypse, right? Not because I think that's the most realistic situation we'll be in, even though it's not as unrealistic as some people think, especially with biological warfare. But just because that's the most popular one, the one where you can find the most content, and to a lot of people, the most interesting one. However, let's be clear that regardless of whatever situation the world is in, when the world is fucked up, a lot of the same rules apply. They're going to be universal. Zombie apocalypse surviving rules and things you need to know are no different from if the economy crash, solar flares, some environmental shit, whatever. When the shit hits the fan, a lot of the procedures and skills you gotta have are crossover to any kind of post-apocalyptic situation, be it The Walking Dead or be it Book of Eli or fucking Hunger Games, whatever. When shit is bad, you need to know pretty much the same shit if you want to thrive and survive. But tonight, before we start the show, we're just going to we're going to start the show in a different way. We're going to talk about all the different types of apocalypse. All the different ones explained. Got a video that's going to explain some ones that I never mentioned, but it might give me some ideas to do shows on because they do have some different shit going on. Like as far as like procedures that might come handy. Like I say, it's some crossover with these apocalypse situations, but it's like 80% crossover skills and 20% specific skills to that particular scenario. Like it's certain shit you would need to be good at in the Walking Dead world that you wouldn't have to be in the Book of Eli. But 80% of the shit you need in both. So 80% is enough to survive. So learn that 80%. And we're going to get into some of that 80% stuff. But let's get to the video. Let's get to, as you see in the title, it says Apocalypse Variety Pack. And I put that there because we're about to go through a variety pack of apocalyptic situations. I didn't know it was so many. You learn something every day, right? But it says every apocalypse explained in 20 minutes. I don't know how many it is exactly, but we're going to learn today. And it's good to know the different ones Because if the shit, when it hits, we don't know which way it's going to hit. But we about to learn out the many, many possibilities of how the shit can hit if the shit hit tonight. So without further ado, every apocalypse is playing in 20 minutes. And we're going to break it down and just talk about it. And then we're going to get into the other shit afterwards.
Pandemic through a mutated cordyceps fungus. The Last of Us presents a terrifyingly plausible pandemic through a mutated cordyceps fungus that jumps.
We all seen that show Last of Us. By the way, shout out to the replay gang. I forgot to get that before I get too far in the show. Shout out to the replay gang for the people that come throughout the week and check out my content. Every little viewer is appreciated. We be over here struggle streaming late at night when a lot of y'all probably be sleep for work. But sometime during the day while y'all awake, y'all come through and check me out, and I appreciate it. So shout out to y'all. If my sleeping patterns wasn't so fucked up, I would do shows in the daytime while y'all up. But again, that's why it's the Sunday at Theater, because I don't be waking up. Most of the time, I wake up at about 2 p.m., 2:30, sometimes 3. As soon as I wake up, one of the first things I do is go exercise. So I go running. And then after I come back running, I just hang out because after I run, I don't have an appetite. Shower. And I probably eat my first meal like at 5 something. So that's usually how my days go. So that's why these shows be up at night, because, you know, that's just the life of an insomniac. I'm like half vampire. I'm like Blade or some shit. Without the cool kung fu skills and shit. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
From insects to humans, transforming people into aggressive, mindless hosts. The infection spreads through spores and bites, with the fungus gradually.
I know what I was going to say before I started rambling. That show, The Last of Us. I heard it was really, really good. By the way, this little freeze frame looked hella gross. But I heard the show was really, really good. I heard the games were amazing because it's based on the game, but I never played the game and I never played the show. I never watched the show. No particular reason I didn't watch the show. I'm just really behind on shows in general.
The Last of Us presents a terrifyingly plausible pandemic through a mutated cordyceps fungus that jumps from insects to humans, transforming people into aggressive, mindless hosts. The infection spreads through spores and bites, with the fungus gradually taking over the host's body, eventually sprouting from their head in a grotesque display of nature's dominance. What makes this scenario particularly chilling is its basis in reality. The actual cordyceps fungus does mind control insects in remarkably similar ways, making it feel like one evolutionary step away from possibility. The series excels in depicting societal collapse through quarantine zones, authoritarian military control, and isolated communities with their own survival philosophies, showing humanity at its best and worst under extreme pressures. The Matrix presents a technological apocalypse where AI has conquered humanity, using human bodies as energy sources while keeping minds trapped in a simulation.
Always said, The Matrix is one of the shittiest, suckiest post-apocalyptic worlds ever. They lived in so foul in the real world. I walked back to the machines and said, please plug me the fuck back up.
No.
They out there wearing dirty ass rags, right? Got them fucking plugs and shit all in the back of their head and arm and shit. And they fucking eating that nasty ass goo and shit and gotta fight them big ass machines. Of all in the apocalypse variety pack, you can keep that motherfucking Matrix fucking world. They doing bad out there.
Simulated reality. This apocalypse is especially insidious because most humans don't even realize it has occurred. They live ordinary lives unaware that the real world is a scorched wasteland where machines rule and humans are grown rather than born. The spread of the apocalypse is technological, with the machine's domination complete and irreversible. Society as it was known no longer exists. The few free humans live underground, mainly out of a place called Zion, constantly fighting for survival. The story follows Neo, a hacker who discovers the truth and becomes humanity's hope for liberation. Through trials and tribulations, we see Neo grow into the One, a prophesized figure with the power to change the Matrix and end the war between humans.
The Matrix world so bad, I wouldn't even want to be Neo with all the cool powers he got, because you'll still have to live in that dirty ass world periodically, wearing those dingy ass rags, eating that nasty ass food, possibly find some big ass fucking robots. I would literally be like that one guy that portrayed the humans and sided with the robot. He was like, you know, I like the taste of a juicy steak, pretty much. They pretty much, you know, he pretty much said, plug me up, give me a good life, let me live to a ripe old age of 80 something, and I'll tell you the location of Zion. And I hate to say it, that might have been your boy. I'd be like, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all where the human location at, right? But when y'all plug me back in, make me rich, famous, the same family I got, all kinds of cars, everything, and make Beyonce, Rihanna, and Megan Good and Megan Fox, make them all my side pieces. That's what I'll tell the Matrix before I portray y'all. Listen, the location's over here, I'm gonna tell y'all, but when y'all plug me back up, I want to be rich, famous, and have those people I listed as my side pieces. Listen, y'all tell me, if y'all was in a Matrix movie, would y'all side with the humans or the robots? Would y'all side with the humans or the robots? I'm siding with the robots all day. I'm sorry, I will betray humanity. That's how much they world suck.
And machines. The film explores themes of control, resistance, and the power of belief. Its strength lies in its groundbreaking visuals, philosophical depth, and badass fight scenes. The Matrix remains a landmark in science fiction and apocalyptic storytelling, challenging viewers to question the nature of their own reality. Fallout is set in a post-nuclear war wasteland where society has collapsed and survivors.
This show is fucking really good. Only watched a few episodes. And as we going through the apocalypse variety pack, right? We're talking about the different various apocalypse that can probably happen. This one is more realistic than you think. We already did a show about bunkers, and I have more bunker shows coming because there's so many different bunkers I can cover. So just like in this show, you know, the prominent, the rich, the wealthy, the connected, we know in real life they actually building bunkers. Some of the bunkers are in actual nuclear silos. Some of them deep underground. So this Fallout scenario is super, super close to reality. Because if it was a nuclear war, those rich people in their bunkers gonna be good. And we gonna be fucked. And if some of us live outside, we gonna be fucking mutants, just like in the show. Because the radiation, if it don't kill us off. You'd be lucky just to go ahead and get killed off. They probably become a little slimy mutant or something, right? But yeah, and they'll be living in their bunkers that really do exist in real life, and they would have to stay in there for a long time, just like the Fallout show, because they got to wait for the radiation to clear up, if it ever clears up. So this show right here, this particular apocalypse, It's very, very possible and probable with the way we be acting out here in these streets as humans.
Struggle to rebuild. The origin, based on the popular video game title, is a worldwide nuclear war between the United States, China, and Russia, following a global conflict called the Great War, caused by resource shortages that devastated the world and destroyed modern civilization. The nuclear war that destroyed everything left behind not just physical devastation, but dangerous radiation that has mutated humans and wildlife into new forms, creating threats like super mutants and death claws that roam the wasteland. The story follows various characters as they navigate the dangers of the wasteland, encountering factions, monsters, and moral dilemmas. Society is fragmented, with pockets of civilization clinging to the remnants of the old world. Fallout is a compelling exploration.
As fucked up as this post-apocalyptic world is, I still think I would prefer it over living in the Matrix with the other humans. I would prefer Fallout world over the Matrix world. They was living foul in the Matrix, y'all. I haven't seen enough of this show. I only seen like the first episode, so maybe I'm wrong. But as of right now, I think I'm leaning towards the Matrix world.
Of the consequences of war and the resilience of the human spirit. Paradise is set in a world where society has collapsed due to environmental catastrophe and global tension. The origin is a combination of natural disasters and human mismanagement.
This is another one, right? This is another. As we go into the apocalypse variety pack, we just talking about the different kind of possibilities. Because we always talk about surviving them, but we gotta like sometimes discuss what do they look like. You know what I'm saying? And what possibilities of apocalypse we can have. Are they as fictional as we think? So far, a couple of them been very, very possible. This one is very possible. Fucking with the ecosystem, fucking with the climate, fucking with nature. The planet just, I don't think planet's really designed just to be forever. I mean, if humans stay around long enough, there's gonna come a point when the sun goes out, because all stars eventually die. Right? Now, I doubt humanity even lasts long enough to see that, because we too fucking stupid. But if we did, some people will have to deal with that shit. If they, some people, we live that long, at some point, humans or whatever we look like by then, because it's gonna be a long, long time, are gonna have to deal with the fact that one day the sun's gonna blink out like a flashlight. And imagine what that world's gonna be, right?
Has collapsed due to environmental catastrophe and global tension.
Now, this can be all the hurricanes and the tornadoes and earthquakes, how they've been picking up. Environmental catastrophe. We have the big ones, and we have a ground-breaking hurricane and tornado season, and all the major fault lines get to quaking like a motherfucker, and some of the volcanoes reactivate. It's a wrap.
Origin is a combination of natural disasters and human mismanagement. A megavolcano erupts underneath Antarctica, melting the ice sheet and causing a massive tsunami that wipes out coastal cities. Simultaneously, a nuclear war breaks out, further devastating the planet and leading to the breakdown of the infrastructure and social order. The story follows a hand-selected group of survivors as they navigate the challenges of a self-sustaining eco-city built underneath the mountains. The collapse of the internal infrastructure forces people to confront their own values and priorities, with trust and determination becoming essential for survival. The title itself becomes ironic commentary on the human tendency to idolize both past and future while struggling with the complicated present, suggesting that paradise is always an aspiration rather than a reality. In A Quiet Place, the world is devastated by an invasion.
This is a pretty fucked up world too. Quiet Place. I haven't even seen the movies. I think they had a part 1 or part 2, then some kind of prequel. But I've seen the trailers and I've seen clips from it. So I'm really, really familiar with the concept. If the Quiet Place was the apocalypse we had to deal with, I'd be fucked. I got kids, they whine, they crying, they clumsy, they bump shit. They can't shut the fuck up sometimes, even if they life depended on it. Plus, you know, I might. Can you imagine if you was in the Quiet Place world and you're a nigga that like fart in they sleep?
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Imagine getting everybody around you killed because you're always in a quiet place and you asleep. Sleeping good. You was having a good dream. And you just bust ass. And all the aliens like, whoa. And then they come over because of the ass sound. Imagine when motherfuckers sneeze and cough. Like, I haven't watched A Quiet Place, but if somebody sneeze or cough, did that attract the aliens? Because if that's the case, this might be the most dangerous post-apocalyptic world in fucking cinema.
Of blind extraterrestrial creatures with hyper.
I think I'm gonna put this to the worst one now instead of the Matrix one, because as fucked up as the Matrix world was, at least you can fart if you want to. Quiet Place people can't burp, can't fart. Their bodies can't do the basic functions without getting fucking ripped apart by a goddamn alien. How you gonna have sex in a Quiet Place world? Clapping cheeks will literally get you killed.
Oh my God!
Soon as you start getting a good time, you hear that. An alien done bust in the house, killed everybody.
No.
Just because you out there cheek clapping.
Sensitive hearing. The origin of these creatures is left mysterious, but it is implied they arrived via meteor-like objects after their own planet was destroyed, making the apocalypse accidental and alien in nature. Survivors are forced to live in near total silence, developing new ways to communicate, farm, and raise families without sound. The film excels in depicting the extreme measures necessary for adaptation, walking on sand paths, using sign language, and creating soundproof spaces for moments when noise is unavoidable. Just imagine trying to raise a baby in this environment. Civilization collapses rapidly as governments and militaries prove powerless against the aliens' armored skin and lethal speed. The immediate aftermath is chaos, with survivors scattered and isolated, relying on ingenuity and strict discipline to stay alive. Its unique premise creates constant tension, as even the smallest mistakes can be fatal. The Day After Tomorrow dramatizes rapid climate change through a series of escalated superstorms that plunge the Northern Hemisphere into an immediate ice age, with temperatures dropping so rapidly that people freeze solid.
Now, this one right here, this ice age one, this is so different from the regular apocalypse we always talk about. It's going to get its own special show. You know, survival guide to Ice Age 2.0. AKA, what the fuck we gonna do if the world freezes over? Because we don't know. I've learned cold weather survival skills and how to treat hypothermia and things like that, and techniques to stay warm in the military. But of course, probably nothing to the lengths that we'll need if we get another ice age. So this is gonna get a little night. We're gonna first I'll find out exactly how an ice age can happen, various ways. Then we're gonna watch some examples of it, and then we probably learn some of the different methods that you might need to thrive and survive in it. How to treat certain conditions if you were to get them in that kind of shit. I hate the cold. So honestly, these scenarios, these apocalypse fucking getting worse and worse. You know, I'm like, I down there rather be in a quiet place than freeze my ass off all day. I know the quiet place, real fucking, you know, it's real fickle. You can't fart. You gotta walk on eggshells. You can't sneeze. You can't cough. But goddamn, these niggas is freezing.
Dramatizes rapid climate change through a series of escalated superstorms that plunged the northern hemisphere into an immediate ice age, with temperatures dropping so rapidly that people freeze solid in seconds. The cause is natural, but accelerated by human activity, serving as a cautionary tale about the dangers of ignoring environmental warnings. The spread is global, with the effects felt almost everywhere, leaving survivors to contend with freezing temperatures and dwindling resources. Society is thrown into chaos as governments struggle to respond and maintain order. The story follows a climatologist who races to save his son, sheltered in the New York City Public Library with a group of friends. The impact on individuals is immediate and life-threatening, with survival being heavily dependent on quick thinking and cooperation. The film's strength is its spectacular special effects and timely message. The narrative explores the consequences of human arrogance and the need for collective action. 12 Monkeys approaches the pandemic apocalypse through a complex time travel narrative with a deadly virus killing over 5.
I think this movie was before its time, and I watched it too young. I should have been a little bit older. I need to go back and watch this movie, because I did watch it a little older before, but I need to go back and watch it again, because just to get, you know, get this movie what it truly fucking deserves. You know what I'm saying?
Billion people and forcing survivors underground. The virus spreads rapidly through airborne transmission, making containment nearly impossible. The virus's artificial origin as a bioweapon highlights human self-importance as the true cause of our downfall. Survivors are forced underground, living in isolated communities and relying on time travel technology to try and prevent the disaster. The story follows a convict's attempts to prevent the outbreak and may actually be ensuring it happens, creating a haunting, deterministic loop. The impact on society is profound, with fear, paranoia, and desperation shaping every aspect of life. The narrative questions whether the future can be changed or if humanity is doomed to repeat its mistakes. This Is the End takes the biblical apocalypse complete.
Now, if you're a Christian, this one got a special place in your heart, or maybe a special fear in your heart. If this is the apocalypse we got to deal with, depending on how you move in the world, light work, you out of there, you good, you got raptured away. But if you ain't living right, you in a sticky situation. So if you are a Christian, you understand that this apocalyptic situation, a lot of people would think is just as fictional as the zombie apocalypse. But we would have to believe that this is going to happen someday. It's going to happen. And some people gonna be good, some people ain't. But let's get into it. By the way, this particular movie that they're using as an example is one of my favorite movies.
society is profound, with fear, paranoia, and desperation shaping every aspect of life. The narrative questions whether the future can be changed or if humanity is doomed to repeat its mistakes. This Is the End takes the biblical apocalypse, complete with its sinkholes to hell, demonic possessions, and the rapture, and filters it through the lens of celebrity culture and male friendship. The film uses real actors playing exaggerated versions of themselves to explore how privilege and fame provide no protection against universal destruction, with Hollywood Hills mansions offering only temporary shelter from the literal hellscape outside. Through increasingly absurd survival attempts and conflicts over limited resources, the film parodies both apocalyptic movie tropes and celebrity culture's self-absorption and disconnection from reality. What makes this apocalypse unique is its moral framework. Characters must demonstrate selflessness and personal growth to be worthy of heaven, suggesting that the apocalypse functions as a final judgment not just biblically, but narratively, revealing characters' true natures when stripped of societal pretense. Ultimately, This Is the End is a unique and entertaining take on the end of the world. Snowpiercer depicts a frozen apocalypse resulting from failed climate engineering, where scientists attempting to combat global warming inadvertently plunge Earth into a new ice.
There are a large group of people and a large group of scientists that believe this can be in our future as a species. Of course, none of us should be alive when this happened, but this is one of another ones, as several others on this list, that ain't as really, if you think this and a few of the others I talked about are just a super fictional, impossible sci-fi shit, your science teachers in middle school and high school thoroughly failed you.
Age that kills nearly all life. The only survivors circle the globe on a perpetually moving train that houses a complete ecosystem and rigidly stratified social classes, with the poor confined to the tail section in abject poverty, while the
And saying the perpetual train part is realistic. I'm saying the global warming, the coming of the new ice age. That's one of the things that's predicted by scientists. At some point, all this shit gonna fuck up. We're gonna freeze over.
elite enjoy luxury in the front. The train becomes a microcosm of pre-apocalypse society, with resources concentrated among the privileged few and a brutal authoritarian system maintaining this inequality through violence and propaganda. The story follows a rebellion led by the oppressed, highlighting themes of inequality, revolution, and the struggle for justice. The impact on individuals is shaped by their position in the social hierarchy, with survival often requiring violence and sacrifice. The film's genius lies in its portrayal of how apocalyptic conditions can be experienced completely different depending on one's social position. For some, it's truly the end of the world, while for others, it's merely an inconvenience requiring adaptation. Silo takes place in a future where humanity lives in massive underground silos after the surface becomes uninhabitable. The cause of the apocalypse is a combination of environmental disasters and possibly nuclear war, though the specifics are shrouded in mystery. The spread is complete. No one can survive outside, and the remnant.
Again, fictional movie, obviously. Sci-fi'd up, but this right here is very, very probable. All it'll take is for us to eventually get the nuclear war that we've been scared of for a very long time. And like I said, the wealthy are already building bunkers all over the country and all over the planet. A lot of those bunkers are deep underground in nuclear silos. Completely funny, this show called Silo, when one of the biggest bunkers is actually built inside an old nuclear silo. So again, this scenario, this setup right here is not far-fetched at all.
The apocalypse is a combination of environmental disasters and possibly nuclear war, though the specifics are shrouded in mystery. The spread is complete, no one can survive outside, and the remnants of humanity are trapped underground. Society within the silo is tightly controlled with strict rules and a rigid hierarchy. The impact on individuals is significant, with freedom and curiosity suppressed in the name of safety. The story follows characters who begin to question the official narrative, uncovering secrets that threaten.
We about to get a little conspiracy theory right now, people. We about to really go there. Listen, we just watched about 3 of these shows that we just talked about, where they show movies and shows. About 3 of them was primarily about something happening in the world in a set part of the population having to live inside these bunkers or these facilities and things of that nature and rebuild society in a safe spot separate while the rest of humanity got taken out. I'm a firm believer that movies and shows often be the government's way of gently introducing us to certain concepts and possibilities. Keep giving us movies and shows. We got Fallout. You got all the 3 shows I just showed you. You also got Fallout included. Keep giving us and introducing us to these shows and movies where something bad happened in humanity and we got to rebuild in some kind of underground facility or bunker or something. Puts the idea in our head. It's slowly desensitizing us to that possibility because they know it's a possibility. That's maybe just conspiracy brother in me, but I think I'm right. Let me know if I'm wrong. I think I'm right.
The fragile stability of their world. Themes of control, truth, and the human spirit's desire for freedom are central. Silo is a thought-provoking exploration of confinement, truth, and the lengths people will go to survive. The Crazies provides one of cinema's most grounded and realistic approaches to apocalyptic scenarios by focusing on a contained biological disaster in a small American town rather than a global.
If y'all haven't seen this movie, The Crazies, and we're not talking about all these people on YouTube, right? Because they definitely some crazies, but The Crazies. If you haven't seen it, it's worth the watch. It's a good ass fucking movie. It's wild as fuck though. And it too is not a post-apocalyptic situation I really want to fuck with. However, as far as the worst ones we went through so far, I'm going with The Quiet Place. Either one of the 2 where the world was in an ice age, in the Matrix world. All 3 of those fucking suck. I'm gonna rank them later in my head. They really hard to rank. Which one from the worst to the least worst.
Event. When a military plane carrying the Trixie bioweapon crashes near a rural community's water supply, the pathogen begins turning residents into violent, deranged killers while maintaining enough cognitive function to make them unpredictably dangerous. Neither zombies nor fully conscious humans. The film's terrifying realism comes from its portrayal of institutional response. The military immediately quarantines the town and prepares to eliminate all residents, infected or not, to prevent outbreak spread, reflecting actual containment protocols for biohazard events. Where many apocalyptic scenarios focus on the aftermath of societal collapse, the Crazies depict the transitional period when normal life is suspended but civilization hasn't yet fallen, creating a uniquely disturbing space where both government forces and infected citizens become threats. The psychological horror stems not just from the virus, but from watching familiar faces, neighbors, friends, family members transform into murderous strangers while retaining flashes of their former selves, unlike traditional zombies who bear no resemblance to their previous identities. The Hunger Games portrays a post-apocalyptic North America reorganized into the
Little world wouldn't bother me at all, because I grew up in Louisiana. I grew up in the motherfucking Hunger Games. My everyday, if y'all grew up real poor, not poor, po, you gotta take the O and the R off because you couldn't afford it. Po. You grew up po. The Hunger Games worlds ain't shit. Every day was the Hunger Games.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Before we elaborate on that though,
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBeStreaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
we are back at it. Oh yeah, show some love though, people. Show some love. And also
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
nation of Panem, with a wealthy capital exploiting 12 impoverished districts through resource extraction and the battle royale formatted gladiatorial games. This apocalypse is particularly insidious because it's planned rather than accidental. The system is deliberately designed to prevent uprising through a combination of brutal punishment, propaganda, and the spectacle of children fighting to the death as entertainment and a reminder of the capital's power. The dystopia functions through extreme inequality, with capital citizens enjoying technological luxuries and genetic enhancements, while district residents face starvation. Through Katniss Everdeen's journey from survivor to reluctant symbol to revolutionary, the series explores how it.
like I said, we grew all those people that grew up post Hunger Games. They're just another Wednesday, bro. Fighting with your siblings for the last piece of chicken.
Oh my God!
Stealing from the corner store because your stomach growling, your stomach touching your bizac. Collecting cans to take it to sell the aluminum just so you can get some pressed ham. Going to the corner store and asking for $1.50 worth of pressed ham. And the man sliced you up about 8 slices of meat and fold it in a little white paper and hand it to you. Like, oh, this little nigga broke.
Oh my God!
That's the Hunger Game. Shit. And you gotta dodge, all the hood shit on the street and try not to get taken out by that. So you fighting, you hungry and you fight for your life just like the Hunger Games. So yeah, Hunger Games world, a little hood nigga that grew up poor. This is where we thrive right here in the Hunger Games.
authoritarian systems require complicity and how resistance often begins not with ideology but with personal acts of defiance. The apocalypse in the Hunger Games is less about physical destruction and more about moral collapse. A society that sacrifices its children for stability has already destroyed itself from within. The Mad Max series takes place in a post-apocalyptic Australia after society falls apart because of resource wars, environmental disasters, and nuclear conflict. The collapse...
I ain't gonna lie. This world right here is pretty bleak. It's pretty fucking bleak. In the Mad Max world, the humans making it, and we are our biggest enemy in that world. It ain't the worst on the list. It's not worse than The Quiet Place. It's not worse than The Matrix. It's not worse than any of that shit where niggas froze the fuck up. It's not worse than, what's the last one I just said I did before this? That I said it was definitely bad. I guess it's that cold shit, man. Yeah. That froze over shit had your boy so spooked.
is a combination of environmental disasters and possibly nuclear war, though the specifics are shrouded in myth.
Anyway, ain't nobody worried about no punk ass Hunger Games. So let me go back to it.
Apocalyptic North America, reorganized into the nation of Panem, with a wealthy capital exploiting 12 impoverished districts through resource extraction and the battle royale formatted gladiatorial games. This apocalypse is particularly insidious because it's planned rather than accidental. The system is deliberately designed to prevent uprising through a combination of brutal punishment, propaganda, and the spectacle of children fighting to the death as entertainment and a reminder of the capital's power. The dystopia functions through extreme inequality, with capital citizens enjoying technological luxuries and genetic enhancements, while district residents face
Hell, America function right now due to extreme inequality. And you know, it's fucked up. And I don't like it. But I understand it is what it is.
starvation. Through Katniss Everdeen's journey from survivor to reluctant symbol to revolutionary, the series explores how authoritarian systems require complicity and how resistance often begins not with ideology but with personal acts of defiance. The apocalypse in the Hunger Games is less about physical destruction and more about moral collapse. A society that sacrifices its children for stability has already destroyed itself from within. The Mad Max series takes place in a post-apocalyptic Australia after society falls apart because of resource wars, environmental disasters, and nuclear conflict. The collapse begins with the global oil crisis and gets worse as people fight over the last bits of fuel and water. What makes this apocalypse particularly compelling is its gradual nature. The original film shows society still functioning but fraying at the edges, while later installments depict increasingly savage wastelands where water, fuel, and bullets become the new currencies of power. The franchise...
Yeah, man, we had some kind of nuclear war or whatever, and the world turned to that Mad Max shit. That shit'd be hella trash, man. Like I said, that future look real bleak. It ain't nowhere I want to be. Everything deserts, and that's how people be living and dirty, and it's bad. Yo. It's more manageable than some of the other ones we went over. Now, if you're a badass and ruthless, you can have some power in that world, but even then, you're just them niggas that have. It was like The niggas had no running water, no cable. Their teeth was getting all fucked up. Yeah, it's primitive as fuck, pretty much.
Brilliantly visualizes the collapse of societal structures through its iconic vehicular combat and nomadic tribes, where mobility equals survival and stationary communities become targets for roaming marauders. Director George Miller uses minimal exposition to convey the world's history instead of relying on visual storytelling through rusted technology, makeshift weapons, and tribal aesthetics that suggest generations adapting to life after the collapse. Fury Road expands this universe by exploring how post-apocalyptic tyrants consolidate power through control of vital resources, in this case, water, creating feudal-like societies where desperate people willingly surrender freedom for basic necessities. The Road presents perhaps the bleakest environmental apocalypse in cinema, a world covered in ash where the sun is permanently obscure, plant life is extinct, and most animals have died, leading to widespread cannibalism among survivors. The unspecified cataclysm has rendered the planet nearly uninhabitable, with few resources and constant ashfall contaminating water and making breathing difficult. The film's power comes from its unfiltered look at moral collapse in the face of environmental devastation. When survival becomes the only priority,
That'd be a shitty world to live in, but with the right skill set, it'll be livable. More livable than some of the other ones we covered so far. But the existence would be mad shitty. But we can actually learn some things, probably going to learn some things tonight that'll make this particular world and several of the other ones survivable. It'll be useful in any apocalypse scenario. We're going through the different ones, but then we're going to see how it's certain skills that cover all of them, as different as they are.
human ethics and social bonds disintegrate except in rare, precious instances. Through the father and son's journey, we see how environmental collapse forces impossible choices between compassion and survival. Melancholia presents an apocalypse caused by a rogue planet on a fast-paced collision course with Earth. The origin is natural, an unavoidable cosmic event that unfolds with a sense of inevitability. Unlike most disaster films, there is no attempt to prevent the inevitable. The planet will hit Earth, and all life will end, creating a pure apocalypse in the original Greek sense of complete revelation. The story focuses on two sisters as they cope with the impending disaster, exploring themes of depression, acceptance, and the search for meaning. The impact on society is largely unseen, with the film's focus remaining intimate and personal. The film subverts traditional apocalyptic narratives by showing how different personality types respond to certain doom. The normally functioning and happy characters collapse under the weight of meaninglessness, while the depressed protagonist Justine finds strange calm and purpose in facing the end. The film suggests that acknowledging the inevitable end, both personal and universal, may be more honest and ultimately more peaceful than the desperate struggle against it that characterizes most apocalyptic narratives. Children of Men imagines a world where humanity faces extinction due to mass infertility of unknown origin, a uniquely devastating.
Our boy Jay Prince for president will lose his mind in this world. You know, he big on fertility. He loved talking about fertilities, as he say. That's one of his favorite things. And in a world where people is infertile, he'll lose his mind because, you know, he said he want to spread his seed and have as many babies as possible.
We can't make this shit up. We can't make this shit up.
If anybody watching later and now know who I'm talking about, you know I'm not lying. So yeah, this world is now this is his apocalyptic nightmare for him.
Faces extinction due to mass infertility of unknown origin, a uniquely devastating apocalypse. Global human infertility, with no babies born for 18 years, creates a world slowly marching towards extinction, not through violent catastrophe, but through the absence of new life. The cause is never explained, which heightens the sense of mystery and dread. The story follows a cynical bureaucrat who becomes the protector of the first pregnant woman in nearly 2 decades, offering a glimmer of hope in a dying world. The inability to reproduce has led to global despair, economic collapse, and the rise of authoritarian governments desperate to maintain control. The film brilliantly portrays how social systems collapse when there is no future generation to work toward. Schools and playgrounds stand abandoned. Religious fanaticism and the authoritarian governments use immigrants as scapegoats for society's despair. Without the promise of continuity through children, even wealthy and comfortable societies lose their cohesion and meaning, revealing how fragile social contracts may be when fronted with species morality. In the Book of Eli, the apocalypse is also the result of a nuclear war that has left the world a barren wasteland. The cause
This is definitely in my top 3 favorite post-apocalyptic movies. It's just being an enjoyable watch. Denzel killed this shit. The world, even that world, it's not as bad because it ain't no zombies and all that stuff. Now you got to fight a bunch of fucked up humans. But in the zombie world, it's also going to be fucked up humans. So when shit go bad in any of these apocalyptic scenarios, be it fucking zombie shit, be it fucking solar flare, be it fucking a new ice age, in any scenario you want, some environmental shit, earthquakes, hurricanes, whatever, it's still going to be fucked up humans. So if you got to deal with fucked up humans anyway, I'd rather pick a place where it's only fucked up humans, not fucked up humans, and zombies. Or fucked up humans and aliens, fucked up humans and robots. But Eli just got fucked up humans. Mad Max just got fucked up humans. And of course, the environmental stuff for each world.
is intentional, a product of human conflict and the misuse of destructive nuclear technology. The aftermath is a world where resources are scarce, and survival is a daily struggle against both the environment and other people. The devastation is complete, and the survivors must adapt to the harsh new reality. Society has fragmented into isolated communities ruled by violence and fear, with no central authority or law. The story follows Eli, a lone wanderer who possesses a sacred book believed to hold the key to humanity's redemption. The film explores themes of faith, perseverance, and the power of knowledge in rebuilding civilization. Its strength lies in its blend of action, spirituality, and post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Bird Box presents an apocalypse triggered by the sudden appearance of mysterious supernatural entities whose origins remain unexplained. The cause is neither natural nor man-made, and the film leverages this ambiguity to heighten tension.
I heard that movie is really good. I never watched it. And it's on Netflix and it's free. But I just never got around to it. It's so much shit I haven't seen.
Tension and fear. The threat spreads through sight. Anyone who looks at the entities is driven to immediate insanity, often resulting in violent suicide or psychosis. The unique mode of transmission forces survivors to navigate the world blindfolded, relying on other senses and creating a constant sense of vulnerability. The film brilliantly explores how the loss of sight reshapes human interaction and survival techniques, forcing characters to develop new methods of navigation and communication. The collapse of society is swift and total, with mass panic, chaos, and the breakdown of all social structures as people desperately try to avoid seeing the entities. You even have psychos out here literally worshiping the creatures and forcing people to see against their will. The film follows a mother's struggle to protect her children, focusing on themes of trust
In this movie, if y'all saw it, let me know in the comments, even if it's replay gang. Did the people ever see these entities? Did us as the viewers ever see these creatures? What they look like? And let me know what they look like. Or was this one of those things where keep guessing, motherfucker, because we don't even know what these creatures look like because we just wrote this script because we knew we weren't going to show the motherfuckers to y'all. So we don't even have we don't have a design for them.
Resilience, and the instinct to survive against impossible odds. The psychological horror is intensified by the fact that the entities are never shown directly, leaving their appearance and motives to the imagination. Leave the World Behind creates tensions through an unexplained...
Well, damn, they just answered my question for me. Which means it probably was a reasonable question.
The psychological horror is intensified by the fact that the entities are never shown directly, leaving their appearance and motives to the imagination. Leave the World Behind creates tensions through an unexplained societal collapse that unfolds gradually through increasingly strange occurrences. Electronics failing, ships running aground, flocks of animals behaving oddly, and mysterious sonic booms. The film's power comes from withholding clear explanations. Suggestions of cyber attack, terrorism, or even invasion are presented but never confirmed, mirroring how actual disasters would be experienced by ordinary people without access to official information. This apocalypse unfolds primarily through information breakdown rather than physical destruction, highlighting our dependence on communication systems and the societal unraveling that occurs in their absence. This sudden loss of connectivity leads to panic, hoarding, and the breakdown of social order as people struggle to understand what's happening. Through the uncomfortable forced cohabitation of two families from different racial and economic backgrounds, the film explores how the crisis reveals and exacerbates existing social tensions and prejudice, highlighting the tensions and mistrust that arise in the absence of reliable information.
Thanks to CuriosityStream for supporting this episode. Go to Curiosity.
But there you go, people. Not all of the possible apocalyptic situations, but a nice amount of them. A nice amount of the post-apocalyptic situations we just fucking witnessed. So I just wanted to show y'all that video so we can, because I talk about the zombie ones the most, but as you see, there's a lot of ways shit can get bad. And a lot of those examples wasn't far-fetched sci-fi shit. There's very probable and possible. Especially the natural disaster ones, the nuclear war ones, the infrastructure crushing ones, all that stuff is possible. And now we're finna get into the concept that I said earlier that we talk about the zombie shit because it's a little more entertaining, but it don't matter because with all the different examples we just saw, the skill sets that you need are pretty universal. So we went over before, last time we did how to start a fire. Right. And so
The Last of Us presents a terrifyingly plausible pandemic through a mutated...
So we know how to start a fire, right? But you got fire, you can start a fire. So you won't freeze to death. And you can cook your food. But we haven't even gotten to how to probably, hunt and treat animals and skin animals. And some people don't even know how to process a fish, scale a fish, gut it, all that shit. But we ain't doing this in no particular order of importance. but it's just all hard skills that you need to know. So before we get into the like survivor shit, we like to do a little fundamental, real skill fucking video where we just go over some shit and learn some shit together. Because in this one, we're going to do this on how to purify water. Now, we talked about it loosely on the other show, but all we really did was talk about a device called the life. What was that thing called? I don't remember. Life something. The little pen, the little straw thing you suck, life water. I don't know. I was going to buy one, but I ain't never get around to it. But it's just the life straw. There you go, JM. The boy got a good memory. You know how the life straw. But the life straw is cool. But what happens when you don't have a life straw on you? And that's what we finna get into today. So the first video we're gonna check out is called How to Purify Water, Top 3 Emergency Methods. And hopefully they'll show us some ways that we have to do when we don't have the life straw or lost our life straw. Just because the life straw gone don't mean a motherfucker gotta go thirsty.
Disaster, whether it's a hurricane, an earthquake, or a simple power outage, the single most important priority is securing a source of clean, safe drinking water. The tap can stop working, and municipal water supplies can become contaminated. In this situation, knowing how to purify water is not just a useful skill, it is the absolute bedrock of your survival and health. Contaminated water can carry a host of dangerous bacteria and viruses like Giardia, E. coli, and cholera, which can cause severe illness and in a crisis can be fatal. We are going to demonstrate the 3 most reliable and expert-approved methods for emergency water purification: boiling, chemical treatment, and filtration. Based on the official guidelines from FEMA and the CDC, we'll show you the right way to do each and the common and sometimes dangerous mistakes to avoid.
Yeah, look like we finna learn today. And it's really good for JM because he said, I'm still not trusting that straw at all. That boy's anti-life straw. After this video over, I'm gonna show y'all a life straw again. Cause I don't think JM giving the life straw the credit that it fucking need. I think it's an ingenious fucking invention, and I believe in it. But you know, since we do got people like JM out there in the world, that's why we're watching this video, so you can have some alternative methods. And I don't want to be just completely dependent on the life straw either. So I'm about to sit back and learn something too. Let's get to it.
This is one of the most important and empowering skills you can ever learn. The first and most reliable method, the gold standard of water purification, is boiling. Boiling kills virtually all pathogens that can make you sick: bacteria, viruses, and protozoa. It is simple, effective, and requires no special equipment other than a pot and a source of heat. To do it correctly, you must bring the water to a full rolling boil. A rolling boil is one that you cannot stir down. You must maintain this rolling boil for at least 1 full minute. If you are at an altitude above 6,500 feet, where water boils at a lower temperature, you should increase this time to 3 minutes.
So if I take some dirty lake water, right, and boil that shit up and let it do everything he just said, can I then just let it cool off and drink that shit? Is that how this shit work? But I think he's finna tell us the part that I might be missing. Cause I still would think after that, you have to filter that shit.
After boiling, let the water cool down and then store it in clean, covered containers. The most common mistake people make is not boiling it for long enough or only bringing it to a...
Nah, I guess you don't. Shift you out some dirty dishwater, boil it get it to a rolling boil, and then let that shit sit for a minute or two, and you just drink that shit. Now, the problem with boiling water is that when you boil water evaporate, so it's water, but I don't know. If the water is limited, it's just kind of shitty method because you evaporate the water. But if you just get that shit out of a lake or something and there's plenty of water in the lake, you can boil that shit all day. But so far, the boiling method is pretty straightforward. That's why I guess he said it was the easiest, the most simple or whatever.
Simmer. You need the high temperature of a full boil to ensure that all the dangerous microorganisms are killed. The second method is chemical treatment. This is a great option if you don't have the ability to boil water. The two most common chemicals used are household bleach and iodine. For bleach, you must use regular, unscented chlorine bleach that is suitable for disinfection. Check the label to make sure it contains 5 to 6% sodium hypochlorite. The procedure is simple. For 1 gallon of clear water, add 8 drops of bleach using a clean medicine dropper. If the water is cloudy or colored, double the amount to 16 drops. Stir it and let it stand for at least 30 minutes before you use it. The water should have a slight smell of chlorine. If it doesn't, repeat the dosage and let it stand for another 15 minutes.
I think boiling it beats this for sure. Just too many steps, too much waiting time. You gotta have particular things. Not only you gotta have bleach, you gotta have a specific kind of bleach and make sure certain stuff right. And when the bleach run out, you fuck. Now I would use this method as a backup, or at times where you can't start a fire because it's not safe to, because you don't want to attract attention to your location. So it's good to know all of this. Nothing on this video, I think, is going to be some shit that you should know. And that's the beauty of it. Knowledge is power. Why not have as much power as possible? So have as many options as possible to handle your shit and take care of your shit.
The most common mistake is using too much bleach or using a bleach that has scented additives, which are not safe for consumption. Iodine tablets or tinctures are another effective chemical option, and they are a standard item in many first aid and survival kits. You simply follow the manufacturer's instructions for how many tablets to add per quart or liter of water. The third method is filtration. A high-quality, modern water filter is one of the best pieces of preparedness gear you can own. These filters work by passing the water through a porous material with microscopic holes that are too small for bacteria and protozoa to pass through. It's important to know what your filter can and cannot do. Most backpacking filters are excellent at removing bacteria like E. coli and protozoa like Giardia, but they cannot remove viruses, which are much smaller. To be completely safe, it is often recommended to use a two-step process. First, filter the water to remove the larger pathogens and any sediment, and then treat it with chemicals or boil it to kill any viruses that may have passed through. The most common mistake with filters is not maintaining them properly. You must follow the instructions for cleaning and backflushing your filter to ensure it continues to work effectively. The reveal is that with these 3 simple methods, you have a complete system for ensuring you always have safe drinking water. Boiling is the most foolproof. Chemical treatment is the most portable, and filtration is the best way to clean murky water before you treat it.
You see that JM filtering is the best way to clean it. And that's why the life straw is the key to motherfucking success. And Life Straw need to give me a motherfucking marketing deal because I be promoting the fuck out of they goddamn Life Straws like I got stock in the motherfucker. But I don't. But at the same time, I gotta put some respect on their name because I think it's an ingenious invention, even though JM don't.
Meet the reimagined Life Straw. Our Peak Series personal filtration straw is the ultimate in lightweight filtration. This new straw features more premium materials, enhanced flow rate, and more versatility. Trusted by outdoor adventurers, international travel.
See that? That boy sinking straight out the creek. He just sipping straight out the goddamn creek. Where you do that? You probably like, ooh, he nasty. Oh, he gonna have worms. No, the Life Straw stops all that.
Travelers and emergency response workers at only 2 ounces, pack and store it anywhere, and you'll have 5 years of safe water in the palm of your hand. The membrane microfilter removes bacteria and parasites. The Life Straw Peak Water Filter Straw boasts new caps to prevent leakage in your pack and added versatility. The universal threading when you remove the bottom cap can attach to standard threaded water bottles and flasks. The built-in hose attachment also allows you to connect to standard gravity systems and hydration packs. We're also a climate-neutral certified B Corp, and for every Life Straw product purchased, a school child in need receives safe water for an entire school year. Everyone needs safe water. Stay safe, pack.
You can even buy one and get some little some of Cash Kid cousins some water for a year. That's a win-win situation. But yeah, I think it's a real. I'm gonna buy one, man. I'm gonna buy one soon. Probably buy one at the end of this month. Probably buy a 4-pack because I really do believe in it. And I'm gonna do a show, and I'm gonna come up here, and I'm gonna have some dirt in my hand, and I'm gonna take the glass, and I'm gonna put the dirt in it, and I'm gonna stir it up with a spoon and get it nice and dirty. Then I'm gonna take my Life Straw, and I'm gonna drink that shit right here on camera on Unbe Streaming. You heard it. I'm a man of my motherfucking word. That's how much I believe in the motherfucking Life Straw.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
That's fat. But okay. So we just looked at one method. 2, he gave us 3 little quick steps to purify our water. But I found another guy. His name is Simon. His channel called Simon, a bloke in the wood. In the woods, a bloke in the woods. He's using the word bloke, so I'm pretty sure be prepared for an accent. Let's check it out. You know what? He might not have. Ooh, let's find out. Oh, he might not. People call their town anything these days.
Hi folks, and welcome back. I've been asked a few times recently about...
Never mind. He got one. I'm not anti-accent, just They be talking fast sometimes. Speaking English, so it should be good.
Water filters and how to purify drinking water. So I thought while I'm out here by the river filming another video, I'd take a few minutes out and just put together a little video on the water filters that I use and other ways that I make water safe for drinking. So there are 3 methods that I use depending on where I am and what I'm doing: boiling, use of chemicals to purify water, and use of water filters. I'm going to start.
Oh, he finna cover the same stuff this other guy covered. I guess that's all we got. Listen, it only 3 ways to purify water. The 4th is the goddamn life straw, but that's not even a 4th way because that's a filter. So it's 3 ways to purify water, people: boiling, certain chemicals, and filterization. And I think you need to know all of them. You never know what situation you're going to be in, people. And that's just how crucial water is. We need to master all these forms of purifying water.
Start with boiling. Boiling water is a very effective way of making water safe to drink. It kills off bacteria and protozoa and makes your water safe to drink. And you don't need a lot of expensive gear. You don't need expensive filters and chemicals. You just need a few basic bits of kit. I use a primary filtration bag like this one here, and what that does is it removes any sediment in the water, so you're not drinking that. So literally you just fill this bag up with water out of the river, out of the lake, wherever it is you're collecting your drinking water from, and then you collect the water that drips off the bottom, and any sediment is left behind in that bag.
Can I do that with like a sock? Like soak the sock in the water, squeeze it out in the thing, and that'll filter it. Then go back and soak the sock in the water and squeeze it out in the thing. Because you always not have this cool bag. I said try doing it with a clean sock. Or you can just use the sock on your foot because it don't have to be particularly clean because you're still about to boil the water, I think. I'm just saying, if you don't have this little thing, a solid sock, you might have to go more back and forth than with this, or you could be right there by the river doing it. Just put the sock in there, squeeze it out, sock, squeeze, but that squeezing on the sock, that's gonna get the filter as far as the low level filtering, as where you're not getting all the dirt and stuff. Plus, if you skim off the top of the water, a less chance of just getting all the dirt and grit because it usually settles to the floor.
So that's the water collected out of the millbank bag. It's clear, but there's a slight greenish tinge to it. That's due to the algae that's in this river where I am. But
if you have the life straw, you won't have to worry about that algae.
It has taken out all of the chunks, all of the sediment. So that is now ready for boiling. It doesn't get rid of chemicals and heavy metals and things like that out of the water. So if you're really suspect, it might be worth combining this with another method or just using a high quality filter that will remove those things out of the water. Right, that water's heating up and I just need to get up to
high quality filter you just described. It's the motherfucking life straw, JM.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
a good rolling boil. There are different schools of thought as to how long you should let the water boil for to make it safe to drink, and it does depend on altitude. So the higher you are, the longer it needs to boil for. But I just tend to bring it up to a good vigorous boil. So check on it when those bubbles are really going for it, then it's done its job and it will be safe to drink. The only disadvantage of this method is that you end up with hot water, which is fine if you're only going to make tea or coffee or something like that. That's fine. But if you're after cold water, you obviously then have to wait.
There you go, people. Loosely filter your water, boil it, not even long, to a rolling boil, and that shit drinkable. But again, like a lot of this stuff build on. Remember the video before, the one before this, was about how to start a fire. Or it might be the one before this. I think it might have been. Anyway, we went over how to start a fire. Because you ain't gonna be able to boil this water if you can't start a fire. So see how shit's connected? Went over a whole bunch of videos on all the different ways to start a fire. So all these skills are hard skills. You know, you got soft skills, you got hard skills. These are hard skills that you have to know in any apocalyptic situation, be it infrastructure crashing, be it nuclear war, be it World War III. Whenever the shit get bad, you're gonna have to know how to fucking make a fire, and you're gonna have to know how to filter clean water, because that's just shit for basic human survival.
For that water to cool down again, so you're going to have a delay. That is the only kind of downside really to boiling. Yeah, it's a good method, and it's a method I use if I'm out and I'm only using minimal gear and I don't want to be taking a filter with me. Next up is chemical water purification, often found in the form of chlorine tablets, and there are loads of brands about. These ones here are by Life Systems. The British Army 24-hour ration packs or operational ration packs always have a pack of 6 in there.
Yeah, shit like this cool and all. But yeah, you're only gonna have so many of these on you. So boiling method is still like the OG one. Because if you ain't got fire, you're probably gonna die anyway. You know? But if you do got fire, you can always boil your water anytime, any place.
And they are effective against bacteria and cysts, protozoa in the water. Yeah, you know, they do the job. They're a very lightweight option. You know, it's just a thin paper packet there with 6 tablets in. 1 tablet treats a litre of water, and you just pop it in there, dissolve it in the water, leave it for half an hour, and it's done its job. The downside is they taste disgusting. It's a little bit like drinking swimming pool water. Well, not quite as bad, but definitely leaves a taste that I can taste. Some people say they can't taste it, but I can. And I think that's the reason that the MOD always put an abundance of sweet fruit-flavored sachets in their 24-hour ration packs to mask the flavor of these. They're also not recommended to be consumed long-term. So if you're out you know, on an extended backcountry trip, you know, it might be worth considering something else. Right, filters.
You heard it there. You can't even do it long term. And you know, the apocalypse definitely going to be long term. But you got some of these tablets, they'll come through in the clutch in the emergency. But so far, boiling is looking like the best shit on the planet.
Filtration is my #1 go-to method for making water safe to drink, whether I'm out camping, wild camping, backpacking, canoeing, whatever. I'll usually have a filter with me, and I've got 4 here that I'm going to show you today. This one is the Sawyer Squeeze. I think it's the mini version, and I've only ever used this once. It's all right. It filters down to 0.1 micron, which is good for bacteria and waterborne protozoa, cysts, things like that, but not for viruses, not for pesticides or chemicals or anything like that. Where I live in the UK, it's a heavily densely populated island, and most of our rivers flow through towns and villages, through farmland, and I have to be a little bit more cautious than I would if I was out in the wilderness somewhere. It's got a decent flow rate. It's compact, you know, it rolls up really small, and it has its own bag. So you can fill that up with water, and you can keep it in there and just drink from it when you need, which is good. It's kind of like a water bottle as well as a filter. And the filter is actually really small. They're also very inexpensive. So if you're looking for a cheap filter just to get you started, and you're going to be where, you know, perhaps polluted water isn't such an issue, then this might be a really good option for you. But my advice is, if you live in a heavily populated area, or there's a lot of farmland where you get...
Yeah, his shit don't sound as good as the Life Straw. He ain't even talking about it with good confidence. We saw a dude drink toilet water with the life straw.
No.
That's how much he believed in that shit. And we might check him out at the end of this video.
We get runoff into the rivers from, you know, pesticides and chemicals and nasties, then it might be worth considering a different filter. Sawyer actually do another filter. I can't remember what it's called. It's got like a silicon water bottle attached to it, and that has a much better filter in it that will remove a lot more than this one will. I can't remember what it's called, but I'll put the name of it up here somewhere, or there, wherever I can fit it. But yeah, so that one is the Sawyer Mini, I think it was called. Next up, I have the Katadyn Be-Free water filter bag. It's similar in many ways to the Sawyer in that it has a filter at the drinking end, but the filter is inside the bag on this one, not outside like it is on the Sawyer, and you get a silicone type water bag with it. I've got the big one. This is 3 litres. They do a 1 litre version of this as well, which is obviously a lot more compact. I used this on my recent trip to Norway and Sweden, and Andy and I both used this to filter all of our drinking water, and it worked really well. It's got a decent flow rate, although when I was really thirsty, I was struggling to get enough out, but that's just filters for you. You know, if it's coming out really quick, I'd be a little bit concerned. Bearing in mind it's supposed to be removing all of those impurities. You can use it as a gravity filter just by hanging it up and letting it drip, although it's going to be a much slower rate. You know, if you're actually sucking on that mouthpiece, you're going to get much more out of it because you're actively
I'm glad he didn't like actually suck on it to show us how.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Even these dudes in UK understand the pause shit better than some niggas here.
pulling the water through. My only criticism of this filter is the cap. It has like a really cheap sports drinks bottle type cap, like the type you get on a disposable water bottle that you buy from the supermarket, and it had a little cover which came over it, and that snapped off like on day 2 on the trip. It was just made of cheese. It was yeah, not really fit for purpose. I guess I could probably just replace that with a cap off a disposable water bottle from the supermarket, and that's probably what I'll do. But I just think that it's a shame, you know, you pay a lot of money for these things. I think that could have been better designed, especially as that's kind of the clean end, you know, that's the bit that's meant to be safe to drink from, and if that's getting contaminated with dirty water, then I don't think that's such a great thing, really. But yeah, it's a good filter. I'm really happy with it. Like with the Sawyer, I probably wouldn't use this on these local rivers around here where I live, just because there's farmland around. Next up is my Liberty bottle from Lifesaver. I've got a full review of this filter. If you scroll right the way down through my videos, you'll find it down there somewhere where I go into all the full kind of specs of this, but it's a really good filter. This filters down to 0.015 micron versus the 0.1 of the Sawyer, so that just gives you an idea. This removes bacteria and protozoa like the other two do, but it also removes viruses. It's designed to be used as a filter and water bottle. If you unscrew the top there, there's a little drinking spigotty thing on the top there, but you can also screw on a water bottle and just filter straight into the water bottle, and that's what I tend to do. So I've got a full litre coming off it, and you literally just undo the end, and that's a pump. You just pump. There's a little input nozzle on here, and it comes with a scavenger hose, so you can just put that scavenger hose into the water and just pump it straight into your bottle. That's how I tend to use it. If you're out for a day walk or something and you don't want to take another water bottle with you, you can just unscrew the end and just scoop dirty water into that end, screw that back on, prime it, and then you can just drink straight from it, so the water is stored in.
JM says, man, I don't know if I'm built for this, bruh. Listen, man, a lot of people not, but that's why I'm doing this kind of content, because we can get built for this. People might think this shit weird, goofy, strange, but I don't see, if you have the spare time, I ain't saying you gotta work on this shit every day, because a lot of, even though we watching videos, a lot of this stuff we're gonna have to try and test, like the fire starting stuff and all the different methods. Some of this shit you're gonna have to get some muscle memory to. This water boiling stuff is just basic. Everybody know how to boil water. The chemical shit, I'm pretty sure the whatever pills you got gonna have directions on the box. Now, this is true. A lot of it is mental. When the shit, if the shit hit, where the shit hit, when it does hit, if your mind ain't strong, you ain't gonna make it. Be it, again, some kind of fucked up like C19 times 5 type virus, World War III, nuclear war, solar flare, some kind of major climate disasters all over the country, just a overall whatever crashes the infrastructure in society. The weak of mind gonna be some of the first people to go. And not saying they weak per se, because they can be as normal people. But if you ain't a certain kind of off, you don't even think about the kind of shit that I talk about on these shows. So when it happens, that shit might fry your brain off rip. It's gonna be a full loss of hope and a whole bunch of despair immediately. Just from the mention of it. But not you, JM, because at least you processing this shit already right now with the rest of us.
There. I really like this filter. I use it a lot on trips like this, camps like this, because I don't trust the water in this river. It has a very bad track record, one of the worst in the UK, believe it or not. And every time they do tests on it, it's really bad. So I tend to use this one or the next one, which I'm going to show you, which is my First Need XL. It's a big, clunky filter. It's great for group use, or if there are 2 of you out on a trip, it will deliver water quickly. It's got a very fast flow rate, and it will remove viruses as well as your bacteria and cysts and all the rest of it out of water. It'll remove pesticides and herbicides, a lot of chemicals. Very, very effective filter. It'll only filter 600 to 800 liters though on a cartridge. That is the downside, which makes it expensive.
See, that's that bullshit. One life, what's that thing called again? One life straw. One life straw gives you 1,000 gallons of water. Remember that, JM? He said 800 liters. I don't know the math, but I know it ain't better than 1,000 gallons. And a life straw way smaller than that big clunky shit. Team Life Straw.
Unit itself is expensive, and then the cartridges are expensive. But I bought this a long time ago before I had my Liberty bottle, because I've always been suspect of the water around here, and I wanted something that I could trust. And this does it. I have no qualms about filtering just about any kind of water through this. I know it's going to be safe to drink. It is a good bit of kit. As a scavenger hose, which you drop into the water.
We went through 2 videos, different guys showing different steps of the various ways to purify water. And the first one was boiling, of course. Get it to a rolling boil. Let it rolling boil for a minute or 2. Let it cool off and drink it. If you finna drink coffee or tea and it's cold or cocoa, you only have to let it cool off, and the water is good after that. Like I said, a rolling boil to where if you stir it, the boil don't even go away, because it's just get into that for a minute or 2. You can drink the water no matter where you get it from. Now, it's good if the water kind of close to the bank of the river, got like a little soot in it and shit. You got to filter it some kind of way. And he had this little filtering bag, but I was like, you can use a t-shirt or any kind of cloth that'll catch the sediment in the dirt and let the water go through, because that's all you're trying to get out. The boiling gonna get rid of everything else. You just want to get rid of thick shit like pieces of leaves and dirt and shit that even if you boil, it'll still be there. And then the other step was, of course, the iodine tablets to put in a couple of drops of bleach in the water. Not particular bleach, the non-scented, like he said. But I think that one, it got to be done just right, or the water will have like a little chemical taste to it. But like he said, remember that using the iodine tablets or the bleach, that's not nothing you want to drink day after day after day after day, because it probably does work on your kidney and liver 9 times out of 10. And then, of course, the last one was the filtering processes. But you got all these devices, and he just showed several devices. Well, I'm about to present to you a device that I think, and we just showed it earlier, but I ain't done promoting it. I'm promoting this shit as if I got stock in it, but I promise y'all I don't. But as I'm thinking about it, I might want to get stock in it, because there might come a time where when the shit hits, or we get word of the shit hitting, that something like a Life Straw might just really, really come in handy. What a guy that drunk it out the toilet. What a guy that drunk to use the Life Straw to drink the toilet water. He was the man. That boy wasn't scared at all. Here you go. We gonna run him back.
Know if Life Straw works or not. Does Life Straw actually work? I guarantee after this video, you will know if Life Straw works or not. We use the Life Straw Go series for all of our airplane travel, and we always carry a Life Straw with us on our long, daunting hikes. So we have 3 different waters with varying levels of yuck. And we also have this clear Life Straw so you can actually see it working in action. Let's go. Lake waters first. You can see it's clear right at the top. It tastes fine. It doesn't taste like anything. Like, it just tastes like water. Next up is the muddy water. It can clean the dirtiest water by removing up to 99.999999.
What he just did is what I'm gonna do live on camera when I buy this. I'm gonna pour some dirt in a glass, a clear glass, stir it up, and show y'all I'm gonna drink it with that Life Straw, because that's how much I believe in that shit. And when I do that, JM, your punk ass better buy one. I'm gonna get you to take a picture of it and send it on IG. You know, show me a video, nigga, with that shit in your hand. When I do it, nigga, that's how much I believe in it. And it's gonna be delicious.
9% of bacteria and removing 99.999% of microplastics. Again, crystal clear at the top. I don't taste any dirt. And last of all, the toilet water. It tastes good. Does Life Straw actually?
Do y'all think he really drank toilet water for this sample, or he just content playing us and he drank some Texas tap water?
This is a Life Straw, and I'm going to use it to see if we can turn water from the dirtiest lake in the US into clean drinking water.
But first, I'm going to test it out on a cup of toilet water I got from 7-Eleven to make sure it's working properly. Really got to give it a good...
What the hell?
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Now that's just nasty. If I was gonna test toilet water, it'd be in my own toilet at the house after I flushed it several fucking times. Ain't no way I'm gonna scoop some water out of 7-Eleven fucking toilet. I was just saying I believe in a life pen, and I do, but I don't believe.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I don't believe it into the length that this boy, if he really did this, his belief in this technology beats the hell out of mine. Cause no. A 7-Eleven toilet?
Oh my God.
This is a life straw, and I'm going to use it to see if we can turn water from the dirtiest lake in the U.S. into clean drinking water.
Well, first, I'm going to test it out on a cup of toilet water I got from 7-Eleven to make sure it's working properly. Really got to give it a good suck. Damn, that's actually not bad. Kind of tastes like my tap water at home.
Now I'm going to see if it can filter water from Lake Onondaga, a lake that has been polluted for decades with industrial waste, untreated sewage, and toxic chemicals.
So let's hope this straw lives up to the hype.
I'm just gonna give it a good hard suck here and hope this light straw doesn't fail me.
Doesn't taste very good, but it could save your life. Click here to buy your own.
This is a life straw, and I'm going to use it to see if we can...
He said that shit was nasty. Look at the face he made. That wasn't a fake face. He said that shit didn't taste good, but he had to add that it could save your life. Is this a fail for the life straw? Or maybe they didn't promise delicious taste, but they promised some water that wouldn't get you sick?
Straw doesn't fail me.
Doesn't taste very good, but it could save your life. Click here to buy your own.
That got me kind of nervous, JM. I'm not saying that he gonna get sick from that water, and I ain't saying he gotta taste delicious for me to drink it, but that face he made was kind of wild because he was, yeah.
This is a life straw, and it's supposed to be able to make any water clean enough to drink. So today I'm going to test it by seeing if I can tell the difference between tap water, literal swamp water, and to really put it to the test, Coca-Cola. Round 1, tap water.
Okay, I'm getting really distinct tastes of water. It just tastes like water. I'm saying this one is tap water.
Round 2, Coca-Cola.
You have to suck really hard. This one is obviously Coke. Now the last one.
Round 3, swamp water.
This one tastes like water. I need to go back and check. Maybe this one has a little bit more chemicals in it. This one tastes more fresh and good. I don't know if this is swamp water, but this one tastes like chlorine, which makes me think it's city water. So, okay, my final guesses are tap water, obviously Coke, and swamp water, which somehow tastes the best. Ew.
There you go, people. It made swamp water taste better than tap water. Jam says, what if one resistant super bacteria strand makes it through your filter? Well, if that super bacteria strand already out there, it's over for your ass anyway. If that exists, JM, it's already up in this stuff. You out of there. That's the least of your worries, buddy. So, we talked about the different variety pack of post-apocalyptic situations. We talked about a key skill set that you'll need in these kind of situations. And I'm gonna try to cover one of those on every shirt. First, we did how to start a fire. Go back and check that video out. And it's the last video. It's not in the title, but I might add it so you can know what survival skill that I'm focusing on. This one is to filter water. And we got that out the way. Now on to something where those two things might be covered in this, because this video titled 30 specific skills to survive long-term apocalyptic scenario or grid down. You're just gonna get off the grid, or the grid just went down. Bam, solar flare, no electronics work, grid down. What do?
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit.
Well, we finna get 30 specific skills. And I'm gonna call these hard skills. We'll see if some are hard or some are soft. The hard skills are ones you must know, you must practice, you must almost have a muscle memory. Every skill ain't like that. But we'll see if all 30 of these are those kind of skills. But these are 30 specific skills to survive long-term apocalypse. So try to learn and as many of these as possible and master as many of these as possible. We're going to find out if they all worthwhile. Some of them might be some bullshit. We'll rank them as we go.
Hello, Serious Survivor here. And today we're going to look at 30 specific skills to help us survive an apocalyptic scenario, or at least make life a little more comfortable in some of these situations. Now, I'm not focusing on our basic skill sets here. I'm not talking about self-defense, making fire, building shelter. I'm talking about specific skills that will help and will make you more valuable to your...
Well, damn, this might be the advanced class, yo. We ain't even master all the basic skills. Should we watch this? We'll give a couple of it a shot just to see what they talking about.
Group, or make a member of your group more valuable to you, and also give you the ability and give you the opportunity for better barter items on down the line. So these are skills that are not an absolute necessity, but these are skills that can definitely help you out as time goes by. But first, a word from our sponsors.
You know what? Before we get to that, let me check something out. I don't want to skill stuff, right? I don't want to confuse y'all. And I don't want to confuse myself by getting too advanced by looking at a skill set that's a little too advanced, that we really gotta we gotta know the necessary shit. It's cool to have all kinds of extra little side quest skills that can get you some motherfucking wiggle room, some credentials, some authority in society because you know how to do this little cool shit. But right now we trying to live.
Hello, Serious Survivor here, and today we're going to look at 20 skills necessary for group survival during the rebuilding phase after an...
I might come back. My bad, I hit the wrong button. I might come back to that one, but let's see if we can find something a little more individually based. That was group survival, but some of those skills probably are good for a group or for an individual. But we being selfish right now, right? And we haven't found a group. The shit just hit. So we got to start off as a loner until we find our group, right? So let's start here. I think I found a good start because we on some beginner shit, right? We don't want to overcomplicate things. think this video is gonna work for all those newbies out here.
Hello, Serious Survivor here. And today I want to talk a little bit about the type of situation that we're facing and how it compares to some other situations which we may have faced. But first, a quick word from our sponsors. What if I tell you that you can get your hands on some gold from one of the, if not the most important shipwrecks in our history? The Panic of 18. The SS comes in a quality, a societal collapse type of HTF of to get yours now. When we talk about SHTF events, when we talk about a collapse of any type, a societal collapse, a grid down, no matter what type of the event may be, I pretty much, as far as my viewpoint goes, I pretty much break these down into two different categories. You have your quick onset events, which are your immediate events, the ones that you cannot mistake, the ones that everyone within the vicinity of this or possibly in the world knows immediately that this event has changed their way of life forever. And that would be things such as, an EMP attack, a nuclear war, an asteroid impact, a supervolcano eruption, a major event that changes things dramatically the moment that it occurs. And these are easy to identify. We know when the grid goes down. We know when bombs are going off. We know when there's a world war. We know when an asteroid collides with the Earth. We know these things. And these are the type of things that a lot of prepping seems to center around, is having the ability to react when we have a quick onset type of event, that we react immediately, and we immediately go into our preps and start our defensive preparations and or bug out preparations for whoever you may be, and we immediately enact our plan. The second type or category of events is basically your slow rolling events, your ones that have a very slow onset. The problem with these events is that most people don't see it coming, or by the time they see it coming, it's too late. And that's the issues that we're facing now. I mean, yes, it is very possible that we will see a war, and that war could turn nuclear, and that is a very good possibility, for us in the near future. We cannot disregard that. But we are in the middle.
This boy taking a long time to get to the point.
Right now, or probably towards the tail end of an actual takeover by the powers that be. And this may sound drastic to some people who listen, for people that don't put two and two together on what we've been seeing occur over the last couple of decades, basically. Then I can understand someone who doesn't keep up with events would be like, well, what's going on? I haven't seen much change. And for those that aren't keeping up with events on a daily basis, pretty much, you're not going to see much change, because everything that's been implemented over the last couple of decades has been done step by step by step. This is a plan that has been in action since World War II. And this plan is basically a complete takeover of not just the United States, but of the world. And it has to start with the United States, because we have been.
All right, this video seemed like it was misnamed. The title says, "What we can do to prepare ourselves for what is coming." And he 3 minutes and 24 seconds in, and he haven't told us nothing we can do to prepare ourselves for what is coming. But he got some minutes left. Maybe he just warming us up. I don't fucking know.
And I guess you would say, a lot of people say, the beacon of freedom. We have been a country that has stood between, socialist, communist regimes, and we've stood and we've fought against things like that. So we have to fall before the world can fall behind us. It's like dominoes, and we're the first one in line. Once we fall, then everything else is going to fall behind us. It's going to fall right into place as they have placed it out. And that's the problem with what we're facing, is the steps that have been taken have been implemented slowly but surely over the last many years. And we now are at the precipice of the onset of the end of these events. And what I mean is, we're nearing the end to where we're going to see this. I'm just going to be together and just keep saying we need to.
What the fuck? This guy fucking killing me.
Serious Survivor here. And today we're going to talk about 10 things that
I don't even trust this content anymore. I don't trust it. When you're saying you don't take much to lose me. When you make a mistitled video. So the other day, right, we did a whole big thing on all the different types of bunkers and shit. But it still is plenty more bunkers left. And bunkers look pretty cool. We was like, okay, bunkers, where is that? That's what works, right? We saw a $5 million bunker. We saw more affordable bunkers. We was all bunkered out. But this guy right here says, why your apocalypse bunker
72 hours with a
won't
family of 4.
Why your apocalypse bunker won't save you. See, bunkers look like a sweet spot the other day when we watched the video. Now this guy talking about why they won't save us. But this is what we do over here. We see why he said the bunkers won't save us. And if it makes sense, we take what he said and reverse engineer that shit and fix the problem so that the bunkers will work for us. Cause that's how, because a lot of people like to make stuff telling us what we can't do and won't do and how to go bad, but we can still use that as a teachable lesson to still do the shit they talking about, but just do it right.
You're underground when it happens. The world above you tears itself apart, cities go dark, sirens fade, the grid dies like a circuit with no resistance. You're sealed in, steel doors locked, concrete thick enough to stop a blast. You've got food for months, water for weeks, and a ventilation system you bought off a prepper forum. You feel safe. You're not. 3 days in, the air tastes metallic. 5 days in, you're breathing shallow, and your head pounds like someone's driving nails through your skull. By day 7, you realize the truth. Your bunker isn't a fortress. It's a tomb with a timer. Everyone dreams of the bunker, the ultimate escape pod, the fallback position when civilization collapses. But here's what the YouTube preppers don't tell you. Most people who seal themselves underground die from problems they never saw coming. Not from raiders, not from radiation, from physics, from chemistry, from the slow, silent suffocation of a system they didn't understand. This isn't about stockpiles or steel doors. This is about why your bunker won't save you and what actually kills you when you think you're safe. Let's audit the fantasy. In Timeline 12A, they thought steel walls meant safety. They confused containment with survival, sealed themselves in.
This guy sound like a bunker hater, y'all. I don't know. He don't even seem like he finna get a bunker no kind of chance. He came in hot with the buyers. Let's see though. Let's give him a chance.
Like specimens in a jar, convinced that isolation would protect them. They had doors that could stop a tank and walls that could withstand a blast. What they didn't have was a plan for what happens when you lock yourself in a box with no reliable air exchange. Humans exhale carbon dioxide, about 200 milliliters per minute per person. In a sealed space, that CO2 doesn't vanish. It accumulates. When it hits 1% concentration, you get drowsy. At 3%, your breathing accelerates and decision-making collapses. At 5%, you pass out. At 8%, you're dead within an hour. Most amateur bunkers hit dangerous levels in under 72 hours with a family of 4. Lesson: walls don't breathe. You do. Plan accordingly. In Timeline 55X, they trusted.
I think everybody would know when they design a bunker to have proper airflow. And if you think the outside air going to be contaminated, to have proper airflow with some kind of filterization system. I mean, I guess if you make your own as an amateur, you might fuck that up. But I would think if you're paying somebody to build it and they got the schematics, or you're going to one of these companies, or you stand in one of these expensive 6-figure, 7-figure fucking bunkers, that you got several ways to filter out your air. But yeah, you try to make your own shit as an amateur, you might fuck that up, but not anymore because we just talked about it.
Filters more than airflow. They bought HEPA filters and carbon scrubbers, read reviews, compared specs. They thought filtration was the same as ventilation. It's not. Filtration removes particles and toxins. Ventilation removes the CO2 you're drowning in and brings in oxygen your cells actually need. A HEPA filter won't save you from hypercapnia, CO2 poisoning. You need air exchange. Fresh oxygen in, stale CO2 out. That requires powered systems, backup generators, fuel reserves, and redundancy plans. Most bunkers have none of that. They have a fan and a prayer. Lesson: clean air isn't the same as breathable air. Chemistry doesn't negotiate. In Timeline 33D, they stored enough food to last years. They had freeze-dried meals, canned goods, rice by the pallet, calories for 500 days. What they didn't account for was moisture, mold, and microbial bloom. Underground spaces are humid. Condensation forms on walls. Water vapor accumulates. And in warm, damp, oxygen-rich environments, bacteria.
This nigga is a bunker party pooping ass pooper scoobity doop doop ass nigga. JM, the nigga is a fucking old motherfucking party pooper, man. He like fucking Pennywise the clown. You know when Pennywise come up, he usually fuck everybody's day up. We just trying to survive, but it's a little like, you know, you got to cover everything. When the shit hits, you got to cover everything. You have to think about monsters in the fucking walls. Let's get back to it, man. Knowledge is power.
Bacteria and fungi throw a party. Mold spores colonize food, fabric, even lung tissue. Black mold, Stachybotrys chartarum, produces mycotoxins that cause respiratory failure, immune suppression, and neurological damage. Sealed bunkers with poor ventilation become incubators. Your food rots. Your lungs rot with it. Lesson: you're not just storing supplies. You're managing an ecosystem. Lose control, and it manages you. In Timeline 61X, they believed generators solved the power problem. They had diesel generators, solar panels on the surface, battery banks in the basement. They thought energy was a technical problem with a technical solution. It is, until you run out of fuel, maintenance parts, or breathable air to burn in combustion engines. Generators produce carbon monoxide, odorless, invisible, lethal.
Oh, this one of those kind of videos. He a worst case scenario type nigga where he'll say everything that can go wrong will go wrong to make his point. When a nigga operating all everything that can go wrong will go wrong kind of shit, you can never win against them in these kind of situations. But you know, any of this stuff technically could happen, but I wouldn't let this deter me from getting a bunker because he's going worst case scenario on everything.
.400 parts per million, and you're unconscious in 2 hours. 1,600 parts per million, and you're dead in 15 minutes. Running a generator in an enclosed space without perfect ventilation is suicide with a runtime estimate. Lesson: power doesn't matter if you die generating it. Physics enforces the fine print. In Timeline 78Z, they ignored what silence does to the mind. They thought isolation was peaceful, a break from noise, crowds, chaos. What they didn't understand is that the human brain needs sensory input to function. Deprive it long enough, and it starts manufacturing its own reality. Sensory deprivation triggers hallucinations, paranoia, anxiety, and dissociation. Time distortion sets in. You lose track of hours, then days. Sleep cycles collapse. Decision-making degrades. In extreme cases, prolonged isolation causes permanent cognitive damage. Soviet researchers tested this in the 1960s. Subjects isolated for 10 days showed symptoms mimicking schizophrenia. Your bunker isn't just underground. It's sensory solitary confinement. Lesson: you can survive the collapse. You might not survive the silence. In Timeline 44R, they assumed medical supplies would last. They had antibiotics, painkillers, trauma kits. They thought first aid was about bandages and pills. What they forgot is that underground environments breed infection faster than surface wounds. Humidity accelerates bacterial growth. Poor ventilation traps pathogens. Stress suppresses immune function. A minor cut becomes cellulitis. Cellulitis becomes sepsis. Sepsis becomes death. All in 72 hours without IV antibiotics and proper sterile technique. Your medicine cabinet won't save you from microbiology running wild in a damp cave. Lesson: infection doesn't care about your stockpile. Sterility does. Let's talk about what actually kills you underground. Humans need oxygen. Specifically, we need an atmospheric concentration of about 19.5% to 23.5% O2 to function normally. Below 19.5%, you enter hypoxia, oxygen deprivation. Your body compensates by increasing heart rate and respiration. Cognitive function declines. Coordination fails. At 15% oxygen, you lose consciousness. At 10%, you're dead in minutes. A sealed bunker consumes oxygen. Every breath pulls O2 from the air and replaces it with CO2. The math is brutal. An average adult consumes roughly 550 liters of oxygen per day. A bunker with 1,000 cubic feet of interior space, roughly 28,000 liters of air, starts at 21% oxygen. With 4 people sealed inside and no ventilation, you hit dangerous hypoxia levels in under 48 hours. Most amateur preppers don't calculate this. They seal the doors and assume the air will last. It won't. CO2 is heavier than air. It sinks. In poorly ventilated spaces, it pools at floor level, creating invisible dead zones. You won't smell it. You won't see it. You'll just get tired, lie down, and never wake up. This is how cave divers die, how miners suffocate, how people in sealed bunkers become statistics. CO2 poisoning is insidious. It mimics exhaustion. You think you're just tired. You think you need rest. You close your eyes. That's the mistake. Commercial bunkers use air scrubbers, devices that chemically bind CO2 and remove it from circulation. The most common systems use lithium hydroxide or soda lime. They work until they saturate. Once the chemical substrate is exhausted, the scrubber stops working. No warning light, no alarm, just rising CO2 and declining consciousness. You need backup systems. You need replacement cartridges. You need to understand the chemistry. Most people have none of this. Underground spaces are humid. Groundwater seeps through concrete. Condensation forms on metal surfaces. Every breath you exhale adds water vapor to the air. In a sealed environment, relative humidity climbs fast. Above 60% humidity.
We just dug us a hole, JM. We just dug a hole, and we done got in that motherfucker to die in horrible ways. That's what he teaching us about bunkers. We done dug a hole, and it's 100 horrible ways to die inside that motherfucker.
Mold growth accelerates. Above 80%, you're living in a petri dish. Mold spores colonize surfaces, fabrics, and respiratory tracts. Aspergillus, Penicillium, Stachybotrys. These aren't just annoyances, they're pathogens. Inhaled spores trigger allergic reactions, asthma attacks, and invasive fungal infections in immunocompromised individuals. Mold also destroys your supplies. It consumes organic material, cardboard, cloth, leather, paper. Your emergency documents rot. Your clothing disintegrates. Your food becomes toxic. And the worst part? Once mold colonizes a space, it's nearly impossible to eliminate without industrial decontamination. You need dehumidifiers. You need airflow. You need to keep interior humidity below 50%. Most bunkers do none of this. Isolation is torture. This isn't metaphor, it's neuroscience. The human brain evolved for social interaction and environmental variability. Lock it in a static, silent environment, and it rebels. Studies on solitary confinement show measurable brain damage after 15 days. The hippocampus shrinks. The prefrontal cortex atrophies.
This dude a buzz killer, yo. He all doom and gloom. But I understand the science and stuff to everything he's saying. And if you want a secure bunker, that's just shit you just might have to accept and or deal with. It might be the price you have to pay. But I think depending on the situation, no matter what, a bunker might be a good solution. And I would like to think the people that create these top dollar amazing bunkers took a lot of the things that he discuss into consideration, if that makes sense. A lot of stuff he talked about, I would think that when these people building these bunkers, now it'd be like a lot of these other people, you build your own, you might miss some of the some of the steps. Let's check out some more fancy shit, man. We was in broke land. Let's check out the 5 most luxurious doomsday bunkers. Now, all we can do is daydream about these when the shit hits. But sometimes it's cool to window shop. You know, you got a window shop. Baby, I'm a window shopper.
Emotional damage.
Most luxurious doomsday bunkers ever built. Boom. Gone are the days of cheap fallout shelters dug by hand in the backyard of the family home. Instead, we are living in a time of luxury underground, and yes, even above ground, doomsday bunkers. Yep, apocalypse shelters are a booming business. After all, wealthy doomsday preppers need somewhere to go when the economy collapses and the air starts turning us into flesh-eating zombies that don't know the lyrics to Big Pimpin'. Packed with everything from swimming pools to golf courses and movie theaters, let's take a look at the 5 most luxurious doomsday bunkers ever built. Welcome to another episode of RichTube. And if you're up for a safe blast, then be sure to stick around for number 1 to catch the Disneyland of bomb shelters. Let's take a look at some of these outlandish billionaire bunkers then, shall we? Number 5. The Oppidum. In a quiet valley surrounded by mountains in the Czech Republic lies what claims to be the largest billionaire bunker in the world, the Oppidum. Construction on this fancy doomsday shelter began in 1984 after the Cold War, and today it's ready to provide up to 10 years of luxurious protection against natural disasters, weapons of mass destruction, and power outages. Sprawling over 323,000 square feet, the complex consists of an above-ground residential estate.
Gotta think, what percent of the population you think gonna be able to afford this shit? Like I said, that's why I said movies like Fallout, and the one where they was on the train, and the other movie where the black guy was in, I can't remember the name of it. But any of those movies and shows where some shit hit the fan, the world collapsed in some kind of way, and you got these society living inside these special places, it ain't gonna be us coming for poor folks, us PO folks, not in the POOR. The POOR ain't gonna make it, so you know the PO not gonna make it. And the crazy part is that this is reality. is fiction in the movies. Oh yeah, some shit hit, nuclear war or the society collapse, and these elitists are in some kind of bunkers living this own little situation that's supposed to be self-sufficient. That's so far-fetched. It's not, because they already building the goddamn facilities as we speak.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
I'm telling you, they show you this shit in movies and stuff, so when it happens, it can't blow your fucking mind.
With a golf course, helipad, and automatic defense technology. But the downstairs rooms are swanky enough that you may never want to leave the cavernous underground shelter. The bunker's official website, which can only be accessed using a special passcode, claims that any potential conflict in the world is...
Our broke regular asses can't even get on their website.
Emotional damage.
Our broke regular asses can't even get permission to window shop the shit. Let's say I won a lottery and I had the money. I would have to get in contact with somebody, verify that I'm worth surviving in some kind of way, because my money might not even be enough to get the code to check out their website. I don't think they just selling spaces off money alone. I don't think they would sell one to Soulja Boy. They'll be like, we don't want Soulja Boy living in our community.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Swanky enough that you may never want to leave the cavernous underground shelter. The bunker's official website, which can only be accessed using a special passcode, claims that any potential conflict in the world is likely to avoid the Czech Republic or reach it at a later stage, which would enable the owners of the Oppidum to arrive at the compound and make preparations. Thought that looks luxurious? Then the Disneyland of Doomsday Bunkers at number 1 is going to blow your mind. Number 4. The Aristocrat. You may want to hide yourself in the event of a war or natural disaster. But why hide the fact that you're noble as hell? Starting at just $8.3 million, you can get your own personalized luxury bomb shelter known as the Aristocrat. Super spacious underground, the Aristocrat is enough to fit all 4 of your supercars and a Rocket Z Apocalypse SUV. It even features a gun range, bowling alley,
at just $8.3 million.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
What the hell?
The PO, when the shit hit, the PO, the PO, just gotta motherfucking go. I guess that's just what society telling us. The PO gotta go. Because, Lord, we out there in cardboard boxes. They down here in these fucking bowling and swimming and shit.
swimming pool, sauna, hot tub, a media room, and even a greenhouse, giving you self-sustainability along with the lavish aesthetics and comforts of luxury living. You definitely won't feel cramped or restricted in this underground mansion. But in case you do need some sun, there's always an extra safe house above ground. Your bunker can run both on and off the grid. But keep in mind, if the grid flatlines, your massive flat screen TV probably won't run on solar. Number 3, the safe house. Why go to a bunker when you can bring the bunker into your home, or transform your home into the bunker? Well, that's what the safe house is. It's a transformer. Its reinforced walls literally slide around and convert into everything from super protective rooms to massive film projector screens. Even the pool pavilion terrace is protected with a drawbridge. And best of all, the entire house is...
Yo, these white folks is keeping stuff on us. First, a life straw, a device that this goddamn big can filter 1,000 gallons of water. And then one that's big as a 5-gallon jug. Remember that other one that can filter 26,000 gallons of water. And now these motherfuckers got transforming houses.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
The elite probably knew about these shits for years, but our PO asses just finding about them today. Now I understand we don't know about them because we can't afford them, but they weren't gonna tell us anyway, and that's my story, and I'm fucking sticking to it. Let me know if I'm wrong in the comments. Exactly, JM. They gatekeeping apocalypse necessities, nigga. Like, it sound funny, it sound weird, but it ain't a joke. This is something that's really going on. We got black people that can afford some of this shit that ain't got it, don't know how to get it, don't know that it fucking exists.
Is above ground and surrounded by lush green gardens, meaning you can live as an undercover doomsday prepper just like even the pool slide around bunker. Safe house. Why go to a bunker when you can bring the bunker into your home or transform your home into the bunker? Well, that's what the safe house is. It's a transformer. Its reinforced walls literally slide around and convert into everything from super protective rooms to massive film projector screens. Even the pool pavilion terrace is protected with a drawbridge. And best of all, the entire house is above ground and surrounded by lush green gardens, meaning you can live as an undercover doomsday prepper just like the Autobots did here on Earth, until the time comes to transform. Before we move on to our next luxury safe house, here's a quick challenge for you. If you can subscribe and turn on notifications in less than 5 seconds, you'll be rewarded with 10 years of good luck. And who knows, you may never need to move into any bunker at all. Number 2, Vivos Europa 1. Carved out of solid bedrock under a legit mountain, the Vivos Europa 1 shelter in Rothenstein, Germany claims to be the ultimate life assurance solution for high net worth families. Available by
for high net worth families, because their lives are way more important than our poor asses. They ain't got no Section 8 for this shit.
Oh my God! Wow!
No income-based residence or some shit.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Something that can help a poor nigga out. A poor nigga. They don't. Because just, you know, this, look, see the bigger picture of what we're watching right now. The 1%, the affluent, the movers and the shakers already just telling us to our face that our lives don't count and their lives more important than ours, and the preparations to survive if something happened is so out of our pay range, they pretty much already wrote us the fuck off. And we just gotta take that shit. We gotta eat that shit. We witnessing that shit right now.
Number 2, Vivos Europa 1. Carved out of solid bedrock under a legit mountain, the Vivos Europa 1 shelter in Rothenstein, Germany claims to be the ultimate life assurance solution for high net worth families. Available by invitation only, a spot in this luxury bunker will set future residents back.
JM says they've been telling us that, and that's very fucking true. But right now we seeing that shit in effect. We seeing what it looks like, which in my opinion makes it even fucking worse and just more fucking real and more diabolical. as we like to say over here on YouTube. That shit's diabolical. You know, we love that word out here.
Say hello to my little friend.
About $5 million per head. Naturally, that kind of cash will buy you personalized chambers and nothing but 5-star amenities and top-of-the-line concierge services from...
We heard that right. Not $5 million to get your family in there. $5 million per head. I have a family of... I got 4 kids, but I got a family of 5. So that's 25 million just to get all us in there. If we can even get in there, because, you know, look at us. And then my son, he's part of the 6, got a family of 6. So it's me, my wife, and 4 kids. So it's 6 of us. But my son, he's 25, he done got married, so he'll want to bring his wife. So that's $30 million. And if she want to bring her family, they just shit out of luck. Sorry. I'm sorry. Pretty much, JM. JM said, so if we not crazy rich, we're screwed. Well, we looked at some more affordable bunkers and affordable solutions. And we're going to go back to that after this, just to give us PO people, not POOR, but PO because we can't afford the OR, to give us some hope. So we're going to, this is the letdown, and then we're going to pick ourselves back up in the next video, hopefully. But this right here ain't looking sweet for us poor people.
Claims to be the ultimate life assurance solution for high net worth families. Available by invitation only. A spot in this luxury bunker will set future residents back about 5.
Invitation only. Invitation only. That means some big wigs in charge gotta value your life and think you worth contributing to society and worth living, and then you'll get an invitation. But even with hoping for an invitation, you still gotta pay that $5 million per head, if I'm not mistaken.
$5 million per head.
He said it, $5 million per head.
Naturally, that kind of cash will buy you personalized chambers and nothing but 5-star amenities and top-of-the-line concierge services from the moment the apocalypse begins. Vivos helicopters will even meet you at the airport to shuttle you to their complex, which was built to withstand close-range nuclear blasts, direct airline crashes, biological and chemical agents, massive shockwaves, flooding, armed attacks, and even earthquakes. Who wouldn't want to hide out a zombie apocalypse by the pool? Number 1, Trident Lakes. And finally, atop our list is the Disneyland for nuclear disasters, known as Trident Lakes. The bunker prides itself on being more than just a luxury shelter, but a 5-star resort equipped for security, survivability, and sustainability. The 670-acre compound features a driving range, a polo field, a lagoon, a gun range, and an adventure course, allowing you to have a safe blast on the inside while avoiding nuclear warfare from the outside. Fun and games aside, these guys have thought of everything. There's even a DNA vault that may or may not be used for repopulating the Earth in case of a mega disaster. For anyone ready to dish out anything between $449,000
and they gonna repopulate the Earth with their rich nigga DNA, and all those poor niggas gonna be gone.
Oh my God! Wow!
and $1,949,000 for one of the personalized $1,000 for anyone ready to dish out anything between $449,000 and $1,900,000.
So 449,000 is the lowest price one, right? If I'm not mistaken.
anything between $449,000 and $1,949,000 for one of the personalized underground living spaces with above-ground terraces. There's room for about 3,000 people, but Mickey Mouse won't be one of them. And that's it for our top 5 billionaire.
I got 4 words for you people. If you want to survive the apocalypse and any kind of apocalyptic situation, get your money up. Get your fucking money up, y'all. Because they don't give 2 shits about the PO, the PO. He said he got 1 word, the lotto. But this shit invite only. Like, I don't think LeBron James, Beyonce, and other little bullshit rich people, Oprah, they might can buy a place or find a place, but they not getting. I don't even think the elites that really run this shit is gonna send them little entertainment people. No invite only. I don't think they're gonna get it, bro. I really don't. So unless we want to be sleeping outside in the caves, right? Breathing contaminated air, fighting off mutated wildlife, and maybe cannibals, we're going to have to find something just a little more in our price range.
Welcome to our channel.
And hopefully, here go JM trying to use what he got to get what he want. That boy said, be willing to do something strange with Oprah to finesse your way into her luxury bunker. He said, you got to take Oprah to motherfucking.
I'm trying to take it a pound, 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 town. I'm trying to lay that pussy down on the ground.
Pound Town Oprah, y'all. You know, for survival in certain luxuries, that wouldn't be too hard of a feat for a bandit to do. And I am a bandit.
Where we take an inside look at some of the most. Welcome to our channel, where we take an inside look.
Before I got on YouTube, funny story. We were homos. We used to refer to ourselves as Vikings at one point. I don't think we was pirates, because you know pirates they're some wild ass niggas. They live how they want. They do what they want. They take what they want. And you know, we used to be, you know what I'm saying? Bitch, I'm a pirate. Give me that booty. It was a song came out, and I think it was like this little group, and they used to do parody songs. But one of their lyrics was like, bitch, I'm a pirate now, give me that booty, or something like that. Or something that day, girl, I'm a pirate, give me that booty. And we thought it was fun. So like, nigga, I'm a pirate, nigga, about to, you know? And then we started calling ourselves Vikings. And now I'm running with some niggas, met some niggas. Now we bandits. But it's all the same shit. Because a pirate ain't nothing but a bandit with a motherfucking boat. A pirate just a bandit in the water, a bandit with a boat. A Viking just a bandit with a boat that would raid the land and do some bandit shit, but they came on a goddamn boat. Of course, they some big Viking motherfuckers too, but you get what I'm saying. Vikings, pirates, bandits, highway bandits. When I think of bandits, I think about highway bandits, to be honest. But a bandit, all them niggas is bandits, really. Vikings are bandits and pirates are bandits when you think about it. I think Vikings and pirates fall under the umbrella of bandit. You know? Because you got bandits that used to be the highway bandits. I think the niggas that used to rob the trains in the Western days, they was definitely fucking bandits. And Vikings and pirates are fucking bandits.
And some of the most incredible survival bunkers and emergency shelters you can own today. Ever thought about how you'd survive a zombie apocalypse, natural disaster, or, let's face it, the next global crisis? Well, worry no more. We've dug deep, literally, to bring you 5 of the ultimate emergency shelters you can own today. From luxury bunkers with all the comforts of home, to eco-friendly havens that let you ride out the storm with minimal impact. We're covering the best of the best. These bunkers are not just for the doomsday preppers, but also...
I think this video finna mislead us. It says 5 incredible bunkers you can buy now. But just because we can get them now don't mean they're affordable. And looking at these pictures, these not affordable. So I need to go back to my search engine and see if I can find something affordable, because I don't feel like getting beat down again and getting my dreams crushed because I'm P.O. Can't afford the OR. There's not a lot of affordable bunkers out here, yo. We watched this one video before that had some affordable bunkers, and I ain't finna watch the same video again. And other than that, we got this one he says affordable, but that shit don't look like nothing I want to live in. But, you know, fuck what you want to live in. At that point, you like, what can you live in? So let's go look to the poll. Y'all saw the shit the other people can afford, right? Now we finna see what we can afford. It ain't looking good. It ain't pretty, trust me.
It's going to be an 8-foot diameter by 20-foot long, just a cast shelter, just for storing food and supplies. It'll have a floor. It'll have the fittings for the pipes. Have a ladder that goes straight in, and of course it will have the hatch on there. That's the AR-500 hatch, but this is just this cast that is going to put under a barn. If you're curious, this right here costs $15,000, which is really a good deal because that's still one of our bulletproof hatches on there. So he's going to have a total 4-foot wide floors in here. And you know what? The ceilings are 7'6" tall. Plenty of ceiling height in this 8-foot bunker. There's no storage under the floor, but nice ladder. Now it's not going to be buried very deep, but he does have the hatch with the AR-500 lid and 3 hydraulics on it. So it's got a good Atlas hatch on it. And the ladder runs are a non-skid tread. It's actually pretty big in here, you know, for an 8-foot bunker. And looking at the hatch from the outside. So
they got bowling alleys and swimming pools and movie theaters and they bunkers. And the shit we can afford is 8 feet. You got JM up in here with big dreams. JM talking about, I'm not about the affordable bunker life. Oprah is his plan A.
no.
Well, nigga, you might have to fight Stedman to the death over that slot. So you might could take him because he old, but you know, it's relying on if you can get close to Oprah and if Oprah gonna want you. So I ain't trying to, you know, discredit your player there, but you know, you gotta get Oprah to want you first. So you might want to have a plan B and a C. And if you PO like me, if you PO like me, this is your plan B right here.
He's only going to bury this. He's going to put it in the concrete under a new building. So it's only going to have a foot of concrete on top of it. But that's all he wanted because it's going into solid rock. And he basically just said he couldn't dig down any deeper because it was too hard. So that's 3/8 steel right there, supported by some channels. It's got a hatch with the AR-500. It's a 3x3 hatch. And he's not gonna, this is just for putting stuff. He's not gonna sleep in here. We're gonna put the fittings in case he wants to add an air system later, but realistically it's just for storage. But you know what, back in the old days, this would have been a hell of a nice bunker. So we got the end cap on. They put on 2 structural channels. Let's see if they got it level. Looks good there. Looks good there. All right, so got the lifting eyes cut into the plate. We use a 3/8 plate, not 1/4 inch. All right, all we got to do now is blast the ends. Get some coating, some tar coating on that metal so that won't rust, and get it delivered to you. And it's about ready to go. 8x20 cast shelter. It's got the inside painted gray, the hatch is gray. We got the tar on the outside, and then both ends. We got fittings, 4-inch fittings, 2-inch fitting in case you want to add air pipes. And it's ready to go. So come on by in the morning, we'll load it up, deliver it for you. All right, so this is an 8x20 cast shelter that's gonna just go be buried. And for a measly $15,000, it's a great deal. I told him not to stop in a soft spot. He can make a hard right turn.
$15,000 though. All we get is this big tank, this big fucking can, this big tin can. Like, what about all the other stuff? I mean, how much that's gonna cost? This shit don't look livable. Like, what's going on here? What's going on, Bridget? We out here just trying to learn how to survive, you know. And these bunkers ain't looking good. See, me and JM came to a conclusion that post-apocalyptic world, anything happen to the infrastructure, anything crumbling in society, us regular normal people, us poor people, PO, we ain't gonna make it. It ain't nothing in place for us to thrive. We just gotta put our head between our legs and kiss our ass goodbye and hope the radiation don't fuck us too much and just deal with the radiation, the mutant and the cannibals and the mutated animals and in the filthy water, while the rich and the famous got underground bunkers with swimming pools and bowling alleys and cafeterias and gyms and fucking gardens and all kinds of other shit. Aquaponics, whatever the fuck, man. But so we trying to find affordable bunkers, and we found this one for $15,000. But this shit look hot garbage so far. Fast forward through this video, and the rest of it, just still niggas trying to get this off the truck. That lets me know that we fuck poor people. We fuck poor people. Let me see.
Full disclosure.
Now you might be okay if you handy, but no, this video ain't no different. It's another person buying a tin can. They dropping it in their backyard, but this is just part one. Oh, yeah. I haven't watched all the parts of this. But what can you, I gotta see, like, I ain't saying our shit gotta be perfect, right? I know our shit can't be like the rich folks. Okay?
All right, guys.
But come on, man. They got $13 million doomsday. Uh-oh, I found one. It says man builds bunkers underground for $5,000. That's right up our poor ass alley right there. Now our poor ass can afford this. That's a fat JM, and I don't think this guy $5,000 bunker is going to take moisture into consideration. Just gotta believe, but it's taking a whole lot of hard work and elbow grease. So that alone gonna discourage a bunch of us poor niggas. You wanna survive and you ain't got no money to get some old built fancy shit, you might have to do a lot of dirt digging and working. I got the feeling it's a shit hit. That boy gonna go inside this shit and be deleted in 3 or 4 days from lack of air or something.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
He don't look like no engineer per se. I don't think he factoring in all the other stuff we just watched and all the weird mold science, carbon monoxide shit. He is, and I'm just wrong. And I'm, let's see. These cheap ass Home Depot parts killing me. Bridget said, what about those little Tesla homes? How much they cost? They might be little, but how much they cost? Because, we poor around here, P.O. We done saw some bunkers that was amazing. But it's way out our price range. I just looked up those little Tesla homes and they look cool, but I don't think they built for underground in the bunker in the kind of survival shit we talking about. It can be some real nice a tiny home, some nice cool shit to have if you got bread, but I bet they hella expensive. But before we get out of here, after we finish this video, I'm gonna look into that for shits and giggles because it is Insomniac Theater and we up. Why the fuck not, right? And like a nigga finna go to sleep anyway. I want to see this guy build. This, he working, man. He working hard. So I'm gonna put some respect on his work. But at the same time, I want to move on up a little bit. We ain't got no final product, but let's look at some steps though, maybe. Let's get a little further in the process. That nigga Lil Bunker fucking with my claustrophobia. It ain't fancy, but he said he got it for 5,000 to build. I'm pretty sure. Are we gonna assume that can include all parts and stuff? But because they got plenty of tiny homes that are definitely affordable, but that I don't think they fulfill the bunker requirements, which is the key component to what we're doing right now. But for shits and giggles, let's check out these little Tesla homes, because I don't know much about them. And hell, why not learn something? Listen, Tesla, don't be fucking with my video. Tesla.
If you're thinking about buying,
I'm about to subscribe. This is called Tesla Insider News. Don't be baller blocking me. I'm just out here trying to, maybe somebody watching my show might buy your shit at some point. You never fucking know. This is a free commercial. Okay? So keep my shit up.
If you're thinking about buying a Tesla tiny house for your retirement, here's the question nobody's asking. What happens in year
Y'all ain't gonna need how to know construction, but you're gonna have to know how to clap them cheeks though. That's where being and that's when being cooperative. This is where being fit, friendly, and cooperative are really gonna come through. You know what I'm saying? I don't need no man. No, fuck you don't. Cause if the society fall, this ain't nobody hoping for. This is fucked up. Let me be clear. But when the society fall, the laws and the rules and the system, think about all those post-apocalyptic movies. It was survival of the fittest. If I was strong enough to take your food, take your water, take your gun, and also take your woman, it ain't nobody that can do shit about it. And then once you take the woman, she gonna do what it do or else type shit. And that's fucked up and unfortunate. But that's a lawless land. So yeah. They're gonna have to finesse their way. I tell you, the go-to method is to try to connect yourself to the most powerful, respected, and feared man you can. And be his main woman. And I say be his main woman because you don't want to be one of his concubines because he might share them with his lieutenants. He'll still cut the concubine, but he'll pass them down to his lieutenants and captains. And if you ain't nothing he don't want, he'll let the soldiers have all them and have their way with them. But if you his main ting, he ain't gonna want nobody else to touch you. But if you ever cross a line, understand you can get demoted and he'll get another main team and he'll throw your ass right down there with the soldiers and shit'll get rough for you again. So again, it's all barbaric and fucked up. But what I wish a lot of ladies will understand is that all this tough stuff they talk and all this stuff all comes from a system in place, a system that was created by men, even though they hate the patriarchy. So if the power grid go off, World War III, major natural disaster, yada, yada, all that, it ain't going to be no police force, fire department, all that shit to call. It's just not. They be like, well, I got my gun. Well, he has a gun too. You can't shoot everybody. It's not enough bullets. And when it comes down to fuck a gun, let's see what your muscles can do. That's when you're going to get strong arm in most cases. Even Ronda Rousey, she a trained fighter. But I bet I can beat her ass unless she catch me in like an arm bar or something. But that wouldn't even work on me because I'm levels 3 combative certified, and that's the military version of the MMA. So if she want to roll, I can roll. But I know I'm definitely stronger than her.
5, year 10. Everyone talks about the upfront price, maybe $5,983, maybe $25,000, depending on what you read. If you're thinking about buying a Tesla tiny house for your retirement, here's the question nobody's asking. What happens in year 5, year 10? Everyone talks about the upfront price, maybe $5,983, maybe $25,000, depending on what you read. But here's what I've learned after analyzing hundreds of comments from retirees just like you. The real cost isn't what you pay today. It's what you'll keep paying month after month, year after year, and whether you'll truly own anything at all. See, you can buy the house, but if you don't own the land underneath it, you're not buying freedom. You're buying a lease agreement that someone else controls. Today, we're showing you the complete financial picture over 10 years, the costs they don't mention, the hidden fees that show up later, and the one question that determines whether this is your retirement solution or your biggest financial mistake. This isn't clickbait. This is the honest breakdown you deserve. Let's start with what you're actually buying. Part 1. The 3 layers you're actually paying for. When you see those beautiful renders of Tesla tiny houses, understand this: you're not buying one thing. You're buying into a 3-layer system, and each layer has its own cost structure and risks. Layer 1 is the physical house. 250 square feet of steel frame, composite walls, solar panels, and battery. Estimated cost based on similar prefab systems and leaked documents, $5,983 for the basic shell to $22,900 for the full off-grid package with Powerwall 3. Important disclaimer: Tesla hasn't released official pricing yet, so treat these as educated projections based on comparable systems currently on the market, not guarantees. Layer 2 is the land. The house sits on land you either own or lease. According to leaked information, Tesla may offer a land lease program, possibly 24 months free, then estimated $299 to $499 monthly, depending on location. Do the math. $400 per month over 10 years equals $48,000. That's double the house cost, and lease agreements can change over time. Layer 3 is the life support system. Energy, water, internet, insurance, maintenance, permits, zoning. Unlike the house purchase, these costs never stop.
Thank you, saving some money with the tiny home. As you see, this shit's starting to stack up on our ass.
Retirees on fixed incomes, this is where the financial picture either makes sense or falls apart. Remember, house cost isn't the killer, land control is. Part 2, your real 10-year cost in 3 different scenarios. Let's look at exactly what you'll pay over 10 years in 3 different situations. Scenario A, you own your land. You already own land in Texas, Florida, or Arizona with favorable zoning. Year 1 costs: Tesla tiny house full package, approximately $22,900. Site preparation, $2,000 to $5,000. Permits, $500 to $2,000. Initial hookups, $1,000 to $3,000. Total upfront, $26,400 to $32,900. Ongoing annual costs: property tax, $800.
I just want to make it clear we watching this only for shits and giggles, because these little bullshit ass matchbox looking ass houses ain't shit I want to be in any kind of post-apocalyptic situation. Let's make that clear. Unless that motherfucker got some Tesla laser cannons in a fort.
$100 to $2,500, insurance $600 to $1,200, maintenance $500 to $1,000, internet $1,200, annual total $3,100 to $5,900. Over 10 years, total cost $57,400 to $91,900. This is the best case scenario. You have control. No landlord, no lease increases, but you need land first, and even rural land costs $20,000 to $100,000 if you're buying specifically for this project. Scenario B, you lease Tesla's land. Most retirees will do this because they don't own land. Year 1, Tesla tiny house, $22,900, land lease potentially zero for 24 months, insurance $800, internet $1,200. Total year 1, $24,900. Years 3 through 10 annual costs, land lease estimated $4,800, insurance $800, maintenance $1,000, internet $1,200, miscellaneous repairs $500. Annual total $8,300. Over 10 years, total $91,300. But here's the hidden danger that nobody talks about in the promotional videos.
Property tax, property tax, property tax. The scam that keeps on scamming. And that's a fucking fact. That's a fucking fact. Cause you can fucking pay get a 3 acres of land in Texas. You paying $1,000 to $1,500 a month, and you paying on that shit every month for a whole year, but they still want to make you pay property tax for some shit you already paying on. Like when you paying your car note, you don't pay like a property tax on that shit because that's just ridiculous. It's insane. And then you finally paid off the land. You don't pay it off the $130,000 land, but they still hit your ass up for property tax every month. That's fucking nuts. Like, how is that really ownership? If it's my fucking land, who the fuck I'm paying the taxes to? Well, I don't have those problems because I'm a 100% retired veteran and I don't have to pay property tax. But that don't mean I can't empathize and sympathize with the people that have to, because I understand it's fucked up ass rigged system. Like, you know what? I gotta sit down and do a news break. I'm on one tonight for a little bit before I get out of here.
Tactical nuke incoming!
The way the world set up, people. The way this crazy world we live in is set up is wild as fuck. You understand? It's designed to put more burden and more demands on the people with the least amount of money. The rich people get all the tax breaks. They get all the handouts. They get all the freebies. all look how credit card work. Credit cards work like they want you to have a lot of money available on the credit card, but not use it. But if I'm poor, why would I have a lot of money on a credit card and not use it? The only people that can have a lot of money available on a credit card but not use that much of it is a fucking rich person.
No.
Now, regular people can get as long as you don't mess your credit up and make some good decisions, you can have a good credit score. I had a 730 at one point, and I got a 700 and something now. However, the way the system's set up, it just really way better for people with money already to not only have a high credit score, never lose it, and constantly maintain that shit. It's also kind of like how if I go to the club in Vegas, I gotta pay $5,000 for some big section. Chris Brown can come and they'll get him the section for free and a whole bunch of bottles to come with it. And I'm like, he the nigga worth $200 million. I'm poor. Why is you giving the rich nigga the free shit?
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
The nigga that can afford it don't have to pay. They get given clothes. Not only clothes, expensive designer clothes. They get to eat in restaurants and shit for free just for them to say such and such ate here. I'm not hating, because if I was in their place, I would do the same shit. I'm just highlighting just the truth of this shit. How the way the world's set up, the PO, they don't give, this world ain't set up for us to win. We can still get wins out of this shit, but just because we are able to get wins don't mean it was set up for us to win. It just shows how adaptable and badass some of us can be when we need to be, right? Well, yo, people, it's 4 o'clock. I'm not finna go to sleep, but I want to watch an anime, maybe listen to an audio book and vibe out before. I usually stay up to 7 o'clock. I stay up to 6 because I wake my son up. And then I just go on and stay up to wake my daughter up at 7. Then I talk to my wife while she get ready for work. And then I go to sleep. And that's usually how I end my night. So I'm going to get a little me time in. So we're going to sign on out.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncB Streaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Type shit. DJ K. Come on, I'm doing dumb shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activity. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me up, cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Getting checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. I can make your auntie swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing all shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activity. I'm doing all shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit.
From the aquaponics area, which provides fish and droppings to fertilize the garden area, and then there are the security systems, the armories, and the automated rifles where you can take out intruders, as he says, like it's a video game. I really wouldn't make that your sales pitch, man. The special amenities the space offers aren't super fancy, but are definitely comparable to what you might find in your hometown. You'll have access to a small pool area, a theater, a fully stocked gym, a dog park, and even a wine bar. There are even offices where people can work to fulfill the supposed need for a 4-hour workday. They also offer shopping spaces, but don't worry, money is not needed. That's because you've already paid for everything. A half-floor apartment costs $1.5 million. A full-floor apartment costs $3 million, and a 2-level 3,600 square foot penthouse goes for $4.5 million.
What the hell?
Listen, we ain't gonna never afford this shit. Y'all might as well just be ready out there, be out there fighting for y'all lives with me.
Say hello to my little friend.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Oh, shit.
Mom, are you okay? Mom!
Come with me if you want to live.
What's up, yo? It's up. I guess I got one more for y'all. That's how up it is. This when you know it's up. When you see this, when you get these marching orders right here, you know the shit has hit the fan.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper, people. Get to the motherfucking chopper. 4.5 million. Keon, let me borrow 4.5 million, man. JM, let your boy, let me get 5 million. We'll go ahead and eat and get it on up to a round number, a whole number, whatever the fuck. Yeah, a whole number. 4.5, give me the 5 mil. We'll use the other 0.5 later on, you know what I'm saying? And I gotta get this sweet.
All of those spaces also have to cover an additional $5,000 a month for other fees. The community consists.
See, yeah, let me get the full. So you gotta pay the millions to get there. And then once you in there, you also gotta pay $5,000 a month. Nigga. So you got the lowest one was what? 1.5 million. Then you had the 3 million, and then you got the 4.5 million. So let's say you was rich, but you was a poor rich. You know what I'm saying? You was like Anton Daniels level rich, right? No. Got more money than all us, but when it comes to rich people, he really ain't got no money. But you know, he like to lord over us poor folks. Let's say you was that rich, and then you got the $1.5 million one. But you also gotta still pay $5,000 a month on top of that. So yes, Keon, I need to borrow the 5 million from you instead of the 4.5, so I can use the rest to pay that $5,000 a month for as long as that shit'll stick.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
James says, what are they using the money for in the apocalypse? Nothing.
They're using the money now because you got to buy these spots now. The apocalypse might never come, but they already got your money. But your spot is purchased. You in there. It's like insurance. You don't pay insurance when you have an accident. You pay insurance in case you have an accident. You got people like my wife, cross my fingers. She never had an accident ever in all her driving time. But she been paying insurance all her adult life, but never got to utilize the benefit of insurance. My black ass don't have several accidents. Let me knock on that wood right there. But yeah, it's all apocalypse insurance. You already paying in advance. They getting the money now. They spending the money. You might need the bunker facility 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or never. Hopefully it's something that you can leave on to your descendants.
The 57 people that live in 12 apartments. There are specialized designs ranging from one space that looks like a log cabin to some that are just like standard modern apartments. So, you ready to move in yet? Next up on our apocalyptic apartment tour is the biggest and best space the end of the world has to offer. I mean, that's what the folks at the Opidum are saying at least. You just probably need to arrange for emergency travel to the Czech Republic, just in case. The estate is located in a secluded valley behind enormous walls. It's a 323,000 square foot property that has a bit of a different style than the other apocalypse apartments we've seen so far.
Well, if you don't know, this place you're talking about is owned by the same company that also had the big facility in Germany. So they got one in Germany, they got one in the Czech Republic. It's the same fucking company. And this you said 360-some thousand square feet. This place is fucking massive, just like the other place. This Vivo's company. Vivo's is like the umbrella corporation in Resident Evil. No. They just like that shit. If you've seen the movies, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
For starters, it offers above-ground housing. Obviously, that means this facility isn't mainly focused on just a full-blown nuclear winter. You'll be able to pick up either one large 6,750 square foot apartment or one of 6 1,720 square feet apartments. It was built in the 80s during the Cold War, where everyone was waiting for the next global apocalypse to start at any moment. This place is designed to protect you from war, disease, natural disasters, and that sort of thing. And of course, zombies. Basically, this place offers you a normal-looking apartment life with some special apocalyptic amenities. That includes an advanced security team that is ready to deal with any oncoming threat. Once that threat arrives, you'll be escorted to the underground bunker that is sealed by blast doors in just under a minute. The complex features things like automated weapons that are designed to pretty much take out any zombies, raiders.
That's what it's looking like. They trying to save all the white people, because if it was just about money, the bunker wouldn't be invitation only. Now again, we can't prove no black people ever got invitations. What do you think? A lot of black people got invitations to high-tech, state-of-the-art, multi-million-dollar bunkers in Germany or the Czech Republic, and you think they just inviting a whole bunch of negras to them shits? I have oceanfront property in Utah to sell y'all as we speak.
Or aliens that might be on their way. Once you have to go into the underground area, they will try to make you as comfortable as possible until the threat passes. Underneath a simulated natural light, you'll be treated to a spa, an underground garden, a pool, a gym, a library, a movie theater, and more. There are also offices and plenty of supplies if the stay is longer than you'd hope for. The underground space has its own generator in case of a mass blackout. It also has a water purification system and even surgical facilities if they are needed. They also offer customized vaults to store any possessions you might want covered in case of the worst. Then once the threat has passed, you are ushered back to your apartments in no time at all. Though I imagine that would kind of ruin your perfect afternoon. So how much does the largest just-in-case apartment complex cost? I haven't posted the prices for one of these spaces yet, but my guess is that we're looking at hundreds of thousands, if not millions. I mean, automated zombie-slaying turrets ain't cheap. Some people dream of building giant businesses, remaking the tech world, or becoming an all-star athlete. Then there's James O'Connor, who dreams of building the nicest community to survive the end of days. Apparently that's getting more and more common these days. Who knew? O'Connor is the CEO of Trident Lakes, a planned post-apocalyptic survival community. The plan was to build this $320 million resort-style location in Ector, Texas, 70 miles outside of Dallas. Once you get a look in the area, you can see what that really means. The middle...
Yo, I stay in the Dallas area. I ain't never heard of this shit.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
I've been out here since 2014. 12 years now. I ain't never heard of nothing close or a hint of this shit at all.
Oh my God! Wow!
Yo, before we get back to this video, this shit's wild.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UNCB Streaming. Any donation would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Give a nigga a break, yo. Jam says they did all this shit right in y'all face. Seemed like it. They did. They've been building this shit, securing this shit. These bunkers, these big facilities, these shits didn't get built fast. But let's check out this shit right here in the 70 miles from Dallas.
Of nowhere. Right now the place might be great big patches of empty greenlands, but one day they will turn this location into Texas's #1 stop for wealthy clients who want to outlast the rest of humanity. At least that was the plan. The pitch was that it would be designed to withstand pretty much everything.
Oh, it looks like I ain't heard about this because they didn't finish it. Let's see what happened.
From nuclear assaults to pandemics to any other disaster Roland Emmerich can come up with. Trident Lakes was set to feature 600 luxury condominiums. On top of that, it was supposed to have a golf course, an athletic center, polo fields, 7 outdoor and indoor sports courts, 45 acres of water sports, gun ranges, and 12 helipads. It would be prepped to hold 2,000 people in 532 steel-reinforced concrete underground luxury condominiums. These would be anywhere from 900 to 7,200 square feet. The promises continued with a giant fountain in the middle of the community to a luxury spa available 24/7 and even to several man-made lagoons. While some of the other places we've seen want to be the luxury hotel of the apocalypse or the hometown of the apocalypse, Trident Lakes clearly wanted to sell itself as the country club of the apocalypse. Though they have one thing that I bet no country club can offer: a DNA bank. This is designed, apparently, to help repopulation efforts. In case of certain disasters, this will be used to identify and correct
Oh, rich white people buying up these facilities, because this ain't the first time I heard this. This other spot I watched the other day had a DNA bank. So they buy these facilities, they store their DNA, and they underground, and if mankind crumble, us poor black folks, we gonna be up top. We gonna get fucked up. And then once shit clear up, they come up and repopulate the world with their old rich people white DNA strand, and our black ass is gone.
We can't make this shit up. We can't make this shit up.
We already a minority, but shit, it's over.
chromosomal defects. I can't imagine why most country clubs don't feature one of these. If this all sounds a little fishy, that's because it is. Turns out that while many of these doomsday bunkers are surprisingly legit, Trident Lakes was just a giant hoax. There were claims that the entire project was conceived as a giant money laundering scheme, allegedly for a Colombian drug cartel.
What the hell? Damn!
Oh,
Makes sense why I never heard about it. 70 miles outside of Dallas. Makes sense now. I'm about to say it like, fuck, I ain't plugged in, but I'm not that disconnected. Shit. Jam says, I don't believe that. This nigga don't believe nothing.
We can't make this shit up. We can't make this shit up.
But you know, that might save your life one day, JM. But you better believe in the life straw, nigga.
And this basically sounds like the worst season of Ozark. After a few complaints were made to the FBI, they were quick to send in some fake money to see if they were legitimate. Spoiler alert, they were. Several arrests were made and the entire project was shut down. Not only that, but one of the primary developers for the project filed for bankruptcy. I guess they really should have protected themselves against the feds before nuclear winter. I think we all know on some level that even if all of human society collapses, somehow Las Vegas will be just fine. I mean, it certainly looked to be doing well in Fallout New Vegas. Well, as you would probably expect, Vegas is making sure that the house always wins, even in the case of everyone else in the world losing in as grand a fashion as humanly possible. The Las Vegas underground shelter is as delightfully weird as you would expect. For starters, the entrance to this place is hidden so no one can find it. All of the entry points to the bunker are designed to look like ordinary rocks in the vast Nevadan desert, which seems a bit risky to me. Full-blown Armageddon is the last time where you want to be confused about which rock was it again? I think, no, that's just a normal boulder. Once you finally do find the right rock to look under, you'll find a tunnel that will lead you to the most interesting looking doomsday shelter I've seen yet. I'm pretty sure whoever designed this one just finished up with like a mini golf company. As far as specs go, it's a 14,620 square foot bunker 26 feet below the ground. It has brightly colored ceilings that apparently supposed to resemble the sky. Then they
It's one of the casinos in Vegas has this same kind of ceiling set up as this. I don't know the name of it. Well, I need to go back there. That shit was dope.
There's the fake grass, the pool that's supposed to look like a river, and teeny tiny little houses that I think are supposed to look like a classic American neighborhood. If it all looks a bit old-fashioned, that's because it is. The place was built during the Cold War in 1979 and is complete with all the trappings of classic Americana, including a barbecue area, a giant fountain, and even a nightclub. Because of course, the Vegas Doomsday Shelter would have a nightclub. I'm sure it has a casino too. If you think that it looks cool, you're in luck. This one is actually for sale. You can pick up your own underground Vegas for $18 million. This also comes with a house above it that also looks like it was designed by the same mini-golf designer. The only problem with this Doomsday Shelter is that they might not be as alone as they'd want to be. You see, Vegas apparently already has an underground city. The so-called mole people, not my word choice, of Vegas have escaped the city to live life in the tunnels beneath Las Vegas. So you might not be the...
Nigga, Vegas got mole people?
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
So yeah, $18 million, you can get that shit in the house on top. That's really not a bad deal if I was rich. You get a really nice house on top. It looked nice. It was in Vegas. And you get all that shit underground. But this shit was built in 1979, people. We been out here killing each other over starter jackets in the 90s and Jordans. And 12, 15 years before that, these motherfuckers building underground fucking towns and shit.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Only people to survive the Vegas apocalypse after all. An underground city next to a doomsday bunker built during the Cold War? This is sounding more and more like a Fallout game to me. As you can tell, the doomsday places all have to have a theme. You got your luxury hotels, your underground Vegases, your Colombian money laundering schemes, you know the basics. Well, the aristocrat seems to be the man cave of the apocalypse. Seriously, this might not be the best doomsday bunker of the bunch, but it might be the most fun. From the outside, the entrance to this bunker looks like a normal prefab building. This acts as a safe house for the place. Then you push past the false wall and into the doomsday bunker. It may not have as many luxuries as some of the others, but it still has a sauna, a swimming pool, and a gym. It doesn't offer full apartment spaces, but it does have plenty of master bedrooms and futons to sleep on. I mean, who doesn't want to sleep through the apocalypse on a futon? It also has a greenhouse, an air filtration system, and plenty of refrigerated supplies. Let's get to the main event though. Why is this place the fun bunker for the end of the world? It has all sorts of fun activities available. The bunker has a pool hall, a bowling alley, a gun range, and a multi-vehicle garage. I mean, Mad Max has taught us you're gonna need cool.
The fuck you need a multi-vehicle garage during the fucking apocalypse?
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
With those kind of goofy ass cars they showed. Where you gonna get the fuel from? You just gonna go like to racetrack or some shit?
No.
Sounds like piss poor planning to me, people. I'm just saying.
Cars in the apocalypse. It's also got a big movie theater area, which apparently seems essential for these bunkers. So if you want to go through the end of the world with a few beers and plenty of fun things to do, this might be the bunker for you. So how much does this kind of end of the world fun cost? Well, you'd have to pay $8.3 million. That's quite a lot for a man cave, even if it is the end of the world. Rich people aren't the only ones who have a backup plan in case everything ends. As you would expect, the governments of the world have their own just-in-case locations. During the Cold War, this kind of thing made a lot of sense. In the United States of America, the place where Congress was supposed to go in case Russia were to attack was the Greenbrier Bunker. It was hidden underneath the Greenbrier Hotel. It had 2 meeting spaces that had a capacity of 435 in one room and 100 seats in the other. It had decontamination showers to clean off any potential radiation before they could come inside. Once they got into the place, it held enough supplies to last for 60 days. If that sounds horribly, horribly stressful, don't worry. It was painted to resemble the DC skyline to make it feel more open, so that probably cut out all the panic of nuclear winter. This entire system was designed to make sure that the government was still active if the worst were to occur. It was built for $14 million in 1962, right before the Cuban Missile Crisis, which is just incredible timing. Of course, once it was revealed to the public, it was decommissioned. I'm pretty sure there's a completely different hotel they're supposed to go to now.
I just was thinking that once it got revealed to the public, it was decommissioned because they had completed the construction of their new and better shit.
Oh my God!
So let's reveal this to the public, and now we can use it as like a tourist little thing or some shit or whatever and make money off of it. But we ain't gonna let them know where our new better shit at. Fuck that.
The president actually doesn't have to go that far in case of a disaster. That would be the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, or PEOC, which is just a terrible code word. They really should have had Marvel help them out with that. I mean, SHIELD would be a pretty good name for an end-of-the-world presidential base. The one we have is a secure bomb shelter that has plenty of supplies and communications equipment to keep the country running during the worst times. So where is this located? Well, it's right under the east wing of the White House. In case of a disaster, the Secret Service will literally swarm the president and take him underneath the White House. Rumor has it they'll even pick him up if they need to. The whole thing supposedly cost over $400 million.
400 million tax dollars. 400 million tax dollars. We ain't got shit. Yo. Yeah. Well, Michael Jackson said, all I want to say is that they don't really care about us. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. Listen, he wasn't lying. MJ was on to it. They don't give two shits about our po ass, nigga. We po. The peasants. They like
into everything because people can get bitten in the morning.
Let's check this out. I like this guy content. It's 5 cities that won't survive a zombie outbreak. Let's hope that none of y'all cities is on this goddamn list. I know mine's not. I ain't gonna tell y'all why. Because I'd be like I stay in Dallas, but I'm in Dallas County, not Dallas.
Today I'm breaking down 5 American cities that would fall first in a zombie apocalypse. We're counting down from barely survivable to completely hopeless. But before we rank anything, we need to set some rules so we're all on the same page here. In this scenario, the infection spreads through bites and fluid contact only. It's not airborne. And people turn after about 6 to 18 hours on average, and in rare cases it can take up to 48. That incubation time tosses a wrench into everything because people can get bitten in the morning, go home, sit in traffic, or walk into an ER before they turn that night. Due to that reason, things can spiral out of control pretty quickly. As for the type of zombies we're talking about here, slow and dumb, but dangerous in numbers. Now,
Here you go, Keon, the Walking Dead zombies. Slow and dumb, but dangerous in numbers.
let's define what fall actually means. A city falls when half the power grid is down across major districts for 3 straight days, when emergency response times are pushing 6 hours or more across the entire city, when sewage lift stations start failing in multiple areas, when clean water turns unreliable for more than half the population, when cell networks go dark across most districts, and when central command can't coordinate large-scale defense or even basic movement anymore. That's what I mean when I say fall. And keep in mind that doesn't mean everyone's dead. It means the system is dead. And once the system starts dying, certain parts of it collapse first. Hospitals are one of those systems, and every city I mention will struggle with them because chaos will come from them. At first, they're where people run for help. Then they become points of mass infection. With a 6 to 18 hour incubation window, ERs will all fill before officials understand what's actually happening. Staff will get exposed. Some will stay and some will leave. Federal teams or military medical units might try to deploy, but they need fuel, secure runways, and stable command chains. That takes time, and the infection already had a huge head start. At the same time, sewage and water systems depend on power and staff, so when pumps shut down, basements flood and waste backs up. Tunnels turn unsafe, cell networks overload, then die when backup batteries drain. Once communication drops, coordination falls apart. With that framework in place, let's rank these cities from least worst to absolute worst. We'll start with Houston as the least shit place of the 5. Don't get it twisted though, you still don't want to be here. The Houston metro area has around 7.8 million people. That's a huge number, but they're spread across a very wide...
Down H-Town.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Houston on the list. I got the feeling Dallas on it. I'm just saying. They ain't gonna pick a bunch of places from Texas. So it can't be that bad. But who fucking knows? But these are the 5 cities that you won't survive in. So Dallas is the most survivable one on the list. But the fact that it made the won't survive list, like he said, means that it ain't where you want to be. Peace out, H-Towns. H-Town finest.
wide footprint. But even when people are that spread out, it's still a major issue. More people means more folks getting bitten and infected, more traffic jams, and more panic, all resulting in more chaos. All this means more chances for zombies to find new hosts before anyone fully grasps what's going on. Scale alone can overwhelm response systems, even in a city that isn't tightly packed. That said, since Houston is spread across a wide area, it is harder for zombies to concentrate in one tight area the same way they would in a dense city. People aren't stacked on top of each other the way they are in Manhattan either. Many households also own firearms, even if it also increases the risk of chaotic shootings during panic. Fortunately, there are rural retreat options on the outskirts that will buy you time. But Houston still has major weak points. The city holds large petrochemical plants. Many have automatic shutdown systems, but long-term staffing loss raises the risk of leaks, fires, or toxic plumes. Even limited hazard zones can cut off key roads. Flood control systems need monitoring too. Heavy rain without oversight can flood large sections of the city. Sewage can mix with flood water. And once cell networks fail across such a wide footprint, coordination becomes difficult. Without satellite phones, you'd be shit out of luck. So not only do zombies push Houston towards collapse, but also because strain spreads across fuel, flood control, industry, and communication at the same time. Once those systems break down together, the wide footprint becomes impossible to manage, and the city crosses the collapse line. All right, next up is Los Angeles. LA's county has close to 10 million people. That's more than...
Shit. Y'all saw the homeless population in LA? It's already a bunch of zombies around that motherfucker. Oh my God. If y'all been in LA, y'all already know it already looked like the zombie apocalypse done hit. Don't judge me. It is what it is. It's not my fault. If you got a problem with it, fuck you, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Back the fuck up. I'll knock the fuck out you. Damn, man. Hey. I'm just saying.
Most entire states, or even some countries. Iceland, for example, has 400,000 people. Think about what that means in a zombie outbreak. You're not just dealing with a small cluster you can isolate. You're dealing with a population the size of a small nation, all sharing roads, hospitals, power lines, ports, and water systems. Even if only a small percentage get bitten in the first 24 hours, that's still tens of thousands of infected inside one metro area. Hospitals will overload almost instantly. Highways will lock up, and emergency services will stretch thin. Scale alone becomes the city's biggest threat. The more people you have, the more contact checkpoints, the more panic, and the more bite chains happening at the same time. At that size, the outbreak won't just spread, it'll compound. LA fortunately is spread out. That slows the spread of zombies since you're not stacking millions in vertical towers. But LA runs on long-distance infrastructure. Aqueducts stretch hundreds of miles, reservoirs hold water, but treatment and pressure control needs workers. If staff stops showing up, reliability slips over 1 to 2 weeks. Freeways are a lifeline here, but when panic hits, interchanges freeze. Abandoned cars block lanes for miles. Zombies move between stalled vehicles, while military and supply trucks sit trapped behind the gridlock. Wildfires make things worse. With fewer crews available, a wind-driven fire can push entire neighborhoods toward the clogged highways. Even a moderate earthquake during grid strain can rupture water mains and damage overpasses. Los Angeles collapses in stages. Water weakens, roads choke, ports stall, communication fades. As zombies spread through stalled traffic and dark neighborhoods, each failed stage feeds the next. Eventually, the systems that hold the metro together stop sinking, and Los Angeles falls through cumulative breakdown. Alright, now we move on to more dangerous territory with Chicago.
Not Chi-Town.
No.
Not Chirac. Where the fuck Chicago real at?
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
They say Chicago. I mean, they already got the YNs out there. Hold up. So the YNs can't beat the zombies?
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Yo, I just came up with a dope idea for a movie. I'm gonna write that shit and send it to Tubi. YNs versus zombies. YNs versus zombies gonna be fucking dope. I'm telling you. I'm gonna write that shit. I need to film it too. If I can write it and film it, that's when you really get the check. Fuck. Don't steal my idea, you sons of bitches. YNs versus zombies, nigga. It's gonna be a hit fucking movie. The YNs gonna have the switches and the blickies and the poo shiesties. Look at JM. Shortest movies of all time. He don't believe in the YNs. They got guns. They can run. Jump fences and shit. They about that life. But based on this guy, he said Chicago, it was Houston, LA, and now worse than that, right in the middle, because he's doing 5 cities, is Chicago. And let's find out why the YNs, because they sure can take out each other. They ain't got no problem deleting each other. So what makes y'all think they can't do it to the zombies too, man? Shit. Love to shoot. They already, pretty good at shooting human-shaped things.
Give infected a raised path across neighborhoods. Chicago is also a major freight rail hub. If rail traffic stops, food flow across the Midwest tightens, and shortages hit fast. Lake Michigan provides water, but treatment plants still need power and chemicals. So while the grid holds, the people here will have a water source. That said, sewage systems rely on electricity. If pumps fail, lower districts will flood with waste. Winter makes things even harder for the people here. Without heat, indoor spaces won't keep you alive and healthy for very long. Without plows, snow will narrow streets. And frozen bodies in the streets and apartments will also block halls and stairs, making it hard to navigate. Chicago falls when infection pressure collides with climate pressure. The cold speeds grid failure, limits mobility, and traps people indoors with spreading infection. Once heat, power, and food distribution fail together, the city tips past recovery. Alright, now on to the top two. The Miami metro area has over 6 million people, and a large portion live along the coast in high-rises. Miami sits
Florida worse than LA. Florida already got Z-heads out there. They're on that Zaza and that Tata. They already got zombies in motherfucking Miami. They got zombies all over Florida. And you telling me they the number 2? Oh my God. We gotta hear his reasoning, people. I'm not buying it. We gotta hear his reasoning.
between ocean and wetlands. Once zombies start filling evacuation routes, movement compresses north. Causeways from barrier islands to the mainland narrow into tight choke points. Picture thousands of cars packed bumper to bumper on a strip of road with water on both sides. If even a few infected turn in that traffic, the entire line locks in place. A lot of people in Miami live in tall condo towers as well. Elevators stop when power fails. Stairwells become crowded escape routes. If infection spreads inside one building, you can have hundreds of residents trapped above ground level with limited exits. Boats offer escape, but fuel and dock space limit how many people can actually leave. Not everyone owns a boat either, and not everyone knows how to operate one. Marinas would become a wasteland within hours. Miami also has a shallow water table. Flooding happens easily without major storms. If the grid fails and pump systems stop working, streets fall fast. Add a hurricane into the mix, and you now have a storm surge, power loss, and zombie movement all at once.
That's what I was about to say. Let a fucking hurricane hit. It's already be fucked up out there. Hurricane hit, fucking up the shit. Oh, it'd be bad. Imagine a hurricane. Ooh. Another movie idea. Zombie Cane. Or Zombie Hurricane. Kind of like, yeah, Sharknado, Zombie Cane. It's just it's in a draft phase right now. It's in a draft phase. But YNs versus zombies, I'm gonna start writing that ASAP. And I ain't even joking.
Hospitals near the coast will overload quickly because both residents and
Wait, Keon, that see, you might get a role, Keon. If Keon's still here, if he ain't, let him know. He might get a role. I don't know if he can act, so it might not be a starring role. No. But I'm gonna have a very low budget, so I can't afford no good actors. So he gonna have to do, we give him $50 and he can star in YNs versus zombies. I might cast myself in the movie as Unc. I'm the what could I be? Unc can be an arms dealer that supplies the YNs with the switches and the other guns that they gonna use. There you go. A Tubi exclusive. See, Keon about that life. He understands that a little fucking, sometimes you gotta do shit for free to get your shit out there to blow up later on the back end. Get the IBDM credit, get the footage to show other people, get the experience. A Tubi exclusive. I'm telling you, the movie wouldn't be hard to make.
YNs versus zombies, nigga. Coming to too bad near you.
And visitors. And with heat and humidity and no stable power for air conditioning, indoor spaces become dangerous pretty damn fast. Miami collapses because it has nowhere to expand. Geography traps movement. Vertical living traps residents. Water management is fragile. Storm risk never goes away. Once zombies clog causeways, elevators shut down and pumps fail at the same time. The metro has no buffer left. It folds quickly. And finally, we make it to the worst case of the 5, New York City. The New York metro area has nearly 20 million people.
I knew it. I wasn't gonna say it. I'm pretty sure y'all knew it. I wasn't gonna say it because I didn't want to ruin it. But I knew New York. James says Vivica Fox and play your wife. She needs to work these days. Hell no, I ain't that old, nigga.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
I'm hiring Megan Good. I'm hiring Megan Good, not Vivica Fox.
Oh my God.
Fuck that.
The city itself has over 8 million packed into dense boroughs. That's a population larger than most countries on Earth, compressed into a relatively small space. We touched on what I'm about to say earlier, but this is an even bigger issue in a place like New York City. In a byte-based outbreak, density multiplies contact. Apartment buildings here stack hundreds of people on top of each other. Elevators, stairwells, shared hallways, subway platforms, corner stores, office towers. All of it creates constant contact between strangers. Even a small cluster of infected in one borough doesn't stay small for long. New York isn't one layout either. For example, Manhattan is dense and vertical. The Bronx and Brooklyn hold huge residential blocks. Queens mixes urban density with tighter suburban pockets. Staten Island feels looser, but it still relies on the same regional systems. Every borough shares utilities, transport, food distribution, and medical networks. Manhattan being an island changes a lot, because bridges, tunnels, and ferries handle most movement in and out. When evacuation begins, those routes clog almost immediately. With a delayed incubation window, some bitten people turn while stuck in traffic. A stalled bridge becomes a trap, and a tunnel becomes a sealed corridor with nowhere to run. Now let's toss zombies into the mix. New York's subway system moves millions of riders a day. In the early phase, it spreads infection across borough lines before anyone understands the true scale. During the failure phase, trains will stall underground when the power cuts out, platforms will go dark, and riders will try to move through the tunnels on foot. Unfortunately, zombies don't need light, they follow sound. So these people are unknowingly walking into their demise. With that said, we need to talk about buildings, because New York has tons of them. The high-rise buildings here multiply risk in a way few cities can match. When power fails, elevators stop. When water pressure drops, upper floors lose water first. Fire suppression weakens. One major fire in a dense block can force thousands into the street at once. And once stairwells clog, escape routes narrow. And to make matters worse, hospitals in New York operate near capacity even on normal days. With millions of residents plus commuters and visitors, ERs fill almost immediately. Once medical staff start getting exposed and response times exceed hours instead of minutes, public confidence collapses. Food supply is also fragile here. Grocery stores rely on constant
I go stay down in the sewers like the Ninja Turtles. I don't think the zombie's gonna be able to lift up the manhole covers, right?
truck deliveries. Shelves would empty in days during a collapse. And with roads blocked and ports strained, resupply would come to a halt. Now you have millions of people in vertical housing, with limited food, limited water pressure, failing power, and zombies moving floor to floor. Older boroughs may hold slightly longer due to lower density in some neighborhoods, but they still depend on shared power, transit, and logistics. Once Manhattan fragments and zombies spill outward, those areas don't function independently. Grid failure in one borough stresses the others. New York falls first because everything stacks at once. Extreme density accelerates bite chains. Vertical living traps people above ground. Island geography bottlenecks evacuation. The subway spreads infection underground and across districts. Sanitation failure contaminates infrastructure, and hospitals overload under sheer volume. When those factors collide under a delayed incubation window, you don't get a slow unraveling. You get cascading failure in the most compressed urban environment in the country. And
So you telling me all them hard ass New York gangsters not gonna be out there stumping out all the zombies in their Timberland boots?
Oh my God.
Stump. What's up, son? Take that, son. Take that, son. Diamonds in your back, B. Take that, B. Word to your mom, son. They're not gonna be stumping out the zombies? Most of the niggas I met from New York, I thought they were the hardest niggas alive.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
I believe in them. They all gonna jump. They're gonna jump off the motherfucking burrow in the projects, and they're gonna have their Timberlands on and their New York fitted hat and a G-Unit wife beater, and they're gonna be just like this.
Say hello to my little friend.
In a G-Unit wife beater, some wheat Timberlands, they're gonna be dressed like Brian Pumper from the early 2000s. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? Now that nigga's a weirdo and a goofy, by the way. Just want to throw that out there.
It's happened. It's 20.
But enough doom and gloom on who ain't gonna make it. We got the 10 safest states. Man, I won't put my fate in the hand of anything to do with 50 Cent. I don't even like that nigga. He a miserable little man. Miserable little man, but that's a whole nother conversation. All that money, all that fame, all that success, and just reveling in other people's hardships, and got all that time and energy, desire to kick people while they down. And all that other just, yeah, he ain't my type of motherfucker that I'll fuck with. I couldn't be friends, and I'd be hard pressed to do business with a ninja like 50 Cent. I'd be scared to do business with him with all the success he had when he do his little shows, because the moment you said something or do something he don't like, be it man, woman, employee, whatever, he gonna get online and turn to a 13-year-old mean girl and make the shit way more than it should be and that it have to be. And he the kind of dude that by a miserable little guy. Yeah, he ain't no little guy. He's just a miserable little man, as in little in mind and spirit. And yes, he's definitely emotional and extremely petty. Like I said, like a mean rich girl from the valley level meme. He make memes, and he, like I say, like the women, he don't give a fuck. I remember this one woman that was acting in one of his shows, Power, the dark skinned chick. I think her name started with the N, Nautica, not something I don't fucking know because I never watched Power. But he was roasting her about her big forehead. I think in something, one of her wigs came off and she got that traction alopecia, so her hairline was real very back. And he posted pictures of RoboCop without the helmet. And the thing is, he didn't even have a beef with her. He just saw an opportunity. Her wig came off in some incident and her forehead was showing. And this nigga just couldn't miss out on an opportunity. She was already embarrassed about it, as any woman should be. He had to take the opportunity to flame her up to his millions of subscribers. And this was it. And somebody on his payroll. And she couldn't go off, couldn't cuss him out, couldn't barely defend herself. Because for all intents and purposes, this petty little ninja was her boss. Talk about the boss from hell, right? Miserable little fuck nuts like 50 Cent. I can't go for that. No, no can do. I can't go for that. No, no can do. Do y'all remember when we were watching them building the real life Fallout armor?
Now, I know it's been a while since the last episode.
We stopped at them building. They was finna make the leg.
Right now, I'm trying to.
They was finna make the legs. Because the last one we saw, they made it bulletproof. You know what? We're going to let it build up some more. We ain't going to let it build up. Yeah, 50 Cent petty as fuck, man. That dude look good for nothing. Well, people, it's been a Zombiethon Theater. It's been a fun. It's been a blast. I hope y'all learned something. I gotta get out of here. I'm not finna go to sleep, but I probably want to watch a movie on Tubi because I love me some Tubi, and I'm probably gonna listen to an audio book. So we're gonna play ourselves out to the good old outro / intro. Deuces, thanks for tuning in. Matter of fact, before we go, let me go and run this real quick.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBe Streaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Then I'm just gonna show y'all this just because I like how well it came out. Where is that?
Folks keep acting like consequences are optional. That's when you got to bring out the paddle. It's called accountability. And trust me, it leaves a mark.
Ow! Ow! Oh my God, it's on fire! Somebody! Ah! This is not normal! It feels like a whole hive in my pants!
You good, man?
Do I look good? My booty got betrayed! Ah!
A hit hoe will holla.
Type shit. Come on, I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Getting checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. I can make your auntie swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. Show these poor ass hoes how it go. Back it up like Freak Week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit.
up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. It really helps the channel out, and you already know. I appreciate y'all big time. I'll catch you on the next one. Stay cool.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Type shit. Come on, I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit. Activity. I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit. Activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Getting checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. T-swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. Show these poor ass hoes how it go. Back it up like Creek Week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit. Activity. I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit.
What's good, nieces and nephews? Welcome back to Insomniac Theater with your boy Unk B streaming. Had to take a couple of nights off, had some stuff to take care of with family. My mom, to be specific, had to move her down here. She was out there by herself, but you know, she's older, about 65 or some shit like that. And she don't really take good care of herself. And she got a bunch of bad habits. And she's pretty hard-headed and stubborn. So had to convince her to come out here and get into an assisted living facility and get her all set up and everything. By, you know, I had to drive to Louis. I had to do a 6-hour round trip. You know, y'all know me. I'm an insomniac, and my sleep schedule off. So I didn't go live Tuesday because I had to try to force myself to go to sleep as early as possible so I can go get her Wednesday morning. But you know, that's next to impossible for people like us. Shout out to all my night owls. So I tried to go to bed at midnight. Can you believe that shit? And the way I did that was after I did my show Monday, I woke up early as possible Tuesday so I can be tired all day so I can go to sleep early Tuesday night. So I stayed up late Monday, woke up early Tuesday so I can go to sleep Tuesday night to pick her up in the morning. Went to sleep at 12, still woke up at 4:30. No. And my fellow insomniacs, you already know. Once we up, we up. So I woke up at 4:30 and I was like, fuck,
I ain't gonna going back to sleep for me. I got to get my ass on the road. So I got on the road, went to Louisiana, got her 3 hours, came back, and then I couldn't go live Wednesday night, because I had to take her Thursday to check into the assisted living facility and get her all set up. So I was like, but that appointment wasn't until 11. So I was like, okay, I went to bed at like 3 or 4. And I was like, okay, if I could sleep to 10, get 6 hours, I'm good. Nope. She called me at 8:30 in the morning talking about she can't hear can I help her turn the volume up on the TV? I go in there, mad as shit. And she on Netflix, but she ain't watching nothing. She just on the little main screen where they just showing stuff, but she ain't picked nothing to watch and push play. The TV volume on 30, but you got to pick a show first before you hear something. No. So that shit happened. And I had to get her butt on over there to the facility. Checked her in, got her. It's just a whole bunch of shit. It's been a stressful last few days. And Unc finances for this month has been put in a bind unless I touch my savings and stuff. And it's called savings for a reason. And it sucks when other people problems make you touch your savings. But, you know, sometimes it can't be avoided when you're trying to do the right thing. The right thing don't always feel right. The right thing don't always best benefit you. But if you only can do the right thing when it's beneficial to you or you want to do it, then are you really a person that want to do the right thing? Doing the right thing is more significant when it's some shit you really don't want to do, but you just know it's the right thing. Especially shit that you don't want to do that's even convenient to you, but you still do it anyway. You can't expect nothing in return, not even a thank you, because you got people out there that you can do shit for all day, every day, and they will not tell you thank you. That really irks me. But again, are you doing the right thing because you think it's the right thing? Or are you doing the right thing because you want their gratitude? So anyway, that's why I haven't been live in a while. That's why my sleep pattern still threw off. So Unc a little tired tonight. But I gotta get my watch hours up, so I gotta do these fucking shows. So I'm gonna let y'all see it first. This is my live straw. I purchased it, didn't open it yet. It's a personal water filter, right? And we're gonna test that live tonight. Unc has some outside dirt. As you see, this real dirt. Dirt don't hurt. So outside dirt from my front yard. That's good old Texas soil right there. I had some coffee, Folgers coffee grains, from the K cup. I'm gonna mix it in a little water. I got my 2 glasses of water sitting off to the side. And I'm gonna test the light straw because over here, you know, be streaming, be surviving. We gonna get you to survive. And we did a show. Go check it out on water filtering and different ways to filter water. And there are some ways we might even look into a couple of ways tonight because this light straw is some technology and it's outstanding. But it's also good to have the nice hard skills to do it other ways. When it comes to survival, I feel the more ways you know to do stuff, the more ways you know to filter water, to get clean water, the more ways to start fires, the more ways to do all the things you need to do, the better off you are because you never know what your situation or circumstances might call for you to try a different strategy, right?
We're gonna replay a video about the light straw later on to remind y'all exactly what it is. You haven't seen it before I use it. I'm not testing it with toilet water like the one video I always like to show for fun. I might run that video back again because it's short. I believe in the technology. I really do, but that's just pure nasty to me regardless. So I'm not doing that. Before we get to the show though, it's a link pinned at the top of the YouTube to something called Ko-fi, whatever you want to call it. It's just a way to super chat. It's no different than super chatting on YouTube. It's just that it cuts out the 30% middleman on YouTube, and it allows you all to super chat on my channel and support and get highlighted comments and stuff without me being monetized yet. And you do it just like, it's not a scam, it's a real official site. It's just an alternative way. Plenty of content creators use it. But it's pinned up top. This is the page. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. This is the page right here. This is the Ko-fi, my Ko-fi. And the link again is pinned to the top on the YouTube. You see it right here. You support Uncle Streaming, $2, $5, $10, whatever. Got some little stuff on here. And so you just click the link, it brings you to the page. You pick your amount, you can write your message right here, and you tip the $2. Or you tip the $5, you tip the $10, whatever. It's just like super chatting. You write your message. The link is pinned to the top on YouTube, and it pops up on Twitch periodically. But you can always, if you want to support in a more easier way for you. That's really easy, by the way. JM used it, AW used it, people used it. They know it's legit. But you can always, you know,
if you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncB Streaming. Any donation would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
So we got all that out the way. We got the admin stuff out the way. Again, this is my life straw. I'm gonna crack it. I'm gonna do it a little bit later in the show. I ain't gonna do it at the very beginning, because we gotta, you know, we gotta get into, like I say, it's that live straw test, live life straw test, and I will be doing it again. Got the good old Texas dirt, some of Texas finest soil. I'm gonna mix it in the water, and I'm gonna test this filterization device, right? But before we get to that, we gotta do our post-apocalyptic zombie crash course and learn some things and have some fun. Because again, like I like to always say, it can be if you don't, you know, the zombie apocalypse is just the most coolest, most funnest, most interesting example. But you remember Book of Eli, it wasn't a single zombie in Book of Eli, and that world was still fucked up, and you still needed certain survival skills to fucking make it. They got a lot. Mad Max, in the Mad Max movie, it's not a fucking zombie in that movie. It's some motherfuckers that down there look like zombies, but the world was fucked up. And you see what's going on right now with Trump, Iran, China getting involved, yada, yada, yada. For all we know, we could be facing World War III, who knows? And when the shit hits, the shit hits. And we live in and it don't take much. This infrastructure is very fragile. It's not as solid as you thought. If COVID didn't teach you that, I don't know what will. that it doesn't take much for the grocery stores to get empty, for people to panic, for survival of the fittest to kick in, for us to get in scramble and hustle mode. We are one serious virus, one solar flare, one EMP, one nuclear strike, the economy crashing, one major travesty in some kind of way from the infrastructure of this country crumbling, and a whole new set of skill sets will be needed. The skill sets of our ancestors, all the way back from our ancient our African ancestors, to reading what you got into, how the Native Americans used to live, to how the pioneers used to live, to how the fucking caveman used to live.
No.
A lot of these services that we take for granted, water in your sink, electricity, gas stove, just all this technology and stuff that we have, it's not as stable as we think. It's just not. And you don't have to believe me, but we do the zombie stuff because it's fun and interesting. But I just need y'all to understand that the things we talk about, the things we learn, can be applied in any situation where the infrastructure has crumbled and the government and the system is not in a place to support and enable us as they're doing currently. Think about it. When the C-19 hit, grocery stores was hella empty. If C-19 had to be 3 times worse and last 3 times longer than what it is, we might not would have ever recovered as a country. You don't have to believe me. Hey, listen, better safe than sorry, right? And I said all that to say there are skills that we need. We went over how to filter water already. We went over how to start fires and a whole bunch of different ways to start fire. Go back and check out the past videos. The next basic skill set we're gonna do, some stuff that you have to know, you have to need. We're gonna start off with building shelters, because if the shit hit, when the shit hits, you might have to leave your apartment, you might have to leave your house, you might have to leave the city, because in the city they pillaging and plundering, raping and robbing, and it's survival of the fittest, and being around the population just ain't serving you. So you might have to go off the grid, and it ain't gonna be a nice pretty log cabin for everybody. So we're gonna start with the basics and might look at some advanced. This video is titled 5 Survival Shelters Everyone Should Know. You have a young lady, salute to her, short name Survival Lily. To let y'all know, this survival shit ain't gender specific, because we all want to survive and we all want to live. Shout out to Candy Cane. She know what I'm talking about, because she said she gonna make it. She always let us know she gonna make it. She said she ready. And so we're gonna get to it. 5 survival shelters everyone should know. And let me tell y'all something. Even though I was in the military 15 years, I have some survival outdoor skills. I know how to make sure I know stuff. But when I be watching these videos, I be learning with y'all. We all be learning together. But I need y'all to learn, lock these in, not just for entertainment. And also the most important part is find a way, even if you got to do it in your backyard, practice these skills. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds extra. But we in an unstable world. with unstable times. Y'all think these people, when I did those shows on the bunkers, you really think people buying these 1.5, 3.5, $4 million bunkers because everything all Gucci?
Oh my God!
If they think they got building bunkers all over the fucking planet, cause shit just cool. Now I get it. We poor. No, we ain't even poor. We poor. We can't afford the O and the R. We can't be building no mega super bunkers. So we might be outside on the topsoil trying to make it. And if I gotta go, if I have to go, I'm not going easy. And I don't want y'all to go easy. So we gonna learn what we need to learn, and we gonna fucking make it one way or motherfucking another. So Survival Lily is about to teach us the 5 survival shelters we need to know. Let's go.
That feels very comfortable, actually.
I know it looks just like she just piling up stuff, but she's doing it fast. If y'all didn't notice, she used the woods to build a little frame. She used the sticks and stuff to build a frame of sorts. As you see, before she started doing the coverage to camouflage it and give a layer of protection. So she's not just throwing up stuff. It's a method to her madness. I don't know. I haven't watched her content before. Shout out to her. I am subscribed. I just subscribed when I found her. I was like, yo, I scanned through it and I was like, she looked like she knows what she's doing. And so far, so good. But I don't know how well she explains her stuff. So we're going to find out. But just in case she don't, which I hope she do, and showing it step by step, as you see, there's actually a system to what's going on here. And see, that frame was able to give it the structure, and then she covered it up for the camouflage. And if y'all haven't seen, because of the frame that's in the stuff over the frame that she made with the sticks, the skeleton per se, she's able to have like that little hole that she's probably about to crawl into.
When entering the shelter, go with your feet first and be very careful to not destroy the structure of the shelter. Obviously, I had to leave open the end.
Oh, the doggy. His nosy ass is in the video. That's what the animals be doing.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
They ain't shit. They like badass children.
Tree to the shelter, and to close it in the night, just take some more leaves and pull them inside of your shelter. Okay, I just covered myself with leaves, just like a blanket, and leaves make a very good insulation material. And right now I'm already feeling that it's getting very warm inside of the shelter. When building natural shelters, it really comes down to 3 rules, and the first rule is insulation from the cold ground. Secondly, you want to watch out that you have enough of cover to keep out cold winds. And thirdly, you want to have a good cover on the top, which is going to keep out the rain and the snow.
Hopefully this music don't cause me any problems on YouTube. I found this video on YouTube, so we'll see. But again, I don't expect me or none of you all to just watch these videos and know how to go do this. But this is where it starts, by putting in your mind, seeing someone do it, looking at what they're doing, understanding the logistics of it, and also the what's the word? The schematics. You get what I'm fucking trying to say. But definitely you have to do the hands-on and get the muscle memory and do the hard skills to lock this stuff in. But you start here. You start here. Again, as you see, the same thing. She's building the skeleton. She's building the frame. If your shelter is just like, I don't know, when I got my house built, I was watching the process. And if you ever got a house built, you know what I'm talking about. They build the frame for us. They do. They build they have the boards. You come by, you just see like your house. Of course, they build a foundation first, whatever. But you see a house-shaped thing of boards right there, and you need that because that's what supports it. And that's pretty much what she's doing with those branches, just like the other time in the other kind of shelter. So that so far is a common setup when building shelters in the wilderness.
That looked like some shit Eli would have lived in the book of Eli. I think he might have made one of those, to be honest. Again, when the crowded cities are too much, you want to go out there, get off the grid, get away from mankind, get away from the savages, or you en route to another location. It might come times when you gotta stop and get some rest, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and that is where these skill sets come in handy. And as you see, you don't have to be no big, burly, strong motherfucker. This a skinny woman, just a woman. This a woman. She don't look particularly strong. She clearly not weak or nothing, but she's normal. She ain't nothing physically, you know. She's superior or just strong or immaculate or strong or whatever. And my point to saying that is not to knock her, it's actually to boost her up, that all of us can do this, because she's just a regular lady and she's making it do what it do. Salute to her, by the way. All right, this said floor heating system. I'm interested to see, very interested to see, like, what we about to witness here. And the great thing about what she's doing, your stuff don't have to be identical to hers. The key ingredient that we really learned today is build your frame first. Your frame, your skeleton, whatever you want to call it. And then use that to support your coverage to keep the elements out and hide you from sight if need be. You saw how easy she struck that with that little flint thing that we covered in the other video where we talk about different ways to start fire. I'm going to buy some form of fire starter, and I'm gonna use it probably live. I don't know. I'm in my man. Yeah, it ain't gonna set off my smoke detector that easily. I just got to put it out immediately just to show y'all how easy it is. Just honestly, I'm gonna get it because I want one and need one. I used to have all this stuff before I had a house fire and lost a lot of my little goofy gadgets and gadgets. I used to have a go bag and all kinds of shit. And I realized I need to get my shit back up.
So as I talk about these things, I'm gonna be slowly like repurchasing my my kit. So if y'all, she's not explaining anything, so that's why I got to break it down. You see what she did there? She took like some little stone, some little slates. She dug a little spot, a hole, right? A little trench per se. Took the little stone slates and put them across it. And at the end of the trench, you know, it was an opening. So she did the fire, and since it's an opening at the end of the trench, the smoke gonna come out of that part, and the heat from the fire gonna heat up those little slates she put in there, and that's how you get the warm floor. I want to show y'all that she was doing at the end. I was hoping to do it to she was going to do it to completion, but if you look right here, she's pretty much using tree bark as her outside cover, because you see the tree, y'all, they got the green moss on it over there. She's using tree bark to layer as pretty much like her shingles for her roof for this frame that she created. Also, I'm gonna speed up the video because she's not talking, so it shouldn't matter. But if I'll pause it if I see something interesting or significant that we should highlight, because this is a really good video, and I want to cover it all. So I'm gonna speed it up so we can cover it all, so it won't be too long. Yada yada yada. Making a dome shaped tent, and I can kind of guess what she's trying to do. She got those sticks, she got rope tied to it. She's putting the sticks in the ground, and she's going to use rope to bend them, to curve them, to make the dome shape. She's probably going to connect several of them. We'll see how it go, but that's what it's looking like so far. Again, You see this lady, it is not like she's She-Hulk or no shit, but she's making it do what it do. And I'm reiterating that again to make it clear that we all capable of this if we need to do this to make it out here if the streets get raw. And that's y'all, I just thought about something. If y'all don't know, y'all finna know now that my YouTube algorithm is extremely different from a lot of people in this sector, yo. If y'all know what sector I'm talking about, y'all get it. You ought to see my music playlist on YouTube. Listen, my people, there's nothing wrong with thinking outside the box, living outside the box, and diversifying your intellectual portfolio. The things that you know, the things you want to know, the things you have interest in, and the knowledge you have in general, diversify that shit as much as possible. You don't want to be a one-trick pony. Here we go again with the framework. Listen, frames. We're building shelter. This one is coming out outstanding, by the way. I like this one. Seemed like a little more work than the others, but I'm feeling it so far. That's pretty dope, yo.
Oh my God! Wow!
That's pretty fucking dope, people.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBe Streaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
I don't know about you guys, but is really learning some shit tonight. This the kind of shit YouTube was really made for. I think this is the best use of YouTube for sure. Maybe not for everybody, but that doesn't change. It might not be the most popular. That doesn't change that it's the best. You know what I'm saying? For overall betterment of life and you. And just knowledge is power. And I don't think it's no such thing as goofy power, you know, lame power, whatever. I would definitely try to cover up that big red target as much as possible.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
But that's just me. That's just me. That's my preference. I would probably have a green tarp. I'll when I purchase my stuff like that, I try to have it as nature friendly as possible. Camouflage, camouflage, camouflage. From a distance, if that tarp was like green, more forest green or something like that, you probably can from a distance would just walk by and not think much of it. This one says semi-permanent A-frame shelter for 2 people if you have a lot of time. And with 2 people, and she probably can't do it by herself. So really, even if you have a lot of time with 2 people and actually doing it in real life, you can cut that time in half because both of y'all will be working.
Nice.
Fella, Survivor Lily look like she might be batting for the other team. But if you can find you a Survivor Lily that's not, y'all better cuff her up.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
And ladies, if y'all roll that way, if y'all part of the carpet munching community,
no.
y'all might want to find y'all a Survivor Lily and hit her with a
Cow boom boom.
I'm just saying. You ain't gotta listen to old but you know. I like that use of the moss as camouflage. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. For sure. For shiggity. She's doing a lot of work, man. I hope it's not just for YouTube. I hope she camping that weekend or hanging out there for that weekend. Now, she could be just doing it for just YouTube because Survivor Lily got like 1.2 million subscribers. So she definitely getting that bread. So the work is paying off. I just want to see something real quick. This video got 3.1 million views. So even if she ain't, so if she's not utilizing it, it's not like she's just doing all that work for nothing. So that's what's up. Crazy, it's a content creator out there. That's what I'm saying. Like YouTube ain't as small as our little fuss and cuss and beefing sector as we think. Like we really ain't nobody's over here. You got people like this lady, 1.7 million subscribers. This video got 3.1 million views. And I ain't never heard of her to right now. And y'all probably haven't either. Because it's like so many people on this planet with so many interests that you don't have to do the same stuff as much as we think to make it. And I'm a struggle streamer, so I ain't the one to talk, but at the same time, I have the liberty to do and shows on shit that I genuinely find interesting, and I will never stop.
That shit look mad comfortable, yo. Slide a little sleeping bag in that motherfucker. Time to go night-night, nigga. Time to go night-night. Yo, just got a question for you guys real quick. Just got a question for you.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Can't stop. Won't stop.
All right. I had a couple of videos set up actually, but that one was so thorough that we ain't even gonna watch the other ones as far as like building shelters. But I always think it's good to know what we should do, but it's also important to know what we shouldn't do, right? Know what you should do, but know what you shouldn't do. So the next video is going to be survival shelter no-nos. What not to do when setting up camp.
Today we're going to talk about,
because I've learned from my military experience that a very good way to know what to do is to know what not to do. If you know what not to do and you do the opposite, 9 times out of 10, what you're doing is going to be legit. That's why I mastered the art of learning from other people's mistakes. And if more people master the art of learning from others' mistakes, we'll all be in better situations with our finances, with our relationships, with our health, with our criminal records, and all kinds of stuff. But so, for some kind of way, that logical mindset of learning from other people's mistakes bypass a lot of us. And I know why. It's because we all think we the main character. We got main character syndrome. And well, not us all, but the vast majority of us think we the main character. Got main character syndrome. We think the bad stuff happens to everybody else, but not us. We have this, yeah, it happened to him, but it's not gonna be me. Yeah, it happened to her, but it's not gonna be me. When really, motherfucker, you're nothing special. You ain't nobody special. You're not the chosen one. So when you see someone else do something and end up with a certain outcome, it would behoove you not to follow them and do the exact same thing. I'm just saying, you ain't gotta listen to me. I'm just I only been on this earth for almost 50 years. I don't know shit.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Okay, up next though, like I said, the art, survival shelter no-nos, what not to do when setting up camp. Let's go.
Today we're going to talk about where not to sleep when you're in the forest. What's up, guys? Dan here, Coalcracker Bushcraft. Today we're going to talk about 3 natural features that you may find in the forest that you think is a good idea to utilize during your shelter setup, but they're not. So one eye-appealing feature when it comes to shelter building are downed trees. This thing looks absolutely amazing to build a shelter off of, being, again, natural or tarp built. We think, hey, we have this big heavy-duty ridge line, we can kick everything off the sides, or we can take sticks and pile it up to make a really easy, quick shelter. We don't have to mess with anything else. The reality with downed trees, though, is that they can be extremely dangerous. There are hundreds of pounds of weight hanging above your head. That tree obviously fell for some reason, typically because they're dead. Of course, there can be a ton of other reasons, but a dead tree is starting to rot, it can crack, and if you're setting up a shelter and the weather gets bad, we're looking at the possibility of that tree breaking or falling even further to the ground. You being under it is a terrible idea. So I highly recommend, although this looks super cool and you think you can get a cool Instagram shot with this, it is not realistic. I would definitely stay away from downed trees as part of your shelter setup. Number 2 are low-lying areas such as where I am currently standing. Now, with that low area, which I've seen happen numerous times in different classes, individuals think, hey, if I get down in that lower area, I'm a little bit more protected from the wind. I'm going to set my shelter up. I have a lot more height up over my head with my shelter, or I can even lay sticks across that if it's narrow enough, and I can build a roof over it and crawl inside. But as many of you are probably already guessing, that low area is going to collect water faster than anywhere else in the forest. You sleeping or...
Did y'all guess that? Because I did. I ain't gonna lie. As soon as he first said it's like an indentation in the ground, I'm like, yo, that ain't nothing but nature's bowl. That's nature's petri dish. That, you know what I'm saying? A depression in the ground is just gonna draw in fucking water. You just, you laying in a motherfucking mud jacuzzi. No. I would say it's maybe good to relieve yourself in, possibly.
Sitting in your shelter and it flooding out with water is an absolutely horrific scenario that you never want to get yourself into. So although it might seem super tempting to find a low area like that, I again highly recommend you stay away from it. And number 3, probably the coolest land feature you see that immediately attracts you to want to hang out next to it, are big uprooted trees. So although this looks like a big mound of dirt behind me, it's actually the roots of a tree that flipped itself over, okay? So this, in the wintertime, I can tell you because I come through this area a lot, provides great cover from wind. And the wind actually blows from behind me towards the camera. So if I come here and I sit there, man, it blocks the wind, great. But as far as a shelter and setting it up there, horrible idea. Number 1 reason is we need to think, why are the trees uprooted to begin with? The general reason for that is because the ground is very moist and wet. The ground can't support the root structure and weight of the tree, therefore the tree just falls over in high winds and bad weather. Number 1, we don't want to sleep in wet ground, and this obviously then is wet ground. Secondly, once this goes over, it leaves a divot in the ground, which we just talked about. We want to make sure that we're not sleeping somewhere that's going to fill up with water. During a rainstorm in the summer months, if you come here, this whole bottom section of this is nothing but one big puddle. What I can say about these cool uprooted trees is, number 1, if it's just during the day you're going to make a quick fire and you're blocking yourself from the wind, go ahead, go for it. They're cool, you get cool photos by it and all that good stuff. But as far as it goes with shelter set up next to these things, definitely a no. The other thing you need to realize also with uprooted trees when you see them is, if there is one, there's probably more. So if you look behind me in this area right here, we have a whole bunch of uprooted trees. If you turn and you look this way, more uprooted trees back here. So that gives us a real quick down and dirty indication that this entire area gets wet, there's a lot of mud on the ground, and that there are trees falling during bad weather. So this is something that if you would see, although it looks like a paradise for shelters and shelter building, I would highly recommend getting out of this area, moving to higher ground, and getting away from.
Yeah, trees just falling all over the place. That don't sound like somewhere I want to set up shop, lay the fuck down, sleeping in the middle of the night. Bam! Smush.
Emotional damage.
Y'all fucked up. Matter of fact, you're gonna be fucked up before you wake up. You're gonna be gone and you don't even know you're gone. You just gone.
Damn!
From all these death branches falling. So there you go. There are the 3 tips I'm going to give you today for setting up your shelters, be it a tarp or a naturally constructed shelter. Very simplistic things, but things that if you don't recall in your mind every so often, you might forget about or not look around and think about when you get in one of those situations that you decide it's late or it's starting to rain or the wind's blowing like crazy and I want to get something set up and be done for the night. Take this into consideration.
I love it when the video is short and sweet and to the point. You don't need all that BS. So I hope y'all learning things today. Definitely is. So we got the practical stuff out the way for today. Like I said, the first video we did how to filter water, a whole bunch of different ways. Another video, they all out there. They out there. Just check out my other videos. I like to start the videos off with talking about some hard skills that you should learn. Everybody should learn, and we just should know, especially as people of color. We gotten real comfortable. It's crazy, right? Black people, a lot of black people, not all, but a whole lot, they hate the man. They hate the system. They hate their dependency on the system in the man, but yet do everything they can to be completely dependent on the same system in the same man that they claim to hate. Make that make sense. Now, I'm not saying we should all become mountain men, become hermits, move off in the hills somewhere. But if you hate the man, you hate the system, you hate being controlled, pretty much like my homie Jay Prince. As much as he hate the man, he should definitely have some living off the grid skills. Because the man is the grid. The grid is the man.
Oh my God!
I'm just saying. So the practical skills we went over, like I said, we did a whole bunch of different ways to start fire. Go back and check out the video. And when you check out the video, practice some of that stuff. A whole bunch of ways to filter water. It's on another video I did on one of my survival things. And again, we are going to test out the Life Straw filterization system that I bought later. We got some nice old Texas dirt, some Texas soil. We got some Folgers coffee from the K-Pot. I got 2 glasses of water. I doubt I'm gonna have any red wine left by the time I do that. Don't judge me. But we're gonna do what it do, baby, and make it do what it do, right? But okay, we got the hard skills off the way, you know. Now on to some of the a little more of the wonky stuff per se. It ain't really wonky, it's still practical. We're going to get into
You've got unlimited.
Because a lot of people, you know, be it zombie apocalypse or any kind of apocalyptic situation, you're going to have to defend yourself. There are going to be people out there that want shit, need shit. And you might be one of the people that have shit. And the people that want shit, need shit, might not know how to get shit outside of taking your shit. So it will behoove you to be able to defend your shit from them.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
So let's look into
5 zombie apocalypse weapons you really need. And again, these weapons are things that can get utilized against regular motherfuckers if the shit hits the fan, when the shit hits the fan. Let's go.
When it comes to the zombie apocalypse, the only 5 weapons you actually need aren't what most people think. Machine guns, katanas, crossbows, flamethrowers, cool, sure. But here's what nobody tells you. In a real zombie apocalypse, you're not just fighting zombies. You're fighting other survivors who want what you have. You're fighting
I swear I didn't watch this video. I swear I never watched it. But it's crazy. We 24 seconds in, and the guy just repeated what I said like he was sitting in the fucking man cave with me.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
Yo, you ain't gotta listen to old Unc if you don't want to, all right? I'm just trying to get y'all to make it.
exhaustion. You're fighting limited ammo. You're fighting other survivors who want what you have. You're fighting exhaustion. You're fighting limited ammo. You're fighting the fact that noise attracts more zombies. But before we dive into what works, let's talk about what doesn't. Because this could literally save your life. The katana fantasy. Everyone thinks they want a katana. Looks cool, right? Silent kills, slice through necks like butter. But here's reality. Katanas are maintenance nightmares. They dull fast. They chip on bone. And unless you've trained for years, you're more likely to hurt yourself than a zombie. Plus, good luck finding replacement parts when the world ends. The machine gun dream. Full auto weapons sound awesome until you realize you'll burn through ammo in seconds. Where are you going to get more 5.56 rounds when Walmart's been looted? And the noise? You might as well ring a dinner bell for every zombie in a 5-mile radius. The crossbow trap. Yeah, Daryl made it look easy, but crossbows are slow to reload, bolts break, and when you're surrounded by 5 zombies, that reload time will kill you. Literally. Here's what most people don't think about. In a real apocalypse, you're not just fighting zombies.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not anti-crossbow if you prepared in a prepared situation. I'm not anti it, as in I wouldn't make it my primary weapon, but I would have one. That's just me though. For reasons as in you can pull the rounds, you can pull the bolt out of the target after you taking it down, reuse it. But not unlike with bullets. Yes, it has a slow reload, but you don't have to be as skilled with a crossbow as you have to be with a actual bow and arrow. It has a lot of power behind it, and again, you can use the rounds over and over. It might be a lot easier to create rounds for it yourself than it would be for a gun or a rifle. And also the most important point is the noise factor or lack of noise that you have with a crossbow. Again, not a primary weapon, but I mean my primary weapon would be a crowbar or a really good hammer or a big long 15-inch monkey wrench. Something nice, solid metal. But crowbar, fuck it. We just gonna do that. Crowbar primary, because you don't have to reload that motherfucker. But for projectile, I would have a crossbow. But I would also like some kind of gun or something when the shit hits and I don't care about noise anymore. And we passed the point where noise matters because they already on my ass and running me down, so I can just like wild out. it's nice to have something with some power behind it.
You're dealing with other humans who've lost everything and will do anything to survive. These people are often more... Here's what most people don't think about. In a real apocalypse, you're not just fighting zombies. You're dealing with other humans who've lost everything and will do anything to survive. These people are often more dangerous than the undead because they can think, plan, and use weapons effectively.
Imagine now it's been 3 months since the outbreak. Food's running low. Your group finds a well-stocked house, but there's another group already there. They've got kids to feed too. What happens next? These aren't movie villains. They're regular people pushed to their breaking point. They'll smile at you during the day and try to take your supplies at night. They know you have medicine their sick child needs. They know you have food their family's starving for. The weapons that work against zombies might not work against humans who can shoot back, set traps, and coordinate attacks. You need versatility. You need weapons that work in close quarters and at range. You need tools that don't give away your position. Something to consider is resource scarcity. Every bullet counts. Every broken weapon could mean death. You can't just run to the gun store for more ammo. You need weapons that are sustainable, repairable, and don't rely on resources that'll disappear. Also, noise discipline. One gunshot can bring hundreds of zombies. In urban areas, sound travels. That awesome shotgun blast might clear the room, but it just told every zombie in the neighborhood exactly where you are. The number 1 weapon on this list is the crowbar. This is it. This is the weapon that'll save your life more than any other. And I bet you didn't...
That's the one. Candy cane favorite weapon. Like I said, I like a good sturdy hammer, but crowbars and hammer have a lot in common, especially a really good one. Again, you can use it as a tool to do other things besides crackheads. So crowbar is a multi-tool, and the hammer got the same little hook thing like that can do other things like a crowbar. Well, the crowbar is a little better at that. I'm not gonna lie, but fuck it. Get your crowbar, people. Everybody, go buy y'all a crowbar this weekend. You never know when you gotta crack somebody's shit.
See this coming. Why the crowbar is perfect. It never runs out of ammo. It's virtually indestructible. It's a tool and a weapon. Silent kills every time. Easy to maintain. Available everywhere. Think about it. You can pry open doors, break windows, move debris, and crush zombie skulls, all with one tool. When other survivors are fighting over the last box of bullets, you're still swinging. When their fancy tactical gear breaks down, your crowbar keeps working. It's the AK-47 of melee weapons. Simple, reliable, and deadly effective. How to use it effectively. Aim for the temple or back of the skull. Don't go for the forehead. That's the thickest part. A good crowbar weighs about 2 to 3 pounds. Heavy enough to do damage, light enough to swing all day. The curved end gives you leverage for prying, while the straight end is perfect for striking. Practice your swing now. Get the motion down. It's not like swinging a baseball bat. You want to use the weight of the tool to do the work. Let gravity help you. A proper crowbar strike can crush a skull with surprisingly little effort. Against human threats, a crowbar gives you reach and stopping power. Someone comes at you with a knife, you've got...
Shit, chilling but 9mm. Just, had to take some days off to take care of some family stuff. But I'm back. We back. Insomniac Theater. Shout out to all my night owls. We out here just chilling, learning some stuff, getting some information. Testing out the life straw in a little bit. We're gonna see if it do what it do, as I do what I do.
"18 inches of steel leverage. Plus, the psychological factor matters too. A crowbar looks like a tool, not a weapon. People won't immediately see you as a threat, which gives you a tactical advantage in tense situations with other survivors. Not just any knife, we're talking about a serious fixed blade knife. 6 to 8 inches, full hang construction. This isn't your kitchen knife. This is a survival tool that could save your life 100 different ways. Why you need this? Completely silent. Never needs ammo. Multi-purpose tool. Easy to conceal. Works in tight spaces where swinging weapons won't. A good knife is like having a portable workshop. You can cut, carve, dig, defend, hunt, and prepare food
I don't like about knives. It's cool for all the stuff he's saying, but knives do get dull. Knives are a little more fragile than crowbars. When it comes to stuff like this and whooping ass, I like a blunt force object, not a piercing object, because piercing objects don't always pierce. They can lose their piercing ability, but a blunt force object always gonna crack your shit.
Emotional damage.
They don't fail. Crowbars do not fail. A really good hammer, that big long monkey wrench like the plumbers have, you know, the big long one, that shit don't fail.
All with one tool. But here's the key. It has to be quality. A cheap knife will break when you need it most. The blade will snap, the handle will come loose, or it won't hold an edge. Invest in something that'll last, because your life might depend on it. The psychology factor. Here's something most people don't think about. A knife is personal. It requires you to get close. Most people, even in desperate times, hesitate when it comes to knife work. That hesitation can save your life in human conflicts, but it works both ways. If you're not mentally prepared to use a knife, don't carry one. An attacker can take it away and use it against you. You need to be 100% committed to using any weapon you carry. Maintenance reality.
Pretty much he's saying, if you're gonna pull out a knife, don't be a motherfucking
5 letters.
One word.
Bitch.
If you're gonna pull it out, don't be a. You heard what he said.
Boom. Bam. Bop. Bada bop. Boom. Pow.
Knife, don't carry one. An attacker can take it away and use it against you. You need to be 100% committed to using any weapon you carry. Maintenance reality. Keep it sharp. A dull knife is dangerous to you and useless against threats. Learn to sharpen it properly. Carry a small sharpening stone. Practice the technique now, while you have time to learn. A sharp knife cuts clean and requires less force, which means less chance of the blade getting stuck in bone or cartilage. Against other survivors.
Like I said, that's why I don't want a knife. Don't recommend a knife. Again, a crowbar don't need no fucking maintenance, no special sharpening stone, none of that. You just crack motherfuckers' heads with it.
A knife is an equalizer. Size doesn't matter as much. A smaller person with knife skills can take down someone twice their size. But remember, if you pull a knife, you better be ready to use it. Hesitation kills.
I know what you're thinking. Finally, a gun. But listen carefully. This isn't about firepower. This is about precision and reliability when you absolutely have no other choice. The right choice? 9mm pistol. Common ammo, reliable, not too loud compared to rifles, and effective stopping power. Glock 19, Smith & Wesson M&P, or similar. Something with a proven track record. Don't get fancy. You want boring reliability, not cool features. The reason for 9mm is simple. It's the most common pistol round in the world. Police use it, military uses it, civilians use it. That means more available ammo when you're scavenging. Plus, it's effective without being overkill. Why not a rifle or shotgun? Rifles are loud and attract attention from miles away. Shotguns have limited range and heavy ammo that you'll run out of fast. Both are harder to conceal and maneuver with indoors. In close quarters, which is where most zombie encounters happen, a handgun is more practical. This one surprises people, but a tactical tomahawk isn't some primitive weapon. It's an engineered tool that combines the best of axes and hammers with modern materials and design. Why it's perfect? Devastating striking power with minimal effort. Can be thrown if absolutely necessary, though I don't recommend.
Those are cool, but weapons like that get stuck in the bone and definitely would get stuck in the skull. And that little time that you're trying to tug it out could be the difference between life and death. That crowbar that's gonna scramble their shit. It might not get it stuck, like that sharp edge hatchet. He might. So far, this guy been cooking with fish grease. He's probably gonna bring that point up. Let's see.
Is more practical. This one surprises people, but a tactical tomahawk isn't some primitive weapon. It's an engineered tool that combines the best of axes and hammers with modern materials and design. Why it's perfect? Devastating striking power with minimal effort. Can be thrown if absolutely necessary, though I don't recommend it. Works as a tool for chopping wood, breaking doors, clearing debris. Compact and lightweight compared to a full axe. Easy to maintain, just keep the edge sharp. The weight distribution is key here. Unlike a hammer where all the weight is in the head, or a knife where it's evenly distributed, a tomahawk concentrates the weight behind the cutting edge. This gives you incredible striking force with less energy expenditure. The physics advantage? The design amplifies your swing force. You can crush skulls with less energy than a crowbar, meaning you can fight longer before getting tired. When you're facing multiple zombies, energy conservation is literally life or death. Plus, the spike on the back of most tactical tomahawks gives you a backup option. If the blade gets stuck, you can use the spike. If you need to punch through something, the spike concentrates force into a tiny point. Versatility factor. Need to break through a barricaded door?
If the blade gets stuck, you can use the spike. But if the blade is stuck, how are you going to use the spike? Am I confused? Am my wine kick in, or do y'all get what I'm saying? If the blade is stuck, you can use the spike. But if the blade is stuck, how are you going to use the spike? Because the spike's still connected to the blade. If I can use the spike, hell, I can use the blade. Yeah.
What the hell?
Tomahawk. Need to chop firewood for warmth? Tomahawk. Need to clear brush or debris? Tomahawk. It's like carrying a portable demolition tool that also happens to be deadly in combat. Against human threats. Most people have never faced someone with a tomahawk. The psychological impact is huge. Plus, it gives you options. You can use the flat side to knock someone out instead of killing them, which might be important when dealing with desperate but not evil survivors. Yeah, a slingshot. Not the kid's toy, a serious hunting slingshot with surgical tubing and steel ball bearings.
I had one of those. Like I said, for my house fire, I had like a full post-apocalyptic kit, and I definitely had a industrial style slingshot, not a kid's toy. And I definitely had steel pellets like that. And the reason why, because it was quiet, and you can kill small animals with it. Like, you know, because when the shit hits, you might have to eat rabbit, squirrel, raccoon, stuff like that. You can kill it, and believe it or not, you can extremely harm, injure, or possibly kill a human with these things. These things, I've broken glass bottles like you would have thought I shot it with a gun with these fucking slingshots. Now it might take a certain level of practice, but we're gonna get into that later.
This might be the most underestimated weapon on the list. Why this makes the list? Completely silent operation. Ammo is everywhere. Rocks, ball bearings, nuts and bolts, even marbles. Effective range up to 50 yards with practice. Can hunt small game for food. Weighs almost nothing. Takes up...
I swear I won't be watching these videos in advance, but y'all heard them. Can hunt small game for food. Just like I just said, again, rabbits, squirrels, raccoons, all that kind of shit. I mean, it sounds gross now, but in a need situation, we're gonna put that shit right over some fire. Delicioso.
Minimal space in your pack. A quality slingshot can generate muzzle velocities comparable to some firearms. A steel ball bearing traveling at 200 plus feet per second will absolutely drop a zombie or knock out a human, and nobody will hear it coming. The stealth advantage, you can take out zombies from a distance without alerting others. You can hunt for food without giving away your position to hostile humans. You can break windows or create distractions. You can disable vehicles by taking out headlights or windshields. Think about the tactical applications. You can clear a path through scattered zombies without making noise. You can take out sentries silently. You can hunt pigeons, squirrels, and rabbits for food without alerting every predator in the area to your...
What y'all know about that pigeon?
Emotional damage.
Listen, man. When shit get real, shit gets real. Barbecue pigeon for everybody.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Location. Against human threats, a steel ball bearing to the head will drop someone instantly. Most people won't even see it coming. It's the ultimate stealth weapon. Skill requirement. This is the only weapon on the list that requires real practice. But once you're good with it, you've got unlimited ammo and silent kills.
Saw what it just did to that bottle. Y'all probably thought Unc was capping when I said I used to break fucking bottles with that shit. I swear. Like you thought you was shooting that shit with a bullet. Y'all probably like, now, Unc, you was on some. Yes, I really had one of those, man. My wife probably thought I was buying all kinds of shit. I was set. You understand?
But once you're good with it, you've got unlimited ammo and silent kills forever. Here's what movies don't show you. Killing changes you. Whether it's zombies or humans, taking a life leaves a mark. And in a long-term survival situation, your mental state is as important as your weapons. The first kill, it's harder than you think, even with zombies. Your brain knows this used to be a person. Some people freeze up completely. Others go too far the other way and become reckless. Dealing with human threats, this is exponentially harder. Even when someone's trying to kill you, pulling that trigger or swinging that crowbar at another human being goes against everything you've been taught. The solution? Mental preparation. Think through scenarios now while you're safe. Decide your lines in the sand. What would make you fight? What would make you kill? Having these decisions made ahead of time can save precious seconds when it matters. Here's the truth nobody wants to hear. In a real zombie apocalypse, you're probably not going to make it. The odds are stacked against everyone. But having the right weapons, the right mindset, and the right skills gives you a fighting chance. These 5 weapons aren't glamorous. They're not exciting. They don't make you feel like an action hero. But they're practical, sustainable, and effective against both the undead and the living threats you'll face. The real key to survival, it's not your weapons. It's your ability to avoid fights in the first place. The best weapon is the one you never have to use, because you were smart enough to stay hidden, quiet, and out of trouble. But
he said the best way to survive is to be a bitch. No, I'm just playing. I get it. You know, you don't want to just be out there looking for shit. But at the same time, you know, we all know problems usually come to us the more we try to avoid them.
when avoidance isn't an option, when you're backed into a corner with no way out, these 5 weapons will give you the best chance of seeing another sunrise. Remember, in the zombie apocalypse, there are no heroes. There are only survivors and the dead. Choose your weapons wisely, train hard, and hope you never need to use them.
Facts.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBeStreaming. Any donation would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Yo, It's been a very informative night tonight, yo. It's going really smooth, a lot smoother than I thought. Since I'm exhausted as fuck and had a rough week. Again, real soon, I will be testing the light straw filter system. We're gonna look at a couple of videos about it so y'all can understand exactly what it is. I talked about it several times before. I believe in the technology. People were saying this ain't real. A particular guy named JM. I don't know if he's here tonight. I got some good old Texas dirt. And if you look, you see, that's dirt. God made dirt, dirt don't hurt. That's straight out my front yard, baby. And I got some coffee, Folgers, K-Cup. I'm sprinkling the water. I got some red wine I might test it on, but I don't I'm having the left unless I do this shit real soon. I gotta get these watch hours up, baby. So, yo, we've been I found some really good videos tonight. So far, it's been like some really useful, handy dandy, good stuff. So, we just saw
what's up,
how this guy big up the slingshot. And like I said, I used to have an industrial style slingshot that did the steel pellets, lost it in a house fire. And one of the things he said is that slingshot, you gotta practice, you gotta practice, you gotta practice. And these slingshots don't cost that much, believe it or not. And you saw how useful it was, especially to hunt small animals. You can, like I said, rabbits, different birds, squirrels, maybe even raccoons. This is stuff that we wouldn't want to eat normally, but when the shit hits, when the shit hits, your protein choices ain't gonna be going to Walmart to get some chicken, fish, or steak, So if you want to live, want your people to live, you have to do what you do. You have to learn how to hunt. You have to learn how to prepare those animals and cook those animals. And to cook those animals, you have to learn how to start fires. It's a whole bunch of skills in this survival stuff that are individually important, but they all combine into the whole umbrella of your survival. It's a survival umbrella. It's a bunch of fucking layers to that umbrella. And under that umbrella is you fucking living and thriving. And you combine a whole bunch of skills to make that umbrella that protects you from the motherfucking rain of fucking starving, of fucking freezing, of fucking getting your shit taken, of fucking dying of thirst. All these skills overlap and cross a lot. You can't just know one. You can't just know two. The more you know, the better off you are. Because if you can prep and stuff and skin animals, if you're not proficient at starting fires, what's the point? If you can hunt with the slingshot, but don't suck at starting fires and purifying water, you're gonna die of thirst fast as shit, right? But anyway, let's get back to this slingshot, because the guy recommended the slingshot. He big up the slingshot. Unc had a slingshot just like the one he had. And it's very useful. It's silent, it's deadly, it's dangerous, good for hunting. You don't want to shoot the rabbit and draw a bunch of people your way to your location. Slingshot it, boop. Prep it, get it ready, sizzle that motherfucker up. Bon appetit. So, of course, like he said, the slingshot take a lot of practice. And trust me, I know, because I had one. So we're gonna watch this video that's titled "How to Shoot a Slingshot: 7 Steps in 7 Minutes Slingshot Tooting Tutorial for Beginners," which is you guys, and probably me by now,
because it's been a while since I had one. But I will be buying another one. I might do some pre-recorded videos of myself using it in my backyard and upload those later for y'all to check out. Let's get to it, yo. Let's cook.
What's up? My name is Jordan, and I'm going to show you how to shoot a slingshot today. I'm going to be using our Scout X. If you don't have the same slingshot, it's not a big deal. The same rules will apply. Scout X is one of our newer flagship models, but this is one of my favorites. When you're learning how to shoot a slingshot, I think one of the most important things that you should start with is learning your eye dominance. And what that means is which eye you instinctively want to use to sight down to your...
I'm right eye dominant. Before I wear glasses, before my vision got a little worse, I had I don't know, it don't matter, y'all need to know, but I had some medical stuff and my vision deteriorated a little bit because I made it to my 40s without wearing glasses. I had my vision was 2015. I was 15 in my right eye. It was my shooting eye, and even without the glasses, my vision is better than most people, but these are mostly just readers. But eye dominance is key, and mine's right eye dominant. If you haven't been to a range or anything and shot weapons, you probably know what your dominant eye is. It's not really too hard to figure out. You just gotta like use weapons and stuff, and it'll kind of happen naturally, to be honest.
Target. And the way that we can sort of, you instinctively want to use to sight down to your target. And the way that we can sort of gauge shot, I think one of the most important things that you should start with is learning your eye dominance. And what that means is which eye you instinctively want to use to sight down to your target. And the way that we can sort of gauge what our eye dominance is to use this little test where we make a small circle with our hands and then pick an object in the distance to look at through that circle. So basically, you're just trying to see which eye is looking through the circle, and you can do that by staring at that object with your hands directly out in front of you, and then closing each individual eye. And one of your eyes will see the object and the other one won't, and whichever eye sees the object that's open, that's the eye that you're going to use for your dominant eye. For me, it's my right eye. And that means that when I shoot a slingshot, because I'm right eye dominant, I want to hold the slingshot.
Do that shit. Everybody watching right now, do that. It's kind of wild. Hold your arm like this. Look with both eyes. Don't move your hands. Close your left eye. Close your right eye. And when you do, whatever you was looking at, is your hand's gonna be blocking it. Let me know if that worked for y'all. Let me know in the chat which one is your dominant eye. Like right now, I'm holding this, and I'm looking right at myself on the screen. I close my left eye. The view is still the same. Close my right eye. I don't even see myself on the screen no more. I'm looking right at my goddamn hand. Just like that, yo. You learn your dominant eye. I didn't even know that test. But I already knew my right eye was dominant just from being in the military for 15 years and doing all that shooting I did. But that just, verifies what I already knew. So let me know what's y'all dominant eye. Shout out to the replay game. Y'all do the test. Let me know in the chat with the comments. Again, don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share, people. If y'all got any questions, concerns, complain about any content I do, negative, positive, whatever, just more content, more likes, more comments. I reply in a timely manner. That really helps me in the algorithm. We got to get this kind of different style content out a little more in different kind of conversations, because us as a people, we just should be talking about more things and be engaged in more things than we are. We got to diversify our portfolio of interests, and that's what I'm here for. Help a brother out.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Give me a second. I gotta let my cat out. Well, yes, right eye dominant. Let's get back to it.
It's my right eye. And that means that when I shoot a slingshot, because I'm right eye dominant, I want to hold the slingshot in my left hand. For me, it's my right eye. That will see the object and the other one won't. And one of your eyes will see the object and the other one, and then closing that object with your hand, looking through the circle, and you can just trying to look at through that circle. And then pick up is to use this little test, is to use this little test, and sort of gauge what our eye dominance is to use this little test where we make a small circle with our hands and then pick an object in the distance to look at through that circle. So basically you're just trying to see which eye is looking through the circle, and you can do that by staring at that object with your hands directly out in front of you and then closing each individual eye. And one of your eyes will see the object and the other one won't, and whichever eye sees the object that's open, that's the eye that you're going to use for your dominant eye. For me, it's my right eye. And that means that when I shoot a slingshot, because I'm right eye dominant, I want to hold the slingshot in my left hand. That's important because when we shoot, we're going to draw back our other hand to underneath our dominant eye, and that's going to help us aim a little bit better. All right, the second thing we're going to go over today is grip styles.
That's exactly how I naturally used to shoot mines without even knowing why. Left hand held, right hand pull back, using my right eye to target.
Typically, we use 3 different grip styles. The first one being the hammer grip. The hammer grip is going to be a really common way for people to start shooting a slingshot. And this is a pretty comfortable frame to use in the hammer grip. The second grip style is called a pinch grip, where your hand is wrapped all the way around the forks, all the way up near the top. This is a little bit more stable grip, but it's basically a modified hammer grip. Your hand is just closer to the fork tips. The third style is what we call a brace grip, and that's where your thumb is going to be braced up against the frame and your forefinger is going to wrap around. This tends to be the most popular style that modern slingshot shooters use. The next thing that we want to go over is how to hold the slingshot in relation to your target. What you're going to want to do with most modern slingshots is hold side on. The reason that we hold it side on is because when we draw the bands back underneath our dominant eye, the bands are going to create a straight line from our dominant eye to the corner of the fork tip. We mostly use that corner as our aiming reference. Now on the Scout X, you're going to see there's a fiber optic pin on the corner. I'm going to use that really bright pin as my aiming reference. The next part that we're going to go over is how to hold the pouch. This is a really important part. It's going to help with your accuracy in a big way. When you hold the pouch, you want the pouch to be very, very even. There's knots where the bands are tied to the pouch, and you'll notice that they're really, really close to each other, and they should be. They should be very even and equal distant from the forks. If you adjust like this, that's going to throw your shot off quite a bit. So you always want to make sure that the knots are even. When you pinch the ball in the pouch, you also want to pinch the ball at the center of the pouch. There's some center holes in the pouch to make that a lot easier. For the next step, I'm going to show you how to load the ammo into the pouch. So when you load the ammo into the pouch, you want the bands to hang with the pouch like a swing. And you're going to put the target side of the slingshot, the side that says simple shot, always wear eye protection, that's going to face the sky. It's going to point straight up. Then you're going to take your ammo and put it right in that center hole in the pouch, pinch it off, and then switch your fingers. And when you hold it, you want to hold it without the pouch touching itself, if possible. The knots are really even, and again, they're equidistant from the forks. The next step is going to be your anchor point. Now, your anchor point is some point in relation to your body where you're going to draw your ammo out to. It can vary from person to person. But for me, I like to use right underneath my cheek with my thumb. This is my anchor point, right here. When your anchor point is set, you're going to be able to reliably repeat your shot. And it's also really important that when you find your anchor point that your elbow is up and nice and straight in relation to the bands, because that's going to help ensure that you get a clean release. So the last step is going to be steady frame hand and smooth release. When you draw out your slingshot bands, you might have a tendency to shake a little bit. After you've practiced enough, that's going to go away. When I say smooth release, I mean you want the pouch to just sort of slip out of your fingers without you thinking about it or jerking too much when you release. kind of like that. So now, when you aim your slingshot, you're going to sight straight down the band from your dominant eye to the end of the fork tip. And then you're going to release the band right when you're...
This guy is a really good instructor. I don't know if he's familiar with handguns and stuff, but if he was in the military, he would have been a really, really outstanding instructor at the weapons range because he's clear, concise, precise, and the way he explains things works perfectly. What's going on, May? May says a good way to practice it. Yes, that's actually true. That's actually fucking true. Same skill set. Definitely the same skill set using a rubber band for sure.
Fork tip is on your target, keeping everything steady and secure. And again, just let the ball just slip right out of your fingers. So the last step is putting it all together. We're going to start by putting on our lanyard for safety reasons, of course. And then you're going to hold your slingshot out, load your pouch, and then you're going to draw back your bands underneath your dominant eye and sight right down the bands. The ball is going to travel down that line. Wherever the bands are pointing, that's where the ammo is going to go. And then once you get it on target, your corner, your fork tip, or your fiber optic bead, whatever your reference point is going to be pointed directly at your target. And then you're just going to allow yourself to release nice and smoothly. It should look something like this. All right.
That boy good. I saw him hit that little target, that little medallion, and y'all notice how quiet that was. And again, when you use these slingshots, you using fucking steel pellets that can knock a motherfucker out, crack they shit, and kill small animals with that low level of noise, which is perfect when hunting, when you don't want motherfuckers to know your location. You don't want to draw in the zombies. If it ain't a zombie apocalypse, you want to draw in the other scavengers and survivors, the other humans that, again, they hungry, you hungry, you got the skills to get food, but they don't, but they got the skills to try to take your shit. You don't want them nowhere around you, nowhere near you, but you gotta hunt. Facts, JM. JM says slingshots are underrated like a motherfucker. Yes, they are.
Just a quick recap. So first, you're going to find your eye dominance. Use the eye test that we showed to pick which eye you're going to be dominant with. The next thing you're going to do is figure out how you want to hold the frame. You're going to hold on to it sideways. Load your ammo in the pouch. Make sure that your pouch is pinched properly. You're going to draw back to your anchor point. Sight down the bands to your reference point. And then you're going to have a steady hand and a smooth release. All right, thanks for watching, guys. I hope this video was helpful. And remember, if you need any help with your slingshots, we're here for you. Get out there and go have some fun.
Like I said, I had one of those. They're very quiet. And the great thing about them, May says, to be honest, those that use bow and arrows don't use a G. The power of the bow can also do the same thing. We use that for hunting. Bows and arrows are good, and we're going to get into that later. But the great ability of the slingshot is that anything can be your ammunition. Bows definitely have a bonus on penetration power, in some ways accuracy, and overall deadliness. However, the ammunition for bows
are very specific and have to be precise. You can recover bows from your targets, but after a while, those bows gonna seem have wear and tear. Now, you have a better chance fabricating your own arrows than you do making your own bullets. And again, you got the awesome noise factor for bows, which is extremely, extremely low. But with slingshots, you can find rocks just about anywhere. You can be walking around with a pocket full of rocks. They're not that heavy. You got 20 rocks in each pocket. That means you got 20 fucking bullets with the weight of just rocks to hunt with, to knock a motherfucker out, and to handle your business. So I found a video we can check out. It said how to hunt with a slingshot. Contains hunting footage. So we could just see how good these are at hunting. If you are sensitive to hunting footage, it's on YouTube, so it's probably not going to be gory or anything. But if you like just a super lover of animals, just look out for a second, a dip and come back. I prefer you just to look off, because don't dip and come back. You know, stay here and fuck with because you know, a lot of us eat meat, and if you don't think those not animals, you dazed and confused. Even though you ain't the one doing the hunting, someone is, or taking them out in some kind of way. But again, I just had to get a disclaimer.
Hello and welcome to the channel. My name's John Webb, but you lot on here might know me as Gamekeeper John. I'm a catapult shooting, game hunting, Corey sniffing enthusiast. I've shot catapults for over 20 years and I've bagged up more than my fair share of game. I love tournament shooting, racked up over 97 trophies in tournament shooting. It's been a full-time job, a business, and a...
Wherever he's from, you hear his accent. He calls them catapults, but it's a slingshot for us Americans.
passion for mine for 12 years, and I've shipped thousands of catapults all over the globe to fellow like-minded shooters and hunters. So I'd like to say I know a fair bit about setup, shooting and hunting. In this video, we're going to give you my input on what I think everybody needs to know and do to hunt successfully and humanely with a slingshot. First off, you have to be accurate enough. If you can't hit what you're after, you're not going to kill it. You're not going to get it. You could end up injuring it, and nobody wants to do that. So accuracy is key. What I suggest is the bottom of a soft drinks can, like a Coke can or a beer can or any type of can, sideways on. Once you can start hitting the bottom of that can 9-10 times out of 10, then in my opinion, you were good enough to get an headshot on various things such as squirrel, rabbit, pheasant, and so on. But what I would say is always aim for the head. So you either hit it in the head and get a clean kill, or you get a clean miss. There's no in between. Nobody wants to take body shots on an animal. It doesn't work. It doesn't kill them. You injure them. You end up going home with nothing. The poor rabbit or the squirrel ends up going home.
Millimeter says the one I got is way better than the thing he's using. The one I got is way better too. But the simple fact that he's a pro and he's using that one and still get outcomes speaks to the capacity, the capability of a slingshot. This looks like a kid's toy what he got, but it's clearly effective because regardless, it's going to shoot that steel pellet at a high velocity. Bada bing, bada boom. You got motherfucking a rabbit shish kebab coming up. No. This is why I love my people, but I don't like my people. We so worried about the looks of shit. But you're right, it do. But that's why spend money on. That's why we some of the biggest consumers in the country, but the smallest percent of people, because we worry about the look of shit.
Everything ain't gotta be flashy. Everything ain't gotta be cool. Everything ain't gotta look expensive. I swear to God, cheap shit can work just as good as the other shit. And this ain't about the hunting shit. You know, listen.
Tactical nuke incoming!
You know, when I do these shows, I always like to sprinkle out some real messages to my peoples when they come up. And this is one of those times. Listen, people. Fuck what shit look like. Is it effective? And we need to take that and utilize it in all aspects of your life. I have a 2021 Honda Civic. My car note is $366. I could easily afford double that car note and get my dream car, which is a fully loaded black on black Jeep motherfucking Wrangler. But the Honda, when I got it, had like 60,000 miles on it. Works perfectly. A Honda is an outstanding car. And the car note's only $366. And it gets me where I need to go. And it works. It's effective. And it looks nice too, obviously, but that ain't why I picked it. But my point is that we got to get over this. And this ain't no shot at you, JM, because you know you my nigga. But this is just a problem in the black community because I agree with you. It looked like a Dollar Tree slingshot, but looks have nothing to do with effectiveness. And that we need to take that and utilize it in all aspects of our life. Something looking better doesn't make it a better product.
And with a sore backside or a broken leg or something. That's not what you want to do. So you need to be good enough is my first point. The next thing I want to talk about is setup. Now, most setups this day and age will be adequate to hunting. From 8mm steel right up to 16mm leads. The size of the ammo doesn't matter. It's the speed in which the ammunition travels. A lot of people think small ammo is no good, big ammo is too slow. I've been on both ends of the scale. I've shot 7 and 8mm, hunted very successfully. I've shot 16mm leads back in the day, which are like cannonballs, hunting success.
That boy good, yo. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see distance wise? You see that circle? You see how far and small that bird look? And if you pay attention, that motherfucker finna fall down. Because he popped that motherfucker with that slingshot. That's dinner right there. That's dinner. Might not sound like a cool dinner in today's world when we can go to Chipotle. But in the world where Chipotle ain't open, that's fucking dinner. Don't need no bullet. You just need a rock off the goddamn ground.
$8mm hunted very successfully. I've shot 16mm leads back in the day, which are like cannonballs, hunting successfully. It's the speed in which the projectile travels which kills. I.e., for example, a little 7 or 8mm steel ball would need to be traveling in excess of 280 FPS to get a clean kill in the head. A 16mm lead, which weighs something like 21 grams, that would only have to travel about 170 to 180 FPS to get a clean kill, because that's sheer force and trauma, while the smaller one is more of a penetration impact. Obviously, your ammo is in between, like your 9 to 12mm leads and steels. I'd recommend them to be going 230, 240 FPS. If you're unsure, message me on purchase and I'll hook you up with the right setup you need for your ammo. And you want to be within the law. Depending on your country and what your laws are, please check them before doing any shooting or hunting. Here in the UK, permission off the landowner is a must, or on your own private land. Always check for seasons. Various things have seasons, such as pheasant, partridge, grouse, duck. They all have seasons where you can shoot them and where you can't shoot them. Look up at the rules. Can you shoot on water? Can't you shoot on water? Can you shoot on the ground? Can't you shoot on ground? There's loads of rules. Look on the official website for shooting and you'll find the rules. But permission is a must. Obviously, every country is different, so check your rules before doing so. The next thing is be stealth, be quiet, stalk up on your game. 9 times out of 10, whatever you're after, rabbit, pigeon, squirrel, pheasant, rat, whatever, anything.
That boy out there eating good.
Oh my God.
Jam says, man, if you become a marksman with a slingshot, that's pretty badass. Yes, it is. Pretty badass. Extremely useful skill set. This guy said he's a pro slings. Like he do this for a living. He's like winning competitions and shit, which is dope as fuck. It's a lot of cool shit people do that in our community we'll call lame, corny, weird, whatever. I've been past that. I've been a different type of dude. Even when I was young. That's why I grew up in the hood of hoods. You understand? Like all the hood shit, but I always been different because I always did what interests me, not what was popular. That's why even though all my cousins, my brother, everybody gang bang, so dope, I was around all that shit. But I collected comic books. I used to draw. I can draw really well, like comic book type stuff. I used to dance. I used to be in like dance groups and shit, like You Got Served type shit. But like I said, draw comic books. That's why as I older, I got into cosplaying and went to film school and yada yada yada. Because I don't like to get into the stereotypes. I just like to, I believe in really being a Renaissance man, many interests, and not the typical things that's expected of me. And I never did that on purpose just to be different. It's just how I was when everybody else was doing other shit. I used to go to the library and rent 10, 15 books at a time and read them all in a couple of weeks and then bring them back. Like I said, I literally read like thousands of books in my life and listened to hundreds of audio books in my life, and that's not even a fucking exaggeration. And of course, my love for books and stuff led to my love for film and my love for learning. And I love when my people of color embrace new things. That's why I'm so excited about where we are now as Black people, with the Black people that's like got into anime. Like I used to be in comic books and anime before it was cool or popular, before the hot chicks did it, and before some cool dudes that did it. And I'm glad everybody's embracing it now. And like the people, I used to do all these things when it wasn't cool and you might got criticized for it, but I really never gave a fuck, you know, because I'm consistent and I'm consistently me. And I can only be me, and I'm always gonna be me. And that's like why a lot of people fuck with me, because even if they don't like what I do or say, they respect the fact that I'm always consistent with what I do or say, and I don't flip flop.
Nine times out of 10, it will see you before you see it, and it's already planning to make a quick exit, or it's already gone. So be stealth, be quiet. Try and keep your feet quiet. Try and keep still, no sudden movements. When I see game and I'm shooting, so if there's a pigeon up the tree, I'll try not to look at it, and you'll see me go like this. Just be very, very slow, and then I'll let the shot go. If you go like this, oh yeah, come on, I got this, come on, I got this. It's gonna go, whew, and it's gone. Stealth is key. Don't let it see you, and it won't know you're there. Simple as that. The next one is hunt for the right reason. Don't go out killing for fun. Don't do that. Nobody's a winner in that one, either you or the animal. There is no point. Either shoot for the pot, this is my theory, shoot for the pot to put food on the table, food for the ferrets or the dog, or shoot for pest control if there's pest animals destroying stuff on permission that you need to get rid, and always do it within the law. The next one is always anticipate where your projectile is going to land if you miss the quarry that you're after. Obviously, you don't want it flying through woodlands where there could be walkers, ramblers or anything, or houses, cars, what you could damage. Always try and get a fixed backstop or somewhere where you know there's no people. A lot of the time when I'm shooting, if I see a pigeon, I'll try and step left or right so I know if I miss the pigeon, I'm going to hit a tree behind. So I'll line a tree up behind the game. So if I miss, bang, I've hit the tree. Silly things like that can really, really be beneficial with safety. It's a slingshot. So nobody wants to get shot up the ass with a steel ball. They sting, believe me. So this was a very simple but efficient video, in my opinion. Very simple points. You got to be good enough. You got to be accurate enough. You got to be safe. You got to kill you mainly, and you've got to have the bands with the right power. That is basically, in a nutshell, what.
These dudes, these guys that do these kind of videos are really good at what they do. Short, concise. The information just flows and easily fucking absorbable. I fucking love it, yo. Again, I'm probably gonna order me another slingshot real soon. Go in the backyard, set up my camera and my tripod, and do some pre-recorded stuff for y'all. Drop the pre-recorded video. Y'all gotta support and check out the pre-records. I got a bunch of pre-records now, so please check it out. And not just the live stuff, but again, any support is greatly appreciated. And yada yada yada, all that. So, mate. My friend May, my baby girl, come as it may. She suggested something that I think was a good suggestion, so we're gonna roll with it. How to make a slingshot, because you know buying one is cool, but if yours get damaged or something, etc., you never know when you have to craft one. And this video titled "How to Make a Slingshot, No Power Tools," which make it even more important, because if the shit hits when the shit hits, you might not have no power tools, because it ain't no power. Power is one of those things that we're really used to, but if the infrastructure crumble, power might not be available. So we're gonna check this out again. How to make a slingshot, no power tools. We just saw how effective and useful slingshots are. Of course, you got to practice. But first, you got to get one. You got to believe in one. Then you can set up some cans or bottles in your backyard and have at it. Make sure you're like, my backyard got fences. So if I set the targets at a certain area, I ain't got to worry about shooting nobody. But yeah. I would suggest wearing eye protection when you do it, if you in like an enclosed space like that, just in case a ricochet. That boy good. This video just started, and he made a outstanding shot. That shot so outstanding, I had to pull it back real quick.
Run. I got the skills, videos.
FYI, I don't have this video sped up. This is the normal speed. He just sped it up like that when he made it. Now, one key thing about it, you gotta find a stick with the right shape.
the shape is very important, obviously, for the design of the slingshot. Believe it or not, finding a stick with that little fork shape like he got ain't as hard as you might think. And one of the reasons why is that you can adjust it like he's doing right now. But finding one with that fork thing is very easy and hard as you think. And then you can adjust it like so. He got a little perfect little handsaw. You could probably do it with a good enough knife. We're gonna assume that's some kind of sandpaper, maybe. He's being a perfectionist about it, but believe it or not, the moment he sawed it off at the first beginning, it was already somewhat functional.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
It was already functional. So if you don't have the stuff he has, see, that's just like I was saying. It may on it. He says it really doesn't require all of this. It don't. But you know, he's making a YouTube video, so he got to show off for us real quick, and I'm all for it. But remember, see what he's doing and understand that he's doing the most. You can have an operational slingshot without doing all that if need be.
May says, believe it or not, if you don't, you can also use your teeth to cut things down if you can with your arms or legs. Also, rub it on the same tree you took it from. That's a fact. It ain't gonna be super smooth as his, but you don't really need that shit. You don't really need this little oil he need. That's just like to make it look cool, maybe preserve it. But again, all this stuff is extra, but it'll come in, you know, yeah. That boy good. Just like that, he called dinner, yo. All right, people. All right, all right, all right. It's about time to get to the main event. What a lot of y'all sons of bitches are here for. To watch me test out the live straw. But before we get to it, we're going to do a very, very brief recap of what the live straw is and what it does before I utilize it. The live straw, I call it the live straw, but we're going to call it the live straw today because your boy about to use the live straw live because I been big up in it because I believe in it. And I believe in putting my money and risking my health where my mouth is because ain't no punk. If you scared, go to church. Unc ain't scared.
Meet the reimagined Life Straw. Our Peak Series personal filtration straw is the ultimate in lightweight filtration. This new straw features more premium materials, enhanced flow rate, and more versatility. Trusted by outdoor adventurers, international travelers, and emergency response workers, at only 2 ounces, pack and store it anywhere, and you'll have 5 years of safe water in the palm of your hand. The membrane microfilter removes bacteria and parasites. The LifeStraw Peak Water Filter Straw boasts new caps to prevent leakage in your pack and added versatility. The universal threading when you remove the bottom cap can attach to standard threaded water bottles and flasks. The built-in hose attachment also allows you to connect to standard gravity systems and hydration packs. We're also a climate-neutral certified B Corp, and for every LifeStraw product purchased, a school child in need receives safe water for an entire school year. Everyone needs safe water. Stay safe, pack a LifeStraw.
That's what the LifeStraw is. It's a water filterization tool that I ran across on here as I was doing these videos on the survival in a struggle of being out there in the wilderness or whatnot if the shit hits. As you saw in the video, these guys was drinking straight up out of creeks. They were, you know, I'm not gonna do this LifeStraw until I show
Does LifeStraw
my favorite LifeStraw video, and y'all know which one it is.
Actually work. I guarantee after this video you will know if LifeStraw works or not. We use the LifeStraw Go series for all of our airplane travel, and we always carry a LifeStraw with us on our long, daunting hikes. So we have 3 different waters with varying levels of yuck, and we also have this clear LifeStraw so you can actually see it working in action. Let's go. Lake waters first. You can see it's clear right at the top. It tastes fine. It doesn't taste like anything. Like, it just tastes like water. Next up is the muddy water. It can clean the dirtiest water by removing up to 90.
That's what I'm gonna be doing tonight, people. That right there.
.9999999% of bacteria and removing 99.999% of microplastics. Again, crystal clear at the top. I don't taste any dirt. And last of all, the toilet water. It tastes good.
Won't be doing the toilet water. That's not my style. Won't be doing the toilet water.
Hey everybody, Mike here.
I needed to watch this tutorial again before I use this. It's not long. Let's go. I might not even finish the whole video, but it's certain parts that I want to watch.
Hey everybody, Mike here. Wanted to do a quick review today on these little LifeStraws I just recently picked up. We've been going through and trying to add items to our kit to make sure we're prepared for more situations that might arise, especially with natural disasters seeming like they get closer and closer to home these days. Not to mention all the problems that come up in the world nowadays. You just never know. So we've really taken a liking to some of the emergency preparedness, and LifeStraw was one of the things on our list that we wanted to try. Now, like with anything we usually typically get, we like to try these things out first instead of just sticking them in a box somewhere and hoping that they're there and they work when the time or need arises. So let's go and get one of these out of the package. We're going to gonna try this thing out today. I'll see if I can come up with some first impressions on this. This is not a product I've ever used before, so I don't have a lot of knowledge other than what the website says. So basically what you've got here is this little straw like you see. The one end here is where you suck your water through. This is the end you'll stick in your water source to be able to draw that water through the tube and have the clean water come out. Now it does have this little lanyard here as well, so you could wear this around your neck. What really drew me to these, and we like to try these things out first instead of just sticking them in a box somewhere and hoping that they're there and they work when the time or need arises. So let's go and get one of these out of the package. We're going to try this thing out today. I'll see if I can come up with some first impressions on this. This is not a product I've ever used before, so I don't have a lot of knowledge other than what the website says. So basically what you've got here is this little straw like you see. The one end here is where you suck your water through. This is the end you'll stick in your water source to be able to draw that water through the tube and have the clean water come out. Now it does have this little lanyard here as well, so you could wear this around your neck. What really drew me to these and what I like about them is they come in at an extremely good value for what they are. It only weighs about 2 ounces. They'll fit in just about any backpack. They're easy to take with you when you're traveling. And then this particular one's good for up to 1,000 gallons of water. That's a ton of water. I'll probably never run that much water through one of these straws, but that's what they're rated at. And then not to mention, they don't have an expiration date either. So that's also a huge plus. Now, when it comes to what this thing can filter, it can go down to 0.02 microns. It filters out 99.99999 something percent of all the bacteria that you might come across. So we're going to test this thing out. We just recently had a big rain come through, so I grabbed some fresh water out of the creek. This probably isn't the dirtiest water you'll ever come across, but that's probably not something I'm ever going to drink at any given moment unless I'm just that desperate. So here goes nothing. Let's go and try this thing out, see what we got. I'll let you know what I think of the water after I've tasted it. The first thing you're supposed to do when you do this is the first couple sips you take, you're supposed to spit out, and that's probably just to have any kind of whatever's in the filter. That way you don't ingest whatever's coming out of that filter for that first initial drink. So here we go.
All right, people. Let's get to it. Give me something to spit in. So we're gonna start off first with the K cup and the coffee. Looks pretty nasty. You got the coffee in there. You see the grains. It's all fucked up. As you see, looks real dirty. It was a clear glass like this at first. Comparison test. Clean water, this water. We're going to crack the life straw. I guess this is the part that goes in the water. This is the part I drink the water from. I got my cup right here to spit in. As he say, the first thing. I might not have to do that because this is just coffee. You hear? Water here, inside. You blow the extra off. I remember from the other video they said you gotta blow it. I can taste a little bit of the coffee. But coffee has a strong taste. If y'all remember from this video, he said it wasn't the best tasting water he had. But this thing is not about taste, right? It's about not dying and being able to drink water from alternative water supplies. So next up, we got some Texas. I almost said Louisiana because that's where I'm from. We got some of Texas finest dirt, aka Doit. Make sure y'all can see these Doit right here. Texas Doit. I'm gonna sprinkle some in here. All right. The moment of truth, people. Texas Dirt. Life filter. Life straw. Filterization system. Texas Dirt water. From my front yard. Woo. Kind of nervous. Hi, not bad. If you don't believe I'm drinking none, let y'all know. And it don't taste bad. I'll let y'all know tomorrow if I got explosive diarrhea or something. I'm blowing the SS out. And they said this filter allowed you to filter up to 1,000 gallons of water. Yo, barely taste the coffee. The dirt water didn't taste strange or particular. Let me try a little wine. Just tastes like wine. Wine is broke down too deep. Wine is wine. So I'm not surprised you can't filter it because there's nothing to filter about wine. It is what it is, right? So that's not a surprise. Would I recommend drinking this? Using this regularly? No. But yeah, I wasn't crunching the dirt water at all. No grit or dirt. When I did the dirt water or the coffee, none of the grit of the coffee or the dirt water was remotely in my mouth. Like no grit is in my mouth at all. Which the coffee, you had a slight taste of the coffee, but coffee is a very dominant taste. And with the water, it just tastes like what with the dirt water. It didn't taste like water on my refrigerator. But it didn't taste. It wasn't gritty and didn't have no strange taste. I wouldn't suggest like just going around using this, drinking out of ditches when you got perfectly functioning water. But in a situation where the grid crash and the water down,
It was only $17.99 for this, people. $17.99. I'm not a sponsor. I wish I was. I talk about it so much. $17.99. And what was I saying? $17.99, and it does one of these give you 1,000 gallons of water. I think it's not a bad deal. Oh, let's check out this guy. Let's see something real quick. This video titled Life Straw versus Polluted Lake. This guy's hella bold.
Life straw, and I'm going to use it to see if we can turn water from the dirtiest lake in the US into clean drinking water. But first, I'm going to test it out on a cup of toilet water I got from 7-Eleven to make sure it's working properly. Really got to give it a good suck. Damn, that's actually not bad. Kind of tastes like my tap water at home. Now I'm going to see if it can filter water from Lake Onondaga, a lake that has been polluted for decades with industrial waste, untreated sewage, and toxic chemicals. So let's hope this straw lives up to the hype. I'm just going to give it a good hard suck here and hope this life straw doesn't fail me. Doesn't taste very good, but it could save your life. Click here to buy your own. This is a life straw, and I'm going to use it to see if we...
Again, the tasting. Doesn't taste very good, but could save your life. And that's what it's all about. So I'm about to stir up this dirt water again. Right? Wait, is this the dirt water? Yeah. Stir it up. Get it real dirty. I'm gonna hit a good squig of it. And then spit it in here. It sounds gross, but I'm not gonna make it gross so we can see how clear it looks. This is science, people. Is risking his health, his kidneys, and his liver, so y'all can survive in rough times. See, it's mad dirty. From this to this. From this to this. From this to this. I don't know about you guys. But I'm a believer. Shout out to Life Straw. Unc is a man of his word. Said I was gonna do it, and I did it. JM says, I am convinced. Appreciate it, man. I actually am too. I witnessed it real time, real life, man, just like y'all did. This water is really filthy, and all I did was drink it and put it and spit it right back out, and it was not remotely this. Look at this shit. So yeah, that's real shit, man. And that's dirtier than a lot of lakes are and ponds, believe it or not. So again, I'm not saying like walk around just drinking sewage slime and sludge or no shit, but in a pinch, the grid go down, infrastructure crumble, 1,000 gallons of water, a drinkable water that might not taste the best, depending on where you get it from, but it's not gonna give you fucking you know, the fucking bubble guts and shit. It's right there in your hand. I'm gonna have to rinse it out, store it, put it up, cause I haven't didn't even use nowhere near 1 gallon just now. So I definitely have a lot of water left to use with that thing. I think I'm gonna wrap it up, yo. I'm gonna wrap it up. It's been fun. It's been great. I'm gonna get out of here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Matter of fact, I don't know why I'm telling y'all that. I'm gonna let my boy tell y'all that. My AI tell y'all that as we get on up out of here.
Type shit. Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Getting checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. I can make your auntie swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. Show these poor ass hoes how it go. Back it up like Freak Week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit. Activities. I'm doing shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with shit. Type shit.
Shout out to all.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. It really helps the channel out, and you already know. I appreciate y'all big time. I'll catch you on the next one. Stay cool.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Type shit. Come on, I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit, activities. I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit, activities. Posted up on the island with a bitch. They call me cause I ain't on that dumb shit. Yeah, I'm rich, but act broke with a bitch. Duval day, I really do it for the kids. Getting checks, never gotta work a job. No Viagra, dick still get hard. I can make your auntie swipe a credit card. OG in the game, realest that you ever. Aunties get down on the floor. Show these poor ass hoes how it go. Back it up like Freak Week 94. Is she under 24? It's a no. Come on, I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit, activities. I'm doing up shit. Fuck all that young shit. I'm cool with up shit. Type shit.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBeStreaming. Any donation will be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
To super chat or donate, hit the Ko-fi link pinned to the top of the chat. Any support would be appreciated.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
What's good, nieces and nephews? Welcome back to Be Streaming Insomniac Theater. Shout out to all my night owls, team No Sleep. We back at it again on the weekend. Salute to all the nocturnal ones, the vampires, the night shift workers, the truck drivers, and people like me who just team no sleep for whatever reasons and various reasons. We up, baby. And since we up, we gonna talk some shit, have some fun, maybe even learn something. Who fucking knows? It is what it is. As you see, lately I've been covering this survival stuff, post-apocalyptic stuff, zombie stuff, all the kinds of stuff of that nature. That's what I've been messing with, because I find it entertaining, interesting, and also it might fucking save your life, right? You never fucking know. Again, it can be the economy collapse, World War III, solar flare, EMP, whatever reason it might be, the infrastructure is not as solid as we might think. We saw with the C-19 how things went. It don't take long for the grocery stores to get empty. It don't take long for people to go into panic mode. It don't take long for people to start thinking about, my people gotta eat, so I will take from you and your people to feed my people.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up.
As humans, myself included, we have gotten very comfortable. We have gotten very soft. We lost a lot of core skills. And we got to learn those hard skills back. And that's what we do over here. I was in the military for 15 years. I've always been a person that's one with nature. And I utilize the skills that I have, the things that I do, the things that I learn. We watched some content creators that I researched and found the perfect videos to cover different topics. And then I add my input from my experience, and we put that together to enhance our chances of surviving when the shit hits, if the shit hits. And like I said, I like to do the zombie aspect just because it's one of the most fun and entertaining post-apocalyptic things to talk about. I'm not sure if it's the one we want, but it doesn't matter because be it zombie apocalypse, be it the economy collapsing, be it World War III, just a fall of the infrastructure, be it solar flare, be it EMP, be it a deadly virus, whatever, C19 times 3, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it might be, the skills that you're gonna need, be it zombie apocalypse or economic downfall, you still gotta have the same skills. Because you're a human, you're still gonna have the same needs to survive. You're still gonna have to eat, you're still gonna have to drink clean water, and all that stuff. When the infrastructure crumble, we know none of that shit is going to exist. It's just simply not. And so far I covered a video on like all the different ways to start a fire, because you're not always gonna have lighters, you're not always gonna have matches. Lighters run out, matches run out. So fire is life. Fire helps you purify water. Fire helps you cook your food. Speaking of purified water, go check out one of my other past videos. We talked a lot about different ways you can do it. The number one go-to way is, of course, boiling the water. But to boil the water, you're gonna need fire. That's why we did the video on all the different ways to make fires first. And we laying all this shit down together because we're making it make sense, just like a course. That's why I said zombie crash course in the fucking title. I like to say zombie, but again, but it's any kind of survival post-apocalyptic situation. Any situation where you can't count on this modern shit that we so accustomed to. Because again, there are countries to this day in 2026 that don't have a lot of the things that we take for granted. You know what I'm saying? It won't take much to set us back. For real. So we covered like different ways to purify water. The last video, go check that one out whenever you get a chance. We talked about all the several different shelters you can create in the wilderness, because you know you got water, you got fire, but you might have to go out, you might be outside, you might have to relocate, you might want to leave the city. When shit get rough and motherfuckers out here living like the Book of Eli, you might not want to be around people, so you might want to go out into the outskirts, right? You out there, but you don't want to sleep under the stars. And that's why the last video talked about all the different basic shelters you can make. All the different basic shelters you can just make in the woods, so you can lay up under something, so you can have some cover and some protection from the elements. And then we got into, you know, like I said, you got to eat. But everybody want, I got a gun, you got a gun, you got a gun. I know you got a gun, but the thing about guns is that there are only so many bullets. And the gun store not going to be open for you to buy bullets when bullets run out. So we got into using things like slingshots that you can use anything as a bullet. Of course, they come with the little metal civil pellets and shit, but once they run out, you can use all kinds of rocks and stuff. Now, a slingshot would hurt a human, knock them out, depends on how close they are, but they also really good for killing and hunting small game. And the best thing about the slingshot is that they're silent. And in situations like this, you don't want to draw attention to yourself. So that was last time video. And during that video, we watched, you know, this is just a recap of different ways to make your own slingshot. But again, all that's in the past video. Now let's move forward to where we are now. As you see in the title, it says preparing small game, how to use a bow. And of course, the zombie crash course, we're gonna get in that shit on the back end. At first, I like to teach, you know, we talk about some hard skills. So slingshots are dope, slingshots are cool. You should have one on a standby. But let's get into the bow. When it comes to weapons and stuff, again, the bow and arrow is very quiet, and it's quiet and it's deadly, and that's a good combination. Also, a good part is you can pull out the arrow and reuse it again. Long as it's not damaged, you can use it again.
Once you shoot a bullet, you can't use that bullet again. And once you shoot that bullet, you're letting everybody and everything know the general area where you're located. And that's not a good look either, right? But just like we watched a slingshot video and the guy was like, you got to practice a lot to get good at this. It's the same way with a bow and arrow. And the crossbow was also mentioned, which I think is a really cool weapon because it's the same thing with the bow and arrow. You can use the crossbow quarrels, the crossbow rounds, whatever you want to call it, repeatedly. Once you just got to pull it out the target and reuse it, long as it's not damaged. When it comes to slingshot or crossbow for hunting, or a slingshot or arrow, the arrow in the bow and arrow in the slingshot honestly might be, no, it's not even honestly, definitely more effective, definitely more dangerous, definitely more deadly. But the pro that the slingshot has is that anything can be a round. Good, a nice smooth rock you can walk around with a pocket full of rocks and take out small game, small targets. In the video we watched last time, you know, the dude was shooting squirrels, he was shooting quail, he's shooting birds, shooting pigeons, whatever. None of that stuff sounds like shit we want to eat right now. But when the shit hit, if the shit hits, you just ain't gonna be able to go to Walmart and get you a pack of chicken. You're going to have to hunt what you eat and eat what you hunt. But before you can do that, you're gonna have to get familiar with these weapons per se. So in the last video, we watched a guy, really great instructor, showed us how to use the slingshot. Go back and check it out. Also follow his channel when you check it out because he's a really good instructor. Today though, we're gonna focus on the bow and arrow. And I'm not gonna lie, this is a weapon that I've always been fascinated with. I'm not even gonna lie. Archery has always fascinated me. I always thought it was the coolest shit ever.
So this is a key element. To start with, use a
I almost bought one many times in my life, but I never did. One of these days I will. So we're gonna watch a couple of short videos. We gotta see which one's the best one. Just some guys giving us some basic tips. Because again, the things I show you here, it's nice for introduction, but we all know to get proficient in them, you're going to have to do it. You're gonna have to get the muscle memory, and you're gonna have to do the leg work. But you start, like with anything, with a solid knowledge base of fundamental understanding of how something works. And that's what we're going to do today. So let's check out this video real quick. We're going to watch a couple of videos and see how familiar we can get with this bow and arrow. And we might do the crossbow too, because I like to connect those two together because they're very similar, and you know, for the most part. And after we figure out, get a solid understanding of that, okay, because you know, we know how to make fire from the other videos. We know how to purify water. We know how to build shelter. Now we hungry, right? We hungry. We done did all that stuff. Now we hungry. So we got to hunt something. So to hunt something, we're going to need some kind of way to take out the animal. So that's why we did the slingshot last video. And now we on the bow and arrow because we got to fucking eat, right? But once we catch the food, what are we going to do with it? Because we live in a world now where humans, things that cavemen used to be able to do, we supposed to be so smart and so high tech. See, the thing about technology and advancements they're outstanding. I mean, look at me. I'm streaming right now. I'm in my house. Y'all in y'all house. We watching each other. Technology is dope. But technology has also made us soft. As we got more sophisticated, we got soft. We used to getting the clean water out our sink. We used to having AC and central heating. We used to getting food out the grocery store, going to fast food spots. We used to a lot of things that are very comfortable, but things that can easily be taken away from us. And if and when that does happen, a lot of us are screwed and fucked and don't even know where to start. So that's what we doing over here. We getting back to, I ain't saying we all got to become super survivor man, but I think in this day and age, we really need to get a basic fundamental understanding and some real-time practice with a core set of basic skills. And like I said, that's purifying water, that's starting fires, that's building shelter, that's hunting small game, and things of that nature. And that's what these late night shows are not about. And of course, we're gonna have some fun and talk shit, whatever, and get into some zombie shit and all that. But okay, let's get to this bow and arrow though, because yo, we gotta learn how to shoot this shit, man. Listen, I'm hungry right now, and I want some squirrel.
Hey, what's up? My name is Russell Johnson. I'm the manager over here at Gotham Archery Manhattan. I'm going to be showing you the correct way to shoot an arrow. Start with your arrow. Arrow has a little space in between. Clip that right onto the bowstring. You want to put it underneath this brass knocking point and pop it on. Once it's there, one finger above your arrow and two below. Bring your arms up together. Now you're going to drive your hand back all the way till you hit here. All the way back, stretch, release.
How do you know when you pull it back far enough?
You reach something called an anchor point in archery.
So if y'all didn't hear the question, the guy asks, how do you know if you put it back far enough?
How do you know when you pull it back far enough?
You reach something called an anchor point in archery. An anchor point in archery is a specific place to have consistency. An arrow is a straight line. So from here, if I pull really low, I'll shoot high. If I pull really high, I'll shoot low. You want to be in a straight position across. So you always want to have consistency and pull to the same place every single time. Then your form should group together. Your arrows should go all into the same spot. Common mistakes. A lot of people are way too tense. Their shoulders are right into their neck. They're not comfortable at all. You want to be nice and relaxed and confident with what you're doing. So it's a smooth draw back, all the way back to come down. When you release, nice and still, then you can break.
So as you see, that video was short and sweet, right? Not enough detail, right? We need a little more than that. We don't know what we're doing. We not fucking Robin Hood. So we're gonna get into a video that might, I hope, break it down a little more detailed. Because we don't want to be out there with the bow and arrow. We done shot ourselves in the foot. We done shot a homie right in the knee. We missing everything, scaring off all the animals. So yeah, we don't know what the fuck we doing. So little fast videos like that is not gonna work. Cause we hungry. Like I said, we done purify some water, we done made a fire, we done built some shelter, and we out there and we trying to make it. The system, the grid done went down. Walmart is closed, Kroger's is closed.
But you know what? We still got to eat. And we done ran out of bullets, don't got no bullets, or we don't want to use a gun because it's gonna let everybody know right where the fuck we at. And whatever we shot with the gun, they're gonna want to come get it too. And maybe take our gun and take our bullets. You laying low. The world is in chaos. Noise control is key. And that's where the bow and arrow come into place. But first, we gotta learn how to use this motherfucker. So I like, okay, so far this video looks good. He's breaking it down in parts. He got a part 1 stance. So in that first video is on like a minute or something. This video is 12 minutes. So clearly we about to get some more detailed instructions.
So the first area of good technique is obviously your stance and your posture. You'll see this when you see an archer walking onto the shooting line at an international finals match, and you'll see them step onto the line, take their stance, and then start their shot. So this is a key element. To start with, use a square stance. It's much easier, much simpler, and it's much more straightforward to get everything else correct and keep your posture. And over time, if you continue with your archery and want to develop more, then you can start using different stances and experiment exactly what works for you. But start with a square stance, keep it simple. Now this square stance is basically, you just have your feet square along the shooting line, equidistant from the shooting line, and this is the square stance. So this is a great starting point and is a simple way to get started and get the rest of your shot correct. The set position is the second part of the shot, and you'll see this when an archer starts to lift the bow and begin their shooting process. So you'll see them attach basically the two hands. The right hand, if they're right-handed, would be the draw hand around the string, and their left hand would be the bow hand. This is for a right-handed archer. So very simply put, you have these 2 points of contact and you want to make them secure and you want to get the correct technique for the rest of your shot. So what you do at this point is you simply have the bow very roughly in the right place. You have the bow on the leg, you have it very roughly in the right place, and then you simply put your fingers on the string and then come up to your set position. String position should be, the string should be in the first joint of all three fingers as a good starting point. So you simply put the string in the first joint of all three fingers like that. And you can see that that's a good starting point and allows you to get your hook nice and firm. Now, a key thing with the set position, and this is something you should do right from the get-go, is to make sure not to close yourself down. What I mean by this is a very common mistake is that the set position, archers will effectively try and just simply push the bow out with the left arm and pull it with the hand like this. And what this means is the hand is very close to the body and it's closed down. You can see this.
I wonder how much like strength it take to pull a good bow back, you know? I know, because I know they got definitely ones with different tension, and I think the harder, the more powerful it is, the harder it is to pull back. I'm saying I wonder how much strength it takes to pull a bow back. Like, I know they got different tension, but I think the harder it is to pull back, the more powerful and the farther it's gonna go when you release the arrow. But I would think some of the good ones take a little force. And I'm saying that because, you know, I don't want y'all to think y'all gonna be like, what's that guy off Lord of the Rings, Legolas or whatever, the elf. You ain't gonna be, you know, shooting arrows like him or some shit. What's going on, Rhonda?
From this angle, this is a super common mistake, very closed down, and they'll try and lift up and draw like that. So that's a super common thing right from the get-go in your lesson. Make sure to keep this side as straight as you can and not kink the wrist. Focus on that at the set position. This will help you massively. So make sure at the set position, when you come up, don't kink the hand. Make sure it's nice and straight here through the arm and the hand, and then keep that as you then lift up. So this is a key point where you can really make some gains in your first lesson and get your technique correct from the start. Another thing you'll see is when the archer opens the bow, you want to make sure to keep that wrist angle again. So when you lift the bow, don't focus on using your hand and moving the string to the face. This is what most beginners focus on, and this is actually what a lot of beginner archery lessons teach, is just to move the string to the face, because it's very easy to reference this. But think about moving the hand to the neck. So not the string to the face. The string to the face causes what I was talking about earlier. String to the face causes this, and it causes really bad wrist angle and then a bad anchor as well, which I'll talk about later. Focus on the hand to the neck is much better. So what you can actually feel to get this is the thumb against the inside of the neck here. So you can come in and feel the thumb here, because when you then come and draw the bow, this is the point that you'll see in, you know, most international competitions or in films. You'll see the archer at full draw. In recurve Olympic archery, you want the hand alongside the neck, under the chin, and flush with the face and the body, basically. So focus on the thumb against the neck and you'll get the hand in a nice position. You don't want the hand floating up against the chin here. You don't want it back here. You want to make sure that the hand is against the neck and the string is also on the face, as we said. But by thinking about the hand against the neck, this will make you much better right from the start and will improve the chances you'll get a good anchor position. So the most obvious part of the technique for a recurve archer when you watch the Olympics or you watch films is the release. And this is obviously when the string leaves the hands, the arrow leaves the bow, and then the arrow goes to the target. Or in the case of films, probably some unlucky person downrange. But if you make sure you get the release correct to start with, then it's much easier to get it correct in the long term as well. So at a typical beginner's lesson, you might come up to, you know, your anchor, and then someone might say, release the arrow. But if you've not done archery before, you won't know what this feels like. You won't know how to release the arrow. You will just go like that and open the hand, and you'll probably do that, and then this will cause a bad release.
That ain't how you do it? Shit. I think when you're holding something, you just let it go. Release, right? You know what? I'm gonna let him teach us.
And the arrow flight will probably be bad, and it's not good technique. So to start with, what you need to do, if you want to start the correct way, is to learn the feeling of the correct technique, and then basically you'll have the feeling, so then you can replicate this. So very simply, you can get your two hands, place the first fingered pads of each hand together, like this. So you can just simply place the finger pads like this together, simply like that, so you're hooking them together. Then you bring your hand to that anchor position I was saying, with the thumb against the neck, bring that there. Now you're in this good anchor position. Now all you do is you increase the tension, so you're just pulling with both hands, increasing the tension, and then as you do this, you just let the fingers slip off each other, like that. So you can increase the tension, you're squeezing, you're keeping the fingers, and then at the same time, you let both hands, you let the fingers slip off. So you just go like that. Notice now how you're learning the correct technique, and you're not doing that. You're not needing to release the string because you can do both sides. What this teaches you is the correct way to release the string like this, and you can keep your release hand hook correct. And then when you do it with the bow and the string in the hand, you'll then know the feeling much better.
I get it.
No.
I actually get it, y'all. So yeah, she's saying just don't pull it back and just let it go.
you pull back, and you more so come off of it instead of just releasing like that. I would have never knew, y'all. Now I need to understand why this matters. He's telling us this, but I need to know why this, because I'm one of those people that I can do what you taught me, but it really helps me perfect it and get good at it if I know why I'm doing it. I don't want to just mirror you. I really want to understand the physics of said action.
Better to release it rather than coming in and going like that because you don't know how to release. So this is a great drill, and do this before your first archery lesson and you'll have a massive advantage and you'll really hit the ground running. Another key thing with archery technique for beginners is to make sure to keep the body and the head still. So you don't want to be drawing and moving backwards and forwards. You don't want to be leaning back like this. You want to make sure that you've got your body straight with the square stance. You keep everything nice and you simply have the technique in a nice T shape. So your body is the stem of the T and then your arms are the actual T shape. And this is the good posture you want. To get this, a great way to get it is to simply stand on the shooting line, put your hands out to the side like this in a crucifix. So you simply hands out to the side, look to the left or look to the target. It might be right if you're left-handed. So if you're right-handed, you look to the left where the target is and you simply just bend, the wall's there, but you bend the right hand basically to your anchor position, and that is a good starting point for your general posture. Notice now, because I've not had to draw and do all this, I'm not contorted, I'm not moved around, you just simply there. So that's the posture you're aiming for, and you should be able to replicate that with the bow once you do it. Now, when it comes to actually gripping the bow and holding the bow, what you want to make sure of is that you put the bow into the correct position with the hand. You don't want the hand really far over like this. So you want the left side of the thumb pad, see this lifeline here, you want this side contacting the grip, you don't want this side contacting the grip. So you want this position here is good, you don't want that. And you also don't want this, that's too far round. So you want the thumb pad side here, placed on the grip, so you can make a V, put your hand in the grip, place it down here, and then notice as well as I'm not losing the grip round like this, I'm making sure I'm pushing through the thumb, the knuckles are back, and then that's the correct position. I'm also not grabbing the bow and tightening the grip like this, that's not correct either. So you have the correct grip like I said.
I ain't gonna lie, I would have been holding it just like he said, all strong and shit. We see the movies, we just think.
And that'll be another massive benefit and a massive advantage you'll have right from your first lesson. Another thing you should be aware of is don't move around on the shooting line between arrows and don't shuffle around and move. So very often at a beginner's course, you'll see archers that come and they'll shoot an arrow and then they'll shuffle their feet.
Now he's talking, I get it. He's doing us this competition archery, but I guess when hunting or doing something like that, the same technique should apply. So I don't know enough yet to formulate a plan of how to utilize these skill sets.
And shoot another arrow and shuffle their feet and move around, or maybe move the body around and stuff like that. Once you go onto the line, you put your stance as it should be, then you stay there. That's it. You move your upper body, you shoot the arrow, you get another arrow, you shoot the arrow, but you don't move in between arrows. There's no need to move. It's not going to do anything good. It's just going to make it worse, less consistent, not as easy to replicate what you're doing. So that's one key point as well. Finally, another point for your beginner's course when you're first starting archery is don't believe the target too much. So what I mean by this is just because an arrow went into the gold doesn't mean you did the right thing. This might sound funny, but when you first start, your technique is not going to be good like everyone. So trust your instructor or your coach, whoever's delivering the course, and do what they're saying in terms of the technique, and make sure your technique is good, and enjoy obviously the scoring and the hitting the target. But bear in mind the fact that, you know, they have more experience than you do. And just because the arrow went in the 10 doesn't mean that arrow was perfect and you did everything correct, because you're still learning and there's a lot of technique that you need to improve. So bear that in mind and enjoy it, but be aware that, you know, your technique will take time to develop and it will be extremely rewarding when you get it right. And over time, mastering this discipline is really...
There are some good fundamental instructions, but I'm one of those show me learners where I need to see you shoot some arrows. I need to see. I'm not feeling too like confident right now.
Arrow? Or
the slingshot instructor was proficient. I felt comfortable to get a slingshot and go in my backyard and try some stuff after that guy instruction. I'm not feeling that right now. But maybe that's because the arrow is just that much more complicated. But we're going to try to get there. You got to remember the reason why we're doing this. Again, we got to eat. Guns are cool, guns are dope, but guns are loud. Guns run out of ammunition. An arrow can be reused a lot more times than a bullet, because a bullet can only be used once. And again, it's pretty much like jumping in the middle of the street saying, look at me, I'm over here, I'm over here. And depending on the situation you're in, that might be something that you don't want to do. So we got to, aka got to, get a better understanding of this bow and arrow.
Hey guys, this is New Sensei. I've made a few videos, or a few hundred videos, on learning archery, covering the basics from day 1 to more intermediate and advanced techniques. Now, as a club instructor, I've overseen hundreds of learners coming through, learning on the first day, making all the mistakes, and eventually going through, buying their own bow and doing their first competition. And in this time, I've seen a lot of really weird habits. Now, for a regular experienced archer, some of these things look very silly and bizarre. But in fairness, I'm sure most of us have gone through most, if not all, of these things at some point. So today I'm going to go through 10 things that beginners tend to do and how you can fix that.
This is probably the most common thing that an instructor has to deal with. Many first-time shooters have a fear of being hit by the string and do whatever they can to avoid having the string anywhere near their face. It's as if they think the string is an elastic band that will come back to hit them. This is actually a rather dangerous habit, as this often causes the shooter to contort their body, and this actually makes it more likely to get hit by the string.
You can't be scared of the bow. You can't be scared of the string. And I've seen this when using regular, firearms. you're not gonna be good if you're scared of the weapon that you're trying to use. So yeah, and I can, as ignorant as that look and as crazy as it sound, I can definitely easily see that being a problem. And this is one of those videos, like I always like to watch these kind of videos. This is a 10 things beginners do and why you shouldn't do them. So this is one of those videos on what people do and what you shouldn't do. But I think, I don't know about you all, but I can learn really well from watching what I shouldn't do. And I like to always say this, we should adjust that, we should adapt that kind of mindset in all aspects of our life. And people lack that a lot. You know, heard the phrase like, you know, I learned from such and such mistakes. I learned from this person's mistakes. A lot of people can watch somebody do some shit and then go do the same damn thing. And I never understood that. I never thought I was so main character syndrome and so special to where 10 people can do some shit and I'm gonna do that shit myself and expect a different fucking outcome that they got. You got to be insane to do that, to be honest. So that's why I'm able to learn really well from videos that's showing me what not to do. When I see what not to do, it helps me make a better decision on what to do and how to do it. And that's one of these kind of videos. Actually, I prefer these more than just showing me how to do it. That's just the way my brain works, though.
This inherent fear of the string causes a lot of problems when trying to teach people how to shoot. Now, when it comes to activities that involve overcoming fear, archery isn't exactly what you think of, but you do have to overcome certain fears. You are meant to have the string right in your face. That is normal. You're meant to have the fingers on the corner of your mouth, and you are expected to have the string touching your face. That's normal. If you shoot Olympic style, it's actually right in their face. You can see their nose and their lips close around the string. And again, that's normal. The reality is the string won't cut off your face. The contact is not going to scrape you and cut off your ear or anything. It's just simply touching here, the string moves forward, and you're okay. So don't be afraid of the string. It's not going to hurt you, but you will hurt yourself if you keep being afraid of the string and try to avoid it at all costs.
Beginners always aim too high. You look at the target, you pull back, aim at the middle, and the arrow goes high or sometimes way over the target. This often results in broken arrows, and this is actually an ongoing cost for archery clubs. This is why it happens. It seems logical that you place the arrow over the middle of the target because that's where you want it to go. However, what you are actually doing when pointing towards the center is this. I'm only 5 meters away, and look at how high I am aiming. If I aim right at the middle, I will literally put a hole through the shed wall. Instead of aiming towards the center of the target, place the arrow tip on the bottom of the target. Exactly how far down you go depends on how far you are shooting and the strength of the bow. Generally, you should be aiming lower than you think you need to. This is what happens when I adjust my aim.
The reason why you have to compensate for this is because there is a gap between your eye and the arrow. Your eye's up here, the arrow is down here. That's if you're shooting the normal style. If you're shooting Olympic style, that's even lower. So it's very deceptive when you think.
I would have never knew that. I mean, I was in the military for 15 years, and there's something similar that we do. As you know, gravity is real. Gravity is a thing. And gravity affects pretty much everything. And even bullets, right? So we learned at the range that the farther the bullet go out, as bullets going, they slowly start going down. Now, if you shoot a target that 50 meters away,
the bullet's not gonna drop before it hit that. You even good at 100 or 150. But when you shoot a 300-meter target, you gotta aim above it, almost not aim at it, so that you can hit it. Because by the time the bullet get there, it would have dropped enough and you would hit the target. And that's similar to what he's saying, like whatever that eye thing he's talking about. I'm not sure about the signs of that, but from what he's saying is that you gotta aim above the target to hit the target. And I'm familiar with that concept by doing what I just described at the range. I wish I understood why it's that way, but I get what he's saying.
Think about where you're aiming at. You think middle of the goal is where I aim. The reality is that you are aiming so high, you're going to shoot down a plane. The instructors get frustrated by this because we tell you to aim lower. We can see you. This is the thing. As a third person, we can.
Well, it's similar, but I take that back. I don't want to confuse people. It's opposite. When you're shooting a target at the range, you gotta holler a little bit above. Only for a far target, you gotta aim above it to hit it, because the bullet's gonna drop. Whatever, something about the design of the bow, you gotta aim below to hit it, as if like the arrow curves up when you shoot. I'm not saying it does that, but for all intent and purpose, you aiming down as if it's gonna go up, but really it's probably goes straight. But like you said, something about the eyes will throw off your leveling per se. So yeah, it's nice to know, okay, when you're shooting at something with an arrow, aim down some to hit it. That's all you gotta remember, people. Aim a little lower than what you want to hit what you want to hit. Down, it'll take a lot of practice to get good at some shit like that. A lot of practice in the understanding of the bow, in the trajectory of arrows. Yo, if you don't know this kind of stuff, you gotta start practicing it now. Cause if the shit hit, when the shit hit, and the grid crash, whatever happens, that brings you to where you can't go in the grocery store no more. And you got to eat what you hunt and hunt what you eat. You don't want to be trying to learn all this then, because YouTube ain't gonna internet gonna be down, the power gonna be off. Yeah. But just from watching this video, we already a little step ahead on the power curve.
See you doing this, and we know you're going too high, and we say go lower. But people are thinking, oh, it must just be a bit lower, or a bit lower, or a bit lower. No. It's going to be a lot lower. That is what can be frustrating for the shooter and the instructor. The instructor knows what you're doing, and they know why you're doing it. But the shooter is letting their natural instinct take over. And they think that it's going to be in the middle of the goal, therefore I'll aim there. It just doesn't work that way. And oftentimes, the instructor will actually physically pull the bow down. And this may shock you, but the reality is we lose a lot of arrows because people are going way too high. They're hitting wood or posts or target frames. And this can be easily solved by resisting the instinct, listening to the instructor, and shooting straight.
This one is a natural instinct which must be addressed immediately. Often, learners will grab the string with every finger on their hand. Sometimes, learners use too few fingers, and at times, at full draw, they actually lift a finger off the string before shooting.
Unless you are learning an alternative form of archery, then you will always use 3 fingers. 1, 2, and 3. Now, depending on where you learn, you might learn the split finger method, which is 1 finger over and 2 fingers under the arrow, or you might learn the 3 under method, which is 3 fingers under the arrow. But it's always 3. The trend that I often see with learners is that they instinctively grip the string with their little finger. The thumb might be okay, but the little finger keeps on hooking onto the string. And the more fingers you use, the more likely the release will be fouled because it will snag on your fingers. It won't come off cleanly. You really only need 3 for the maximum control and maximum power. Any more than that is superficial and just makes it hard to get clean release. However, I have noticed that a lot of learners don't realize their pinky is on the string, and I'll say 3 fingers, and they don't change. They're using 3 fingers. The thumb's off, 3 fingers, and they're like, oh, I've got 3 fingers. That's 4 fingers, and people don't realize this for some reason. So keep your pinky off the string, let it hang naturally. Don't extend it and try and keep it out of the way. You don't have to, just let it curl naturally, and it should rest in this position. Also, don't use your entire hand. That gives you no control over the draw. You have fingers moving.
I don't know about y'all, but let's be fair and honest. If I didn't know, if I wouldn't watch this video, I would have probably been using all 4 fingers or my entire hand. I would have been using fingers, thumb, everything, and pull back, and I would have been just letting it go and letting it fly. Listen, it looks like that's what they be doing in the movies, yo. But as you see, it's a form to this and a technique to this. And sometimes, especially if you're hunting, and if you're hunting to live, you're only going to get one shot at some of these animals, and you're going to scare them off, and they out of there. And now your stomach growling.
No.
That ain't what you want. I hope it ain't.
Being in opposite direction, so it's very, very hard to get a clean release if you're using your entire hand. You only need 3 fingers in the conventional draw. This is perhaps the most annoying part of being a new archer. The arrow keeps falling off the rest. Even if you put your finger on it, it comes off as soon as you move it. There are 2 reasons why this tends to happen. The first reason is called knock pinch. It's when the shooter pinches the arrow between their fingers very tightly like this, and this is particularly prevalent if you're anxious or you're nervous. You tend to tense up and grip things. So if you are actually touching the arrow with your fingers, then that's going to cause the arrow to move when you move your fingers. That's obviously a bad thing. So one general advice is to give some space between your fingers.
This bow and arrow is cool and all, and this guy instruction ain't bad. I want to try going over to more of a hunting bow and see what they're doing over there in hunting bow land, because we're going to be hunting, right? We're trying to survive here. We're not trying to win competitions. We're trying to get something to put in our bellies. Not saying that bow's not capable of that, but let's see the hunting bow instructors and see what they're talking about.
KC with The Element, and today I'm going to show you how to choose and shoot a hunting bow. So one of the first things that we need to cover is what is a hunting bow. Okay, there's a lot of different types of bows out there. You might hear bows and arrows, but really it's just a bow, okay? You have traditional style.
That hunting bow looks really complicated. I'm not sure about this video.
Archery, you have target archery, and then you have compound archery, which this is a compound bow. We'll only really talk about these today. So there's a couple things you need to consider when choosing a bow.
Yeah, hell no. I'm not finna waste your time. I'm not finna waste my time. That looks far too complicated. That looks far too complicated. Before I find a bow that we can actually use, yeah, because we some fucking beginners. We ain't fucking Hawkeye, yo. Let me do some admin stuff real quick.
What's up, nieces and nephews? Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share.
If you want to support, hit up my Cash App at $UncBeStreaming. Any donation would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance.
Shout out to all my people checking me out on Rumble. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and please share. Show some love, y'all.
To super chat or donate, hit the Ko-fi link pinned to the top of the chat. Any support would be appreciated.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
Yeah, we gotta find something a little more reasonable.
If you are new to archery, you're absolutely
A little more like I just from looking at that hunter bow, I'm like, it don't even look like it's easy. I need a basic Native American bow type style. You know what I'm saying? No simple shit possible. Cause yeah. That other bow, that hunter bow, don't even look like it's the easiest thing to string or restring if something were to happen to the string. I'll check out this video. It says archery for beginners, 27 important things to know. We might not go through the whole thing because it seems like this archery thing is a little more complicated than we think. But like I said, we ain't trying to all become Hawkeye from these videos. We just trying to get familiarization with the bow and arrow. To get good at this, we're gonna have to buy one straight up and watch these videos and possibly go get some instruction. But if the shit hits, when the shit hits, however the shit hits, and by the shit hits, I mean the breakdown of society in any kind of way, pick your poison to where the infrastructure is crumbled. And again, I always like to add, this infrastructure is not as stable as we fucking think. If y'all didn't learn anything from the C-19, is that we one bad day from living in a world like the book of motherfucking Eli. You ain't gotta believe it to be in it. And when you're already in it, it's too fucking late. And you might be asking, but why are we worried about a bow? Like I gotta reiterate, they're quiet, the arrows are reusable, and won't draw attention to you, your location, and perfect for hunting in a situation where you don't want to be around other people, you want to stay away from other people, you don't want other people or other things to know where you at. But you still gotta eat though. So let's go get some small game.
If you are new to archery, you're absolutely in the right place. This is the beginner's guide to getting started in archery. And if you've been in archery for a while, I want to warn you that this is for new people. You still may learn something, but let's not argue about the little things today, because the goal is to have fun and to help more people enjoy archery. And maybe by the end of the video, you'll be able to shoot something like this. This is a longer video. I basically condensed 27 videos into one, so I have timestamps so you can click around and reference this video later if you need to. My intention for this video is to help more people enjoy more archery, not a massive plug for Shatterproof Archery. So in the beginning, I just wanted to say links in the description to everything talked about in this video. A lot of stuff is my business, Shatterproof Archery, but I also do alternative links to other products that I enjoy using, to Amazon and other things. Traditional bows come in many shapes and sizes, kind of like people's hearts. So this right here is a one-piece recurve bow. Now, the different shapes and sizes come for different purposes. So a recurve bow will tend to store more energy than a one-piece long bow, and that's because it's curved backwards more. But there are downsides to that, and that is that it could have a little bit more vibration when you shoot. And sometimes people say it's harder to be more accurate with a recurve bow because they tend to be a little bit shorter. A longer bow tends to feel a little smoother and be a little bit more accurate, a little easier to be more accurate, shall I say. You also have three-piece bows. So you'll see there's these bolts for Allen keys right here, and you can take this down to be 3 different pieces for storage or interchanging the limbs. There's many different versions of this. There's an industry standard version, that's the ILF system. We don't need to get into those details, but there are takedown bows, recurve, and long bows. There's many other types of bows as well. Another one I can cover real quick is a horse bow. You can see this is designed much different than the other ones. These things are non-bending tips. They're called SIAs. There's so many different styles of bows, and my goal is not to overwhelm you, but you're gonna be overwhelmed. Making such a deep topic simple is easy. Is easy. I have to miss so many things on purpose. Yeah. My goal is not to confuse you. So just for the basics of what you need to know at the moment is that you're always trading off speed and maybe smoothness of shooting. And so when you increase the speed, you tend to decrease the smoothness of the bow. Because you're increasing speed, you're gonna increase how much stored energy is in the bow or how much poundage is in the bow. If you increase smoothness, you're gonna decrease speed because it's gonna be less storage energy, which will make the limbs go smoother, or a lower poundage bow. So that's the trade-off on all bows. Now, a well-made bow, you can kind of find the best of both worlds, which is pretty sweet, and that's what we try to do. So how do you make sure you don't get a bow that you don't like? I have 2 recommendations. One is go to your local archery shop and test out some of the bows they have, but maybe they don't have what you want. So another option would be order from somewhere that allows you to return bows if you don't like it, kind of like Shatterproof Archery or Amazon. I know it's in here somewhere. Bowstrings.
So we need to find a little more on how to. We need to get to the how to part.
Right off the bat, you won't regret it. This is where it gets fun. It's time to shoot the bow. I got some pointers. As a matter of fact, I used to work at a camp, a summer camp, where I got to teach people every single day how to shoot archery. And I learned a lot about the common mistakes or the common questions beginners have in archery. And then through this job of being able to post archery content online, it's been fantastic because I've got so much good information from so many different people that hopefully I can say something that'll help you out. So the first thing is get close to a big target and get close to a big target. Because the worst thing when shooting a bow for the first time is to be scared that you're going to miss. So let's say this is the first shot of my entire life. What would I do? Well, first, I'm gonna get comfortable. So I'm gonna draw this back a few times. Then after I'm comfortable drawing it back, I'm gonna take my first shot super close to a target. That allows me to not fear, and I get to feel what it's like to shoot the bow before thinking about aiming or distance or anchoring or any of that technical stuff. First, we want to be comfortable with shooting the bow, and then make sure what's beyond the target's safe. You wouldn't want a house or anything beyond the target where you know if you missed, it could be dangerous for somebody else. So you want this against a hill, you want to be at a range, you want it in a really safe location. Next pointer, friends, we're going to draw back to an anchor point. What that means is a solid location. An anchor, we're trying to get somewhere that's comfortable. Where's it comfortable? Are you comfortable here, 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 here? It doesn't really matter exactly where you pull to, but in general, a lot of people will use one of their fingers to anchor on a specific location on their face, especially if you can get to bone. So you've got this jawbone here, you've got a little bit of a cheekbone here. I draw back to like the connection right at my lip. There's a little solid spot right there that I put my middle finger, and that's how I go to the same consistent spot every single time. Next, there's a concept called canting the bow. And
it's definitely consistent. They used to teach us that at the rifle range when I was in the Army, that when you're holding your weapon, you got your rifle, your weapon, and where you put when you're looking through the target with your firing eye, if you can lean the weapon on certain spots, like right here on your side, when you land in the prone, you want to put it in the same spot every time, so your bullets can go in the same spot every time, pretty much. Because just a slight adjustments on where you lay the weapon can change your aim drastically. So that's why I understand what he said. It's really important to pull it in the same place every time. But of course, that'll take a lot of muscle memory. And once you find your sweet spot, keep practicing and learn that sweet spot to that sweet spot is reflex, really.
so what you do when you cant the bow is that just means angling it. Back to the arrow rest conversation, when we draw back or when we shoot a traditional bow with a normal traditional arrow rest, the arrow is just sitting here. So if we draw back with it straight up, the arrow could fall off that shelf. We don't want it to fall off that shelf, so we do something that's called canting the bow, which is just angling it ever so slightly this direction. And with our bows, what we've done is cut in this arrow rest so that when you're comfortably canted, it's vertical. So you've got kind of this vertical line from the ground and the horizon. So you've got kind of a crosshairs with the horizon and your sight window. So we've practiced drawing back to a comfortable anchor point. We're canting the bow slightly. Next, what we want to do is to think about our grip. Now, this is all before I shoot an arrow. I'm going to grip the bow where the throat of the handle is on the meat of my thumb. You don't want to necessarily grip the bow like a hammer. You want to grip it loosely. My personal favorite way to do this is to connect my thumb and my index finger together. And then as I pull back, I'm letting the tension of the string on the bow pull into that meaty part of my thumb. And then when I shoot the bow, I've got this connection here so that the bow doesn't fall out of my hand. But that's a good way to keep the bow in your hand. Some people will shoot with it all the way open, and I've done that before. The only problem with that is you tend to, upon release, grab the bow like that, which makes you jerk. So if you connect right here, grab the string, cant the bow a little bit, practice comfortably drawing back to an anchor point. Don't release the string if you don't have an arrow on it, but just comfortably draw back and kind of get that feel. You could do that 20 times before you shoot, and you're gonna be much more confident on your first arrow. There's a concept in archery called dry firing. It's actually something we want to avoid. Dry firing is when you pull back a bow without an arrow and you release it.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. I had a friend once with a compound bow.
This was 10 years ago or so, and I had a compound bow, and my friend wanted to pull it back. He pulled back my compound bow, and he was like, oh, that's really cool. And he let go of the string, which is dry firing. Well, the entire string blew up, the cam system fell apart, screws flew everywhere. The bow is not designed to fire without an arrow on it. And so that's what happened with a compound bow. Have I dry fired a traditional bow?
Yeah, the arrow fell off the string as you were shooting because you were trying to shoot off the mirror.
Oh, this is great. So I did a video where I was doing trick shots to try to beat Dude Perfect's world records. One of the trick shots was shooting 170 meters or something. Is that right? 123 meters and off of a mirror. So I was looking this direction, shooting this direction. I think the arrow fell off. Didn't know that, and you're getting into archery. Now it's finally time to shoot the bow. And don't judge yourself too hard. If you're competitive like me, it can be frustrating when your first shot misses the target or something, but that's not something that you should worry about. The first time you're gonna shoot the bow, don't worry about how the arrow goes, but just get comfortable and have a good time. So how you're gonna grip the string for today is to go within the first crease of your knuckles, that first little crease right there. You're gonna grab the string there. You can either put 3 fingers under the string or 1 finger above and 2 under, whatever's most comfortable for you. Then you're gonna go back to your anchor point. We've already practiced this, so you know what to do. And once you're at your anchor point, the best way I know how to describe it is to not release the string necessarily, but let the string slip through your fingers. So I'm gonna come to full draw, and I'm going to be using my back.
And I like that these guys are telling us similar stuff. Because the other guy, he was pretty much like, when you pulling it back, don't just let it go. Just pull, like he said, with our hands. Remember, he gave us the little example. Lock your fingers, do this, then just let it come off. That's how you do the bow. You just, because as you pulling back, it's eventually gonna slide off the string anyway. And that's how you release it instead of just letting it go. And I think this guy's pretty much covering the same thing. So it got to be true, right? Definitely something I wouldn't have known to do.
Back as much as I can to add tension right here. And as I continue to add tension, I'm just gonna let the string slip through my fingers. So I don't even know exactly when it's gonna release, but I'm hovering on the target, so that's okay. So here would be my best example. I'm gonna draw back and just let it slip through your finger. I don't know exactly when that moment is of release, but what I do know is that you shoot better with a surprise release. And we don't have surprise release mechanical systems, so we have to create it ourselves. And you can only think about one thing when you shoot. So if you're already hovering on the target, just think about increasing your tension lightly. Just let the string slip through your fingers. One last note Kaz was saying, just so I can be extra clear here. When I said increasing tension, you're not pulling the string back further. You're just increasing the tension, or at least for me, in the back, how it feels. So I'm getting into a little bit of depth right now, but I call it, or a lot of people call it transfer to hold. So I'm gonna pull back, anchor, and I'm kind of transferring until it releases. And so it feels like you're increasing tension in your back. It feels like you're increasing tension, but I'm not pulling the string back and then letting go. I'm just increasing that tension as my fingers slip through the string, or as the string slips through my fingers. The main goal in the beginning is to let some arrows fly and have a really, really good time. And that's it, to laugh, to hit a bullseye every once in a while. But the main goal is to have a good time. Keep that in mind, because then when you come back next time, you'll find
That's not our main goal over here. We're trying to learn how to take out our enemies in silence. We're trying to learn how to hunt when we don't have no more bullets, how to get food, how to eat, how to thrive and survive. Yo, this bow and arrow stuff, It's way more complicated than I thought. Way more detailed than I thought. It's just so many situations and scenarios that we got to get to. It's so much there's no way I can even cover it all and have it make sense without information overload. That's why right now we just presenting concepts and ideas. I would really suggest diving into it later because it's just so much information. Up next, we're going to look at something that I think just important though, and that's how to make your own bow for the zombie apocalypse. Now, again, they like to use zombie apocalypse because it's the most coolest end of the world concept that it make all the movies and the shows. But again, like I always like to say, anything can happen, be it the infrastructure collapsing, World War III. I mean, we got stuff going on now in this country, right? The economy collapse, solar flares knocking out all the electronics, EMP bomb, yada, 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 deadly virus, whatever happens. The food trucks not delivering stuff to the grocery store anymore. Walmart ain't got no food. Shit gets real. People taking shit. People pillaging and plundering. We're living like bandits. You don't want to be around that shit no more. You go off into the wilderness. Y'all in the wilderness now, but it ain't no grocery store in the wilderness. How you gonna eat? You only got so many bullets. Guns are loud. That's where the bow and arrow comes into place. And let's say you break your bow get damaged, whatever. You lose your bow, etc. It's good to know, right, how to make one. So I think this is crucial.
Again, we're in that scenario where we're on a survival type of situation. We have zombies coming at us. We have limited materials or no materials. What can we do? We know how to use a bow. Heck, we even know how to make a bow. We just need materials. What do we need? What's the minimum we need? You can get a good stick, a good limb. It's going to work for a while. If you don't know 100% what you're doing, it's going to break. But what about PVC pipe? This is a typical piece of Schedule 40 PVC pipe. This is something you can find in someone's house as you're ransacking a house trying to find things quickly, an old hardware store, a work site. There's multiple ways to find a piece of PVC pipe. This is a 60-inch piece of PVC pipe. That's one thing. Number two, a piece of paracord. You can use other things, but this is pretty typical. You can find pieces of paracord, a really strong, tough cord, and a knife or a Leatherman or some type of tool. And that's all you need. I'll show you exactly how to make an effective survival bow for the zombie apocalypse. Okay, so we have our piece of PVC pipe. There's a couple things we need to do. First, I took a piece of this paracord and I cut it the same length as the piece of PVC pipe. This is 60 inches. Just for making it easy on yourself, we cut it the same length as the PVC pipe, and we tied a very simple knot at the end of it with a loop, and I'll show you what it's going to be used for. We're going to be making another one of those, but you'll see why in a second. So the first thing I do, I want to make a cut about 1 inch down on my piece of PVC pipe. So give yourself a score where you want to do it, and we're going to keep cutting. What we want to do as we're cutting this away, we want to make sure that it's straight. We want to make sure that we can fit our string inside this little area. So we're going to kind of notch it out as I keep going here with it. You can kind of see it starting to form into a notch, right? Like almost like a notch that you put into a tree when you're trying to fell it. So we're going to keep going here. We're almost through it already. I'd like to go a little bit deeper than that. So a little bit deeper. And you'll see why. It's going to be used to catch the string and hold it there, and we're going to make this thing into a bow. So I'm going to keep working it.
Time change shit really fucked up my timetable for this show. It's like
332 now, but it really supposed to be 2 something.
So it's as deep as I want it to be. That's probably pretty good. Okay? So be careful because you're using a knife, but we're gonna slip this paracord down over, and that's gonna slide down in. You can see how deep. Doesn't need to go real deep. I want to go a little bit deeper. I want to go almost halfway. I'm not quite there yet. So I'm gonna go a little bit further. Okay, that feels pretty good there. Nice and cleared out. Okay, and that string's gonna sit right in there. It's gonna hold real good. So we're gonna flip this around, do the same thing on the other side. Now before I finish this off, I want to already pre-bend it. So I want to bend it down and see how it's going to want to bend for me. Because this top will twist. I want it to be about right there. So this is the edge. I want to make my next cut. And we're just going to do the same thing we just did down at the other end. Notch it out real good. And again, there's a lot of good ways to do this.
All the videos we watched so far, I think this is the most useful one. Not even on cap. This is what I've been looking for.
You have some really good tools, but again, you're figuring you're in a situation where you just got a knife. You know, what can I do to be effective? Okay, now we have our other secondary notch, and we're simply going to bend this bow into shape, which is about right there. Okay, and that's about where we want to do our loop. So I'm going to slip it off and make my loop. Okay. So again, you can decide how you want to tie your knot. There's bowyer's knots. There's all kinds of different knots you can make, as long as it's going to be tight and effective. So we're going to bend this into place. Loop on. Okay, now what do we have? We have our bow. Is it perfect? No. Can it work? Let's see. Okay, so we have our piece of PVC. We have our paracord attached now. It looks like a bow. Let's see if it's effective. So you want to find center on there to make the perfect shot. But again, this is a high stress situation. Get as best as you can. Let's just see if we can be effective with a piece of PVC and a piece of paracord. There's one in the skull. Let's see how effective we were. Okay, so again,
It went all the way through that melon and out the back. I mean, again, for some PVC pipe and some cord, that's pretty effective. I ain't saying like you ain't Hawkeye, no shit. You ain't the nigga off Lord of the Rings. However, for small game hunting, that can be effective. Again, you don't have a bow, you lost your bow broke. This video right here is perfect. Perfect. When it comes to this bow and arrow thing, I suggest if that's want to be your weapon of choice, I like the slingshot. It's smaller and anything can be your projectile. Once you run out of the little steel marbles that you have, any right size rock can be your target.
You're not gonna be fighting off a bunch of people or nothing with the slingshot. But right now, we're just trying to eat. You just trying to get a motherfucker off you if need be. It's better than nothing. But I like this video because it got straight to it. And that's some useful information to know. I personally think to know how to make your own bow. So salute to that guy. Where we at? Where's my oh, my soundboard is different tonight. Oh, here we go. Just like that. So, okay, we saw a couple of videos instructing us how to shoot a bow, some real basic instruction. We got a fundamental understanding. Again, if you want to mess with bows, I would suggest making one like he just did, or buying the most affordable one you can for practice. Don't buy nothing fancy, all that. Just get a little cheap basic bow and play around with it till you're familiar and comfortable with it, and maybe go take some lessons. And then once you do that, you get something a little better, and from there you maybe can get something like what I'm about to show y'all. This video is titled Survive the Zombie Apocalypse, a packable takedown survival bow. I like the survival part and I like the packable part, because the more the less space consuming stuff is in these kind of situations, the better. The more easy to carry stuff is in these kind of situations, the better.